We are live. And what a screen to start on. That's some nostalgia for you. Square soft. All right. Whoop. And I've already dropped the controller. Good evening, everyone. I'm Diesel. I'm joined on the couch with Sayo. We're going to be running Final Fantasy VII no slots. Now, we've got a 2-minute cutscene to go straight into, so...
We say we, but it's you.
Nah, whatever. Man.
I'm not good enough at this game to run it,
All
but...
right. You want to give me a countdown for the timer?
Yes, I will get that ready. All right, 3, 2, 1, go.
Excellent. All right, so the category we're running tonight for the graveyard shift is any % no slots. Now, in typical fashion, any % pretty much means anything is permitted except for slots, hence the no slots. Slots refers to Kate's limit break slots, which you may unlock if you ever used him. A lot of people didn't like him, but there is an exploit available with his limit break where you can one-hit kill anything in the game, including the strongest bosses. So there's 2 categories that split up long ago before I was around, and that's the 2 main any % categories that exist for the PlayStation version, at least. There's also a couple of there's also an any % for PC, which is about an hour and 35 minutes now.
I think they got it down to under 100 minutes recently with some new skips.
There's another way to bring in a wrong warp into the game, which was discovered recently.
Slots to a degree, like I can kind of see how it like trivializes the game to a degree because it is very rhythm based. All the reels start in the same position, so it's very much a test of like your execution and game knowledge.
Yeah, I think there's also an element of entertainment factor to it as well.
Oh, it's still a very respectable run. Absolutely.
But speedrunning has grown massively from Twitch, and I think most people will find the no slots category more entertaining, which helped it grow. As most runners do learn no slots over straight any %.
There's a lot more that needs to be learned for any %. You've really got to be on top of like step count and
we'll be getting
all your stats and everything.
But hopefully you enjoy the graveyard shift with the excellent soundtrack coming in. To start off, we're not given much context. We are just in a massive sprawling city and we're riding in on a train. Not exactly sure what we're doing yet.
Killing.
Oh, okay, cool.
Immediately.
All right.
I actually only finished this for the first time casually, really recently. Because I was always wanting to learn it because I'm, typically FF8 and 9, a couple of others recently.
And as with most RPGs, it's straight into the menu to set everything to fast. Most of our text scrolls.
This is also one of the rare games where you use both active and wait.
Yes.
There's a lot of the games you'll just use, you'll mostly stick on wait.
Yeah. There are certain advantages that you can get from A to B wait, which we'll cover later, but we can't exploit those advantages now. So we're just going to be keeping the battle in active mode to constantly keep that ATB recharging. And no potion.
Basically just means that all the bars are filling up whatever's going on screen. Regardless of what's going on screen, the bars are always going up.
Okay. And we are here. Can we please have the winner for our donation?
Oh yeah, the
Cloud's
name.
And I think I know what it is. Yeah, Cloud's name.
Cloud's name is still currently name with $127
Very
beating
clean.
out Tetsuya at 77.77 and Blitzball at $10.
Yes. For those of you watching online, there's been a bit of a running joke for this event. All of the personalized name tags that we received are all personalized with name. They don't actually have our name on it, they just say name. And so we have been ripping into that pretty much all week. Okay. So one of the most important things about FF7 Speedrun is that the random encounters that you get in this game they're not really random. Now, depending on whether or not I get this. Nice.
Very clean.
Now, it's like, look, nothing happened. But we actually skipped a random encounter there. If you open the menu on the exact frame that you're supposed to get a random encounter, you actually skip it. The menu takes priority in the game's code over the random encounter.
But Diesel, how did you know that you would get the random encounter?
Well, that is because the RNG, if you can call it that, is all preceded when you start the console. And there's no sort of frame counter mechanic or anything to it. So we know the mechanics behind what determines a step count. And at specific points based on your movement, an encounter check will happen, and it will check a value called danger, which you accrue with every step that you make. And if your danger is higher than the battle check, then you will enter an encounter.
I think on the overworld it's based on in-game time.
The world map is completely different. It's mostly based on the in-game time, but it's also based on your actual movement as well.
Yeah. Step count is not always active. There are certain like towns or areas that are like non-threatening where you don't need to be too careful with your movement.
Yeah, there are very small exceptions to that rule, but as a general rule, if you can get an encounter on the screen, then step count is active.
Yeah. It's really good in making the run like really consistent because as long as your movement's good, you'll always be getting the same encounters. They won't always do the same things, but they'll typically be the same enemies and whatnot. Whereas, like, as opposed to FF9, where the encounters are truly random, you can just lose minutes on a split. And it's like, cool, I did nothing different, I just got unlucky.
Yeah. It's like, haha, you lose 30 seconds.
Yeah. Okay.
Alright, so we've discovered a little bit about the story. We are a very enthusiastic environmental group, and we're going to blow up this reactor which is killing the planet. And we're the good guys.
Yes.
Just in case you
absolutely.
Okay. And one of the funky features about step count is that when you walk, you actually accrue less danger than when you run. So, in some situations, walking is faster than running.
Yeah. It's not always like strictly or immediately faster, but it makes your encounters more consistent, or you'll just skip encounters. In a situation where you may get 2, you'll get 1. Just because you're, placing your steps in very particular spots.
Yeah, so if I didn't take those steps, I would get 2 encounters on the way out of Reactor 1, but when we leave, I'll only get 1. And I'm a little bit behind on steps already, actually, but if I can force it in a specific spot, then we can also create a setup which is
first boss.
Pretty funky. Unfortunately, Guard Scorpion gets first turn, but he does go for Cloud, which is helpful.
So one thing that Diesel did in the config menu as well that you may have missed is he set the cursor to memory, which means that when it comes back to Cloud, he'll already be hovered on Bolt, and Diesel can just mash or hold circle to select that option again over and over and over without having to go back into the magic menu, which is really good if you're just doing these like early repetitive bosses where you're just doing the same thing. It's a lot faster too.
Unfortunately, the damage rolls in this fight are completely terrible, because your stats are also RNG based, which we don't have much control over.
Oh, really? When you start the game?
Yeah. Well, not when you start the game, but Cloud immediately levels up, and every time you level up, the stat increase is randomized.
Oh, I actually didn't know that about this game.
Based on a frame counter.
I'm too blessed by FF9 being really, really consistent with level up stats.
Yeah, this one is not, and we got the worst magic stat.
Oh, that's terrible. Well, not terrible, but...
Yeah, we got the worst magic stat on Cloud, which really hurts us.
So the text scrolled past really fast, but basically what it went through is when its tail is up like this, it's going to counterattack. But Diesel's going to hit that intentionally, because as we take damage, we build our limits. which are effectively just super moves.
Guard Scorpion also has basically double defense and magic defense when his tail is raised, so we only do one attack just to charge Cloud's limit, because we need to have Cloud's limit for another fight coming up.
Is that on apps?
That is apps, yes.
Okay, yeah. Let's double check.
And hopefully this kills. Yeah.
Very nice. It's not a gold split.
No. All right, we've planted the bomb and we've got 10 minutes to get out. Hopefully we can make it in time.
Another really good thing that you can do with step count is plan around pincer attacks. So like when an enemy is splitting up either side of you so you can't run away, or preemptive attacks and things like that as well. I don't believe you can do that in FF8, if you're familiar with FF8 step count.
Pincer attacks don't occur in FF8.
Oh, but like you can't plan back attacks in that game.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Back attacks are random.
Whereas in this game, you can like really plan everything, like in terms of your random. There's nothing random about your random encounters in this game.
Basically, yeah. Whether or not they're preemptive or back attack or pincer or
it's
side attack.
all pre-planned. So all these movements that Diesel's making, including this little up and downs to force that encounter, it's all pre-planned. Yeah. It's all very deliberate.
Yes. So the preemptive is actually based on what step ID you're on, which is just what we call how many steps you've taken which is tracked in the game's memory. So I'm going to do a very specific setup here to make sure that the next boss fight occurs on a preemptive flag, which I'm going to do here and also just before the next boss fight.
Not all bosses can be preemptive.
No, only a couple. Most bosses can't be preemptive. There's only a couple that can, but the next boss we fight can actually be a preemptive.
That's another thing in FF8.
Because
all bosses can be preemptive.
He is coded to take back attack damage. Cool. Alright.
Oh, if you want any snacks, by the way, let me know.
Not a great guard Scorpion, but a pretty good exit on Reactor 1 and a good start.
Good guys, by the way.
Yes. And if we've got any announcements or donations, now's a good time.
Sorry about that. We have a $200 donation from Upjohn saying, everyone has been amazing so far. Let's keep the donations coming. And he'd like 100 of that to go to the the Elder Scrolls free Morrowind tutorial and the Skyrim marriage.
Oh, I'm really excited for Marriage Percent.
Nice.
Some of the, like, I don't want to call them meme runs because I don't want to, like, be rude to the runners or whatever. But, like, some of the runs, I would love to see the Big Bass Fishing run. I stayed up for PJ's King Kong. What else was there?
I saw the Big Bass Fishing last year. Great run if it's going to be anything like that.
Yeah. Futurama as well, which is on the Sunday. I'm excited to see that one. Just like these games you wouldn't think make really good speedruns, but they do. Big fan.
So we have a character here selling flowers. She might show up again later.
Maybe? I don't know.
Okay.
There's also so because you could pick dialogue options there.
Yes.
That's another thing that is sort of like an underrated thing about like these JRPG runs is remembering all the correct dialogue options, because in a case where like one dialogue option will bring up 8 text boxes and one of them will bring up 5, you'll always want to be bringing up the one with 5 and remembering which one that is. A lot of the time it is just the first dialogue option, or the time difference is so negligible that it doesn't matter.
Yeah, generally it is the first dialogue option. That does seem to be a bit of a trend with RPGs,
Yeah.
having the first dialogue option as the shortest. But certainly not always.
I also like that you were able to just
In
decline.
fact, just to completely contradict what we just said, the very next dialogue option is the second one.
Yeah, for all of those it was decline, but that triggers a battle. I do like that you can just decline. No thanks, no battles. See you later.
So So while Barrett is trying to conceal that he doesn't have any emotions at all, and that Cloud might actually be a friend of his.
Or name, sorry.
Name, yes. We have a skip coming up, which, if I can get it, is the first example of a paralysis dodge skip. So basically, when you enter a conversation with any character, the game paralyzes the character. And it releases that paralysis at the end of the conversation. We can take advantage of that because you can actually trigger, you can sometimes trigger 2 conversations at the same time. And when the first conversation ends, even though the second conversation is going, your paralysis is still released and you can start moving, and then you can start doing some very interesting things in the game when that happens.
If you're familiar with any of the FF10 or like the FF10, some of those skips, and the FF10-2 Isaru skip,
Yeah,
it's
they're
very
actually-
similar.
Yeah.
It's they look funkier in FF10, but they serve the same function in this game. There's a lot of them in this game though, like a
Yes.
heap of
Yeah.
them.
So what we're going to try and do is talk to Jesse and trigger the guard to run out at the same time. One more. There we go. And I'm going to buffer the inputs just to make sure I get this right.
Yeah, so now while Jesse's trying to show off this this thing that she's really interested in, you just go away.
Yep. And that is Jesse's skip.
I think that saves from memory 8 seconds.
Probably a bit more. I think it's about 12.
Yeah, because it skips the whole thing where she shows off the train tracks and everything and gets really excited. And
Yeah. If you don't get it right, it kind of depends on how you don't get it right, because if you just talk to Jesse, then that's like the least amount of way you can save time. But if you just run into the guard, then you are left with the choice of, do I try to do the skip again, or do I just try and talk to Jesse? But either way, you've lost more time.
And eventually you try the skip so many times that it's not even worth it anymore.
Yeah. Like if you hit the guard without talking to Jesse and do Jesse skip after that, it's the same. It's roughly the same amount of time as just talking to Jesse without even trying to do the skip.
I was when I found out about Jesse's skip, just in name, I was a bit upset that it wasn't really literal, as in like skipping, saving Jesse as you're escaping.
Oh,
Because then there's one less character, so there'd be so many less text boxes.
yeah.
It would save so much more time. But no, it's not as literal as
Yeah. I
as
have to
skipping,
remember
saving her.
back when I was a wee lad and I played this game for the first time, I got the game over probably more than once, because I didn't realize you had to save Jesse.
I think the first time I played this game, I thought Jesse was a dude.
Yeah, I thought that too.
Yeah, and then I saw her in the remake, and I was like, oh. That remake, by the way, is really nice looking. I'm so glad they kept it in 3 parts to match the 3 discs.
Yeah.
I don't think it perfectly lines up with what each disc is, but
Disc 3 might be very short then.
yeah, I hope that I'm not paying full price for like the full price remake disc 3 just for the last dungeon.
So we're just going to reload this screen to skip some dialogue with Barrett.
Oh, that's how you do it. Very nice.
Yep.
I used to just wait.
You can also just wait. It's roughly about the same time on PS2.
Okay.
It's slightly faster on PS2
Yep.
to reload the screen because it has the faster loads.
Yep.
But if you're doing it on original PS1, it would be faster to just
wait.
So aside from Cloud, which was one of our incentives, we're shortening the names of the characters to 1 character each, just because the text scrolls rather than appears instantly. So the less dialogue that you have, the shorter the text boxes are, and that saves a bit of time overall in the run.
I think per character it's probably only a couple seconds, but if it's free time, it's free time.
Yeah, so for most characters, it's roughly about 1 frame per time they're mentioned.
1 frame per character, right?
No, it's 6 characters per frame.
Right.
That the text loads at when it's at the max speed. So, for example, Barrett has 6 characters in his name.
Yeah.
You cut it down
So that'd be a
to one
frame every
character.
time they say Barrett, which is quite a lot actually.
Yeah. So when you cut it down to just B, 5 out of 6 times, the cutscene, the text box will be 1 frame shorter when you can actually close it.
And that's 1 frame every time throughout 7 hours. So yeah, probably adds up to a couple seconds.
It adds up a lot. There's actually a skip that you can do at the very start of the game. It's called name skip. You can skip naming Cloud and Barrett, but it's not worth it. It saves about 20 seconds, but it's just not worth it on the PlayStation versions because
They're mentioned too much.
you end up adding so much time because it's Cloud and Barrett. Like Cloud is in the game for pretty much the entire thing, and Barrett is a pretty sizable chunk as well. So they come up a lot in the dialogue.
Yeah, if it was something like even Renoa in Final Fantasy VIII, you can sort of skip the scene on PlayStation where you meet Renoa, and you don't get the opportunity to rename her.
Yeah.
But because that saves like 3 minutes, that's far more value in that than like something like this.
Renoa isn't used as much in the parties either.
Yeah, not even close, unless you're playing JP, but that's a whole other game. So
yeah, basically. there tend to be a lot of differences between the JP versions and the English versions.
Yeah.
From this era of games like 7, 8, and 9, they've all got their differences, and especially the first version of FF7, that is basically a completely different game.
Yeah. I've taken quite a liking to JP FF9 recently.
Yeah.
I don't know. I like it more.
Yeah. So we've had a hard day's work.
A hard day's yakka.
Blowing up the pub. Blowing up the pub. Blowing up the power company. So off to the pub, and we get introduced to the MVP of this speed run. It takes a while to get her charged up to full power, but when we do, it's definitely worth it.
I do like that a lot of these games just have like one character.
Yeah.
That is just like just carrying so much in terms of the battles.
Yeah, it's just ridiculous.
It'll be like Tifa, Irvine, Steiner.
Yeah, I'd say like FF9 is pretty well balanced. Like,
yeah.
There's a couple of characters that are actually not very good because, as a general rule in RPGs, mages don't tend to be good performers for speedruns just because the animations.
Yeah, the spells. Yeah. Like in FF9, I'm going to use the FF9 as a huge example because for those that don't know, I primarily run FF9. But like an attack will take less than a second, but casting a spell will cost 8 seconds. So you really rarely will intentionally use a spell unless it just does a lot of damage at that time in the game.
Yeah. All right, so most
Tune,
important
by the way.
skip coming
Good
up.
song.
Most important skip coming up.
Oh yeah, this is huge.
Yep. All right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Second option, and that saved 5 minutes.
Yep, skips the whole materia tutorial.
Yep, and I'm not kidding. It's 5 minutes.
I remember when I first played it, I liked this game. I went through the materia tutorial, full knowing what materia is and how to use it and everything, and I was just, by the end of it, I'm like, yes, I get it, I get it, I get it. Very nice.
Living up to the our job profession, we sell all of our potions for a little bit of extra gil, but also to free up that item slot. Buy 21 grenades, and now we're going to kind of wiggle against this guard a little bit and sneak past him. And
sorry, that was really quick. So that skips. What does that skip? Also, it should go without saying, FF7 Remake big enjoyers, you're probably going to have this spoiled for you.
yeah.
So what did that skip? That skips the whole second bomb mission.
Yep.
Meeting Aerith in the church.
Yep.
Her getting chased by the Turks.
Yep.
Meeting Aerith's mum, I think, for the first time. Yep. Sleeping over at Aerith's house and trying to sneak out. And then leaving and seeing Tifa get sort of dragged away to this joint here that we're at now. I think in total, yeah, as Diesel said, it's about 20 minutes that we just skipped by wiggling against those guards for a bit.
Yeah. And shout out to Sunamod who found that. He's not a speedrunner. He's actually in the FF7 modding community. He just saw one day when he was looking at the texture models on that screen, it's like, hey, there's a bit of a gap here. I wonder if you could squeeze past it. Lo and behold, you can.
Yeah, so it's a series of very precise, pixel perfect in some cases, little movements and using some of the game's like controls. Like if you're holding R1 and L1, you actually move left and right. So you can use these little things to make these very intentional and like direct movements to set up that skip there. I'm a lot slower. I was really impressed by how fast Diesel just did it then. Again, this is one that I'm still learning, so bear with me a bit.
Yeah. Now we are going to what is a lot of people's most favourite part of the game, the dress up.
Dressing up Cloud, yep.
And I've got good news if you're not familiar with this speedrun. We don't just do the bare minimum. We get everything.
Yep.
We get the best item of everything.
We make sure that Cloud is the prettiest girl.
Yes.
He's going to be gorgeous.
Everyone who argues whether or not Tifa or Aerith are the best waifus,
It's Cloud.
That's
Just ask Don.
a 50 IQ take. Cloud
Just
best waifu.
ask Don. Also, don't go for bar skip. I saw you soft lock.
Okay. So, this guy that runs the restaurant, he's a bit dodgy. So I have to make sure I get this right. Basically, he asks for your feedback after you give him a meal. And he only gives you the pharmacy coupon if you give him good feedback. And so we have to make sure we get that right because it costs Gil. And Gil is fairly tight at the start of the run.
In practice, I lost a few of my first attempts to getting to a shop and just not having enough Gil.
Yeah. And so we use that pharmacy coupon to pick up the digestive, and we're going to use that one later. And then we're going to stay at the inn to pick up something that costs 200 Gil. You don't find out what it is.
Not sure what it is, yeah.
It's a protein drink set or something incredibly random like that.
The materia shop owner just needs his gains.
Yeah. And then we take that back to the person in the materia shop who's having a feud with the inn owner.
I think that he gives you the diamond tiara or something.
Yeah, he gives you the tiara. And if you actually talk to this guy fast enough, you glitch his animation so that he's facing the wrong way at the start of the conversation.
I love stuff like that.
Yeah.
There's I think there's another one later. The slap skip.
Yeah.
Ah, you are going for bar skip. Okay, very clean.
But I'll do a save because it's been about 20 minutes.
Do you know which one to save over?
Yeah.
Well, I don't know why I'm questioning you. You're the one running. I'm just sitting here talking crap.
This is another one of the paralysis dodges, but if you get this wrong, you can lock the game so that your run is dead. You talk to the girl on the bar, then you talk to the dressmaker.
Ooh, very clean.
And close the door. Progress through this dialogue a little bit. Talk to the girl on the bar again. Start a third conversation. Talk to the girl in the toilet. Give her the medicine.
Wow. Very nice.
And yeah, if you do that wrong, your run is over.
Yep. The first hour and 40 or so of this game is
it's intense. Yeah.
There's a lot of opportunities for it to die with these little skips like that. How much time does bar skip save actually?
Bar skip save? It's about 10 seconds.
Yeah. Banking your whole run.
Because at the end of the dialogue with giving the girl the digestive in the toilet, you have to literally watch her walk out of the bar, and that takes 20 seconds on its own. But
you do.
Yeah,
hey.
there is quite a bit of setup to it, so you don't save all that time.
But she did give us sexy perfume.
Yes.
So now that we've got the sexy perfume and the tiara, we need the wig, and we need a soft, shimmery dress, I think.
A dress of some type.
So, some type of dress a very specific kind of dress. That's why if you saw Diesel pick the second option twice with that guy at the bar, he's the dressmaker.
Okay. And we do have to win this squat.
Yes, you have to win the squats.
as well to get the best wig. Okay, good.
He mucked up.
Yeah.
You got this.
Oh, is he on an 18 roll or something? Nah, he's on like 14. Not 14, about 16.
Oh, I was actually getting a bit nervous there.
Nah, he's...
Yeah, he flubbed it at the end.
Yeah,
Damn.
15 squats.
Yeah, 21 squats. That's more than I can do in real life.
Yeah, 21 is perfect. I didn't quite have perfect inputs, but it was close enough, I guess.
So going back to get the dress. So now we've got the wig,
Yep.
the sexy perfume, the tiara.
Yes.
I think we're looking all right. Ooh! Oh my goodness, she's beautiful. She is. Who is that? Who is that little minx? Is that named? No peeking.
I just love in this cutscene that Aerith looks directly at Name to say no peeking.
Well, she knows.
So, what is she saying there? Okay, so we're done with the dress-up minigame. We can go to Don Corneo's because apparently we can't just sneak in through a window or something. We have to go through this.
I actually haven't seen this in the remake. I've only seen the screenshots of Cloud dressed up as a girl.
This is glorious.
It is fantastic. Like I can't wait to play it fully.
This whole part in the remake is absolutely amazing.
I'm so happy that like certain things about the remake they're keeping intact. Like they're keeping the lore that Sephiroth uses a full bottle of shampoo and conditioner to clean his hair.
Well, of course. Look at that luscious hair.
It was a very throwaway line in this game, but they fully kept it intact for the remake.
Missing the stairs a little bit. There is a theme across the PlayStation 1 Final Fantasies that I've pretty much made my mantra. FF7, stairs are garbage. FF8, ladders are garbage. FF9,
terrible.
elevators are garbage.
No, elevators are fine. You just can't pick the right option. That's a skill issue.
That's not a skill issue. I'm perfect at FF.
Elevators are completely fine. What elevator do you struggle with?
There's only one elevator in the game.
There is actually, yeah, you're right. Oh, actually, that's one thing about this game that's unique to the other two on the PS1. This doesn't have analog movement.
No, it doesn't.
So even if you have an analog stick, it will still punch out cardinal directions.
It just won't work.
Yeah.
On PlayStation.
Oh, does it? It actually just doesn't do anything?
It just doesn't work on PlayStation.
Okay. Yeah. Damn. So it's interesting because it makes your movement really consistent and whatnot, but then also like for those times where you can't cut corners as tight. Like in FF8, sometimes you can save on step count by cutting a corner really tight with analog. Little stuff like that you can, you can use to your advantage. But and it's the only way that Renoa skip actually works in FF8, which is very similar to guard skip. But yeah, in this game, I think it's interesting that there's no analog. Yeah, it just makes it different.
So we weren't able to successfully talk Tifa out of doing what she's doing, PG stream. But we also pick up the ether as well.
Yes.
We don't need the ether to restore MP. We need it for the gil. They sell for 750 gil each, so that makes them very useful.
Yeah. Ethers sort of usually sell for heaps in these earlier games.
Yeah, it's pretty common.
So we've got the three girls lined up in front of Don. He's going to choose his wife for apparently forever. This song's so good. I love this song. This healthy looking girl.
Such an interesting way to describe it as well.
Healthy looking. So why do you get all the stuffers?
So
for Cloud to be the prettiest girl.
Yeah, if you don't get picked by Don, you instead have to go through a bit of dialogue with all of the creepy dudes in a room, then go through 2 fights, and then go through a cutscene with the other girl that didn't get picked. But I'm feeling saucy today, so let's give the Don a kiss.
Yeah, I remember I missed the... What did I miss in one of my first playthroughs of this? I think I picked the wrong options for the dress. And yeah, it's a long string of like I almost didn't think it would be worth it to go and do all that extra stuff, but a lot of it is stuff that you have to do anyway.
Yeah.
So you're really not actually going out of your way to do that much extra,
Yeah,
and you're saving several minutes.
Yeah, you have to get the dress.
And the wig.
And you have to get the wig, so it's just an extra 3 items as well. And with bar skip, you can kind of combine 2 of the items together.
Yeah,
To
do
reduce
sort of
that.
2 at the same time.
Yeah.
Yeah, it really is like it absolutely, and also the grenades as well. Grenades are really tight. The grenades are like our main source of damage for the first leg of the run. And you really need to make sure that you're not running out of grenades or using extras where you don't need to be. Anything that you can do to save a grenade, you'll almost certainly do it. And so getting that extra battle as well while you're down there getting chased by the goons.
Yeah, it causes some pretty significant routing issues.
Yeah, you're either losing grenades or you're losing time by casting bolt. Or, yeah, it's a lose-lose situation. So, yeah, making Cloud the prettiest girl, absolutely worth it for every single reason.
Do you mind if I quickly get him with a donation?
That's fine, yep. Go for it.
We have $20 from Mutski saying, put this towards Choose Cloud in Corneo's mansion for me. Thanks, Diesel. Best of luck on the run, buddy. I love you and Sayo and Choco. Use Kate Sif's level 2 limit break, you coward. Thanks, your favorite Final Fantasy speed mutt, Kev.
Thanks, Mutt. So I'm going to do that movement setup in order to get the preemptive flag active at the moment, just before we start this boss fight.
Yeah, so we were talking earlier about that preemptive step count and whatnot, getting all that set up. This is the payoff.
And if I did it right,
You should
yep.
should
Look
see
at
his
that.
butt.
Apps is facing the wrong way. What a difference.
You dummy. You fool.
So we're gonna
We're
queue up-
over here.
Yeah. So we so we queue up 3 grenades immediately to take advantage of the first turn, and we get the bonus damage still
Very nice damage roll too.
from Braver, which was, yes, very healthy. But I am going to do a bit of a marathon safe strat here. And I could kill if I threw another grenade with Cloud, but I'm actually going to save that grenade for the sake of the marathon. Plus, I also only have 1 Braver, and oh, Pete's sake, it missed. I also wanted Cloud to get damaged.
Yep.
To charge his
Did
limit
that
up
just
a
whiff
bit,
on him?
but the bloody tidal wave missed.
Very nice. Well, how can you expect something to go right in a marathon?
Yeah. All right.
So we were talking earlier about like differences between JP and the NA versions. In the original Japanese version, those arrows over the ladders and the doors don't exist. What's referred to as like JP 1.0, yeah, those little arrows, okay. Hitting select and a little cursor over Cloud's head, you can't do that.
Yeah. So we will need the steel material for later as well, so we're going to pick that up. Take some more steps.
Was that 5?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. I might have miscounted. So there is another opportunity for a encounter skip, much like the one we saw right at the start of the run, where Diesel was like menu buffering.
Yeah, but this one is a lot harder to get.
Yeah, the longer the run goes, the trickier they get. The reason you can do that first one so easily is because as long as your movement's consistent, you'll usually get it within 1 or 2 buffers.
Yeah, you only need consistent movement for like, good God.
Like 2 or 3 screens, is it? Like 2 screens?
Like 3 screens at most.
So, yeah, but having like this many screens that we've been through,
And this screen is complicated.
Yeah, the screen's a pain. Yeah, we've been through like almost... I think my timer paused. I'm so sorry. Could I bother you guys to get the timer up on that monitor? I could see it before.
I have to double check.
The timer up
Okay.
on the monitor there. I could see it before. Sorry about that. It's just important for like later. Yeah, perfect. Thank you so much. Yeah, so it's been like 39 minutes. So having pristine movement like that for all these screens over 40 minutes, it's very, very difficult.
So I made a movement mistake and I was already falling behind. So I got to do a moment of shame. I haven't done this for a very long time.
You're gonna take it twice? Oh, Diesel.
Yeah. I went upright instead of up. When I left the ladder, so I've lost a lot of movement.
You'll never live this down.
This is a way to save steps.
Yep.
But it costs time. It costs like 12 seconds or something.
One nice thing about this step count though is that there's a couple times where you'll like force an encounter, so you can almost catch up on steps a couple times. It doesn't exactly work that way. But there are times where like, oh no, I lost a couple steps on this screen. That's okay, because the next screen, or maybe 1 or 2 screens later, you can sort of catch up. Yeah, some other games are not the same. You muck up steps, you're boned. Sorry. Do some menu buffers or take some steps.
Yeah, so I've got to be pretty careful with movement for the next couple of screens, because Midgar section is actually fairly tight.
Oh, with the spiral stairs as well?
Yeah.
Mm.
Okay. So storyline-wise, we discover from Don Corneo that Shinra has a plan to completely crush a section of the city with another section of the city.
Yep.
And this level of genocide is somewhat objectionable, so we're going to try and stop them.
Yeah, so basically they found out that we reside in the 7th little piece of the... It's like a pie almost, but it's not pie. Yeah. Barrett refers to it as a pizza.
Yeah, there's actually a couple of references to pizza in
Yeah. So they basically found out that we're living in under this one section of the pizza. So like, we'll just drop the top plate on it. If we can't find them in that area, we'll just drop the whole thing and destroy it all. So we're going to try and stop that as best we can.
Do I have time to get in with another donation?
Yep.
We have a follow-up $20 from Mutski again, saying, just popping in again real quick to say that this runner won't use Kate Sif's good limit break, but he will take the train twice.
Thanks, Mutski.
He posted a Ripper meme the other day on Twitter. It was like his dog had like destroyed his lounge room or whatever.
Wow. I didn't realize trains saved that much movement. That's hilarious.
It was like his lounge room destroyed and a photo of his dog looking all guilty. I was like, did Sephiroth do this? It made me laugh a lot.
So if you haven't guessed already, Mutski is a any percent runner.
Yeah, he's a big fan of Kate Sith's second limit break. AKA the one that's banned in this category.
Yeah. But we're going into the Reno boss fight, and provided he should behave, most of the time he does behave.
So if you played this casually, you'll probably remember frantically trying to get that big pyramid off of off of one of your party members. If this happens in the speedrun, you just leave it.
Alright.
Oh no.
Alright, so one pyramid, and hopefully he goes for Cloud. Nice. And
yeah, got the limit. Perfect.
Yep. With that first grenade, that actually successfully cuts off one turn.
Yep.
From Reno.
Is that going to kill? Ah, not quite.
Unless this paralyzes. Okay.
Another interesting mechanic of limits is that they will take, once you use them, they will take priority. No matter what any other party member or enemy has queued up, your limit will come out next. Yeah. 100% of the time, no exceptions.
Yeah. The only way something is going to come before is if it's part of, unless it's programmed to the previous attack, like a counter attack.
Like a follow-up to something else, or
like attack as well, something like that.
Yeah, anything that's an actual turn, nah, your limit takes priority all the time.
Yeah.
which is really interesting in this game, in my opinion.
Okay, so this is upcoming. Hopefully, I'll try to get it, but I can't guarantee it.
Yep.
We'll try and get the most important skip in the game. And
no slap skip.
Yeah, no slap skip. So if you close the text box perfectly on Aerith's dialogue, you can glitch Seng so that he doesn't walk over and slap Aerith. But Aerith still reacts to as if she had been slapped, so it's kind of comical. It saves no time whatsoever.
0 frames.
But it is mandatory to get.
Your world record will not be approved by the mods. If you miss that, that's a lie. This was me, you, and Choco rocking up to the ASM venue the other day.
And this is a great chance for an announcement.
Yeah, we've got a little bit of time here.
Coming up to about an hour into the run, I think this would be a good time to introduce myself. I'm Megaslayer321A, and I will be the host for the majority of this run. And whilst I'm introducing myself, let's also remind everyone who we are and what we're doing. As we are AusSpeedruns, a group doing speedrun events to raise money for charity. For this event, we're raising money for Game on Cancer, a charity which funds early career cancer researchers who are working across all areas of cancer research. If you'd like to donate, you can do so at donate.ausspeedruns.com, or if you're in the Twitch chat, !donate. Sorry, I'm a bit tired.
That's okay. Me in like 5 hours is going to be incomprehensible.
If you want to check in-game time, by the way, it's over there on that monitor.
Excellent, thanks.
So now Jesse really did get skipped.
Yeah.
In fact, everyone from Avalanche is getting skipped for the rest of the run because they're dead.
And Wedge got wedged.
And Biggs is...
Not big.
Oh, that's terrible. They died. That's terrible. Oh, dear. So do you want to run through ATB waiting? Because we're about to switch to that.
No, we can talk about that at Temple.
Yeah, okay,
It's
cool.
a bit more important. We can cover it a little bit in Shinra HQ, but
Yep.
yeah, we won't be using ATB wait much in Midgar.
That's another thing I like about this game. Switching between like ATB wait and you really do like utilize a lot of the tools that the game gives you.
Yeah. I might actually just force the encounter here to make sure.
Okay.
Because I'm actually ahead now because I double trained. Even though I was behind earlier, double train saves so much in steps. I didn't realize it saved that much. Now, I'm actually going to have to force this fight, I think.
Yeah, so what Diesel did earlier, if you didn't quite catch it, is when he was adjusting those trains in that train yard, typically what you would do if you're on step count, if you're getting your counters exactly where you should be, he would run around the train. But because he was a little bit behind, he got back in the train to move it again, which creates a shorter path but takes a lot longer. So now that he's done that, he's really ahead. So it's just up to him what he wants to do about that.
And step count is actually it can get pretty fragile in some places. The main reason why is that this screen has a higher danger increase than the next screen.
So pretty much what that means is like your steps
and so
add more to that value.
Yeah, so you can end up like if you don't spend the right amount of steps on particular screens, you can end up getting an encounter that you're not supposed to, or you can end up skipping an encounter that you were supposed to get.
Yeah. The big one that you want to avoid, I think a lot of what step count does in this game is avoid pincer attacks and back attacks. Another reason why no slots is a little bit more popular or more played is because it's a little more forgiving to new runners. You don't actually have to learn step count. It's an optimization, not a requirement. But in the slots category, because your party is so weak, if you get one of those back attacks, you might just lose your run. So no slots is a little more forgiving like that because you can fight some of those more dangerous encounters.
Yeah. So we pick up the cover material because we're going to need that later. It's very important for keeping Tifa alive. And we're also picking up the ether as well, also for more money.
Yeah, the MP doesn't matter. Again, we're not spellcasters. Does Deathblow cost mana?
No, we pick it up.
Yep. So yeah, MP is just not really used that much.
Yeah, it gets tight in some spots, but it's not like... I do buy a couple of ethers later.
Right.
But not until Rocket Town.
But you picked up so many Diesel, why don't you just keep those?
Yeah. Because I need the money for the grenades now.
Yeah, we need grenades. Yeah, I was actually shocked by how much more damage grenades do as opposed to physical attacks.
Yeah, so they do around about 140 damage at this point, which is the equivalent to a limit. But a limit is about 6 seconds, whereas throwing a grenade is 3 seconds.
I think your standard attacks as Cloud and Tifa do around like 30 or 40 damage
40
at this point in the game.
Yeah.
So like, yeah, I was stunned the first time I threw a grenade, and then like when I was playing this casually, and I'm doing my attacks, doing 40, 50 damage, and I threw a grenade, it did 150, and I was like, oh, I see.
They're 80 gil each, so they're actually fairly cheap. But
yeah, they're really cheap too.
Yeah, but we do need a lot of them.
Yeah. I think you end up buying it around like 50 or 60 in total, and then you get Molotovs later on as well, which are just...
Yeah, I buy 21... Yeah, it's actually more than that. I buy 21 at the start of the game in Sector 7. I buy 50 on the next shop, which is just after this cutscene. And then I buy about 35 when I get to Junin.
Yep.
So you can do the math there. That's like, what, 21, 50, that's 71.
There's a lot of grenades, basically.
That's almost 100 grenades that I would use. Because I actually usually have more grenades than... I usually buy more grenades than what I need in my run, but...
Yeah, that's another thing I like about this, like a lot of these runs as well, is that the community has been very good at creating beginner-friendly strategies.
Yeah.
Mutski that donated earlier made one of the most popular and most used Final Fantasy IX beginners guides. Pretty much everyone learned off that guide.
Yep, I did.
I did as well. But I only did one run of it. But then I moved to because I was playing on PC. So it's not as good on PC, that particular route. But yeah, a lot of people are like... Awesome Waves for FF8 has a really, really good beginner guide.
Yep. I use that one too.
I can't think of who did FF7, if there is one.
There was one by a runner called Ajneb back before a lot of the skips were found. But
a lot of us have our own like personal notes anyway.
Yeah, that's kind of a thing that runs with FF7.
For the most part, everyone's willing to share. Like when I was getting into this game, I just like couldn't find any notes. Dilwingo just sent me his.
Yeah.
A relatively new runner in this game, from what I understand. Yeah, he gave me. He's like, "Yep, this is my notes. Like, it has a lot of pretty like good beginner stuff." And then as you just improve over time, you can start implementing the harder stuff, and yeah, it's really good.
Yeah, that's right.
Very, very welcoming community. In my experience, I've only been around for like a year or so, a year and a bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, nothing but good things to say about the FF community. Oh, that audio skip scared me.
Oh.
Don't do that again.
Yeah, that was a bit weird. Okay, you did hear that too.
Yeah.
All right, so into the shop we go.
That's another thing, actually, to mention that you may not have noticed earlier if you were watching. When Diesel sold his potions and then bought a bunch of grenades, the purpose of that is to put the grenades in the first slot of your item menu. So as you go into a battle, you can just basically hit up and circle, and you're already hovering over the grenade.
Yeah.
It's a really, really little optimization.
Yeah.
But it's one of those things that will save you so much time. Or is it the...
We get
Oh, I missed though. Not too bad. So yeah, that's the one thing about the... As much as we can control when we get the encounters and what encounters we get, we can't always control what they do.
Yeah, what happens in the encounter is actually based on a frame-dependent RNG. And that starts progressing basically as soon as you turn the console on.
Yeah, I think it's one of those things you'll never be able to control unless you're a robot.
Yeah, like the TAS can do it.
Yeah, of course. The TAS can do anything.
All right. Make sure to not become a living meme on the internet. Come on. And
I may have allegedly forgotten to buy batteries in my first run.
I think everyone's done it. Pretty sure everyone's done it at some point.
There's a song coming up here as well, another absolute banger.
Oh, yeah, so many of them.
Actually, is batteries 200 or 300 gil?
300.
I was doing a practice the other day and I just couldn't buy batteries. I think I had like 290 something and I was like, I give up and starting again.
Yeah, you probably missed a potion pickup.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
No mercy, by the way.
Because I leave the Sector 5 shop with 303 gil.
Yeah, very tight gil.
Yeah, and so when I buy the batteries, I have 3 gil remaining at this point. Okay, so this screen, because of that swinging arm at the top of it, there's actually a hard cap as to how fast you can go through it. And we watched this propeller spin for like 45 seconds, so if we've got any announcements, now's a good time.
We do have a $10 from Chokochi saying, please pop this towards the Time Crisis 3 challenge for character select. Alan, please. Excited for Sayo to quote all cutscenes verbatim. They would like me to yell this, but I don't want to. Alan, Wesley, Alicia.
Thank you, Chokochi. That's my sister. Yeah, so I'm running Time Crisis 3 at this event, not to self-promo during someone else's run. But yeah, the cutscenes in that game are deeply, deeply quotable. It's one of those games, and I've played it so much. It's such a short run too, and I'll just be sitting there like, aping out and just quoting the game, doing like 20 attempts back to back, and I'm just, Alan, Wesley, Alicia.
I should probably menu at some point.
Yes, you need to. Yeah, don't forget. But yeah, big fan of.
We do switch ATB into wait mode here. That's because everything coming up dies in one hit. So if you manage to get first turn, as soon as the menu opens, the ATB freezes, and
ATBs being the bars that determine a character's turn.
Neither your characters nor the enemy will progress towards their turn. So that means you can use the time in that menu to cue the grenade up, and you will get the first turn. Whereas if you keep it inactive, you can, because you're taking the time, even if it's, even with grenades where we just hold up circle, you can still lose that first turn to an animation from the enemy.
So, because like the sort of purpose of it all as well is like, even though you can't see them, the enemies have bars too.
Yes.
So yeah, ATB wait will, it's a really good way to as well. Like if you have a faster speed stat than the enemy, we'll go on to ATB waiting later, but you can sort of use it to actually take 2 turns for your enemy's 1. You can do a lot of interesting stuff with this mode. It's how most of the Final Fantasy ATB games are played. That's why I find this game in particular really interesting, because you use both.
Yeah.
Little stuff like that. I love it. Oh wow, you really did have 3 gil.
Yeah.
Oh my god. That hurts to see. Oh my goodness.
Well, we've been getting plenty here though.
Yeah.
So this is a bit of a switch in strategies that's happened in the last year or so. Runners have started taking the elevator over the stairs. Stairs were preferred for quite a while. There was a couple of reasons for it. One was that you get an elixir in the stairs when you go up, and when you go to Cosmo Canyon, that elixir is very helpful because it instantly kills the final boss in the
When you go to where, sorry?
Cosmo Canyon. You might not know it, but it's there. And 18th floor, lovely. Not really, this is a bad floor. But we don't need that elixir anymore, so now we prefer the...
Yeah,
so now we prefer the elevator, because even if you get a bad elevator, it's still roughly the same speed as stairs. And by bad elevator, I'm talking like 4 encounters. So if we manage to get less than that, then it's a pretty good elevator. There is a manipulation that has come out, and we get a grenade as well. Nice.
Yeah, so every time it clicks that button, it's going to move up a random amount between...
7 and 15 floors.
7 and 15. There, I knew that one. 7 and 15. So yeah, the manipulation that Diesel's referring to is there's a couple of floors where there's a manager, like a Shinra manager, who you won't get a battle like this. He'll just let you carry on. Saves a lot of time and a lot of grenades. Very, very tricky though.
Yes.
Like when I watch Morningcraft do it, he's got a physical metronome or something that's beeping.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Oh.
What was that? Is that a manager floor?
It is indeed.
Oh, speak of the devil. Maybe I'm creating the manip.
We call him Hito. That is not though. But that's a 3 encounter elevator.
Very clean.
Unless I get really, really unlucky on the next button.
Yeah, because you have to go to 59, correct?
Yep. And getting a good elevator is also very advantageous for Genova Birth later on, because
Very
Clad
nice.
will be a lower level.
We're out of elevator hell.
Yep. So yeah, 3-fight elevator. That's a very nice elevator.
Yeah. So here you want to land as close to this elevator as possible, because after this battle, steps go back to being live. Your step count, that is. So you saw Diesel take a slightly longer route, just to make sure that he gets right up against that elevator to save steps later on.
So when you destroy the red armor on these guys, it actually resets their ATV. So I'm not destroying them.
That's genius.
I'm not destroying them one by one to get less turns. I'm destroying their red armor first, so that I don't see any turns later on. I got a couple of turns first just because of bad RNG, but after that you can manipulate. Oh, there's a wall there.
Someone had a gamer rage moment. Sorry, everyone. Do you need one of your drinks, by the way? You getting a bit thirsty, mate?
Sorry?
Do you getting a bit thirsty? You need some water or something?
Yeah, if you could.
Yeah?
That water,
Yeah.
that'd be great. Okay. But I will ask for quiet on the floor, please, for this floor.
I like this cutscene as well.
Yeah. No,
Homie
this
is
floor.
snoozing.
I hate this floor.
Yeah, the mini game. Alright, I'll let you concentrate on this one.
We can take it safe here because it doesn't lose much time.
Very nice. That's still way faster than I do it. That was very clean. I remember in my casual playthrough, it gave me the mercy finish, where you get caught so many times that it just lets you pass.
Yeah. All right, so we just talked to this guy because if you don't say anything, he just gives you a key card.
Very good Shinra employee.
Yeah.
I know if I was at work and I went up to someone and asked if what they were doing here and they said nothing, I'd absolutely give them the key.
Okay, so I've got a riddle. Actually, I'll double check this just to make sure, because if I don't get the
We're
elemental,
at 104.20 on real time.
Cool. Okay, so what is the mayor?
He is the best.
Exactly.
Do you need that elemental materia?
Yes.
Oh, wow. Okay. Well, my saves are stuffed.
Yeah.
I gotta
That's
go back
one
and
of the
make those.
differences between any percent and no slots. Any percent does not need the elemental. This one does. And it's very important.
Yeah, so that was like a mini game. There's a lot of mini games in this FF7. There's a heap of like little mini games and puzzles like that.
Yeah.
What that mayor, he basically was like, look, I am the mayor, but only in name. They don't give me any control or anything, so I'm gonna rebel with you. Only if you can guess my password.
Yeah.
And you're supposed to go and examine all these books, but it's actually all just based on the in-game time.
Yeah.
Diesel double-checked the book just to make sure. But yeah, the code ended up being best, so he gave an elemental materia. I think if you take 2, you can just brute force it and take as many guesses as you want. But if you get it first try, he gives you elemental materia. Second try is an elixir.
Yep.
Third try, I don't remember off the top of my head.
I think it's an ether.
Yeah, and then I think after that, he's like calls you an idiot and
It's a potion,
tells you
I
to
think.
bugger off.
It's a potion and then nothing.
Yep.
Go.
This puzzle was always really weird to me.
Yeah. So if you always have to go to the same chest for the first one, but if you put it in that bottom right slot, it opens all the chests on the floor, and you can do them in whatever,
Okay.
You can do them in whatever order you like.
Clean.
But it doesn't even matter anyway because you have to go to each chest once, so it doesn't.
Yeah.
It doesn't save any time whatsoever. And last piece into the puzzle.
I think something opened up actually.
Yeah, quite a few times. Okay. But floor 66. We're going to go and eavesdrop on this meeting. Well, Shinra does have terrible security. That one was intentional.
That was a courtesy flush, yeah.
Flush the bad RNG away. I'm on 2 Bravers.
What are you looking for?
Oh, I'm just thinking how many Bravers I'm on. Still only on 2.
Yeah. So now, Diesel, why are you counting your bravers?
Well, if you know this game fairly well, you know if you use your Braver 8 times, you unlock Cross Slash. And Cross Slash is quite a useful move in some boss fights because it inflicts paralysis. And paralysis just freezes the enemy for 3 turns of their ATB, but it also does something else. It reduces their evasion to 0, so any physical attack type is guaranteed to hit.
Yep. Very, very useful against the bosses that it works on. I think it's not all bosses, right? You can't do it on all
No,
bosses.
you can't do it on all bosses.
Yeah, certain bosses in this game are... another thing that I love about JRPGs is like random bosses will just be susceptible to random like status elements. Like there's a boss later on that we'll see that you can poison it.
Yep.
Poison is usually a thing that only works on like regular enemies or only on like your own party.
Yeah, but there's 3 bosses in this run that we poison.
Unless your name's Diesel, and then
Yeah, and then you just run out of MP.
and then one of them will I think it eventually happened after like a .0005 or something.
Oh no, it's 0.77%.
That was nuts. That video was hilarious. So because I think poison is like a 48%.
Yeah, it's when it hits, there's a 48% chance for it to inflict poison, but if you want to be statistically honest, you also need to calculate the miss chance as well.
Right, gotcha.
Because magic attacks can miss depending
Yeah, that's
on
something
the
that I
stats.
think is only in this game that magic can whiff.
Yeah. It depends on the type of
8,
magic
8
though, as
and
well.
9 and 10, 10 2, I'm 99.99% sure that magic can't miss. I think in FF9, the only time magic will create a miss
It depends on the
tag.
spell. Like status ailment magics do tend to miss a lot.
Oh, yeah, that's actually a good point, yeah.
But the damaging spells
Damaging spells can't. yeah.
generally just always hit. Got a little bit stuck on the door frame.
Yeah, this game absolutely has a bunch of really, really lovely, unique stuff about it, even compared to other JRPGs.
Yeah. Please be. I was really hoping that would be on Cloud. Because I'd like to get another Braver in.
So now, you mentioned that you'll be using Cloud's Braver a lot to unlock the next limit. Will you be using Kate Sith's limit a lot to
We'll be using
unlock
his
the
first
second
one.
one?
We'll be using his first one. We will be using dice throughout the run. This is actually a great spot for an announcement or any donations.
I would just like to remind everyone that we do have various challenges going on throughout this event. The next one coming up is the Simpsons Hit and Run Homer 1 outfit that has Chosen One in the lead right now with $119, followed by Casual at $86 and Moo at $6.05.
How is
If you
Moo
would
not winning?
like-
Sorry.
I'm not sure. If you would like to put any of your donations towards these challenges, please let us know in your messages with your donations. If you would like to see what challenges are currently available, challenges.ausspeedruns.com or !challenges in the Twitch chat.
Moo not winning is a crime. I mean, I guess there's a way for me to fix that.
So we're introduced to two interesting characters. One we don't see a lot of, unfortunately, in this route. Red 13. But he's a good doggo. We also see Genova for the first time. And it's a little more subtle in the original. It's much more prevalent in the remake, but when Genova appears, things start getting... Well, there's a lot more blood around, that's for sure. But they do tend to ramp up in the storyline. But in the meantime, since Aerith has been kidnapped, now I'm going to call into question Hojo's scientific knowledge here. I'm not sure if he actually has a good knowledge of genetics, because I'm pretty sure these two can't breed. But he thinks they can.
He's like, they're endangered. Just do one of those. That works, right? Do you want me to go through ATV waiting while you do the boss, or can you do both? Are you a God gamer?
You can do it, yeah.
I mean, you are a God gamer, but
Yeah.
I just don't know how much you have to concentrate on ATV waiting in this game.
Yeah.
Thanks, name.
Okay.
This fight's pretty short, though. I'll do my best.
Alright. We'll take Tifa into this fight
Yep.
because...
Get us some more XP.
Yep.
Very nice. Very nice. That was clean as. So in this fight, what you'll see Diesel doing is he'll be holding open the menu. This is what we're talking about with ATB waiting. So he's going to toss the grenade and then hover in this menu to make sure that the ATBs aren't progressing. That includes both our party and the enemy characters. So what this effectively means is that, you know, while they're hopping out and throwing that grenade, typically the bars will be filling up. But because we're hovering that menu, nobody is getting, basically either everyone's getting bar or nobody is getting bar. So it kind of puts every character on the field at an even sort of playing level. Again, in some cases, this can net you multiple turns for every boss's turn, or every turn that the boss gets. But yeah, in this case, it allows us to basically make sure that we're getting the most turns that we can. So Yeah, again, while they're in those animations, basically they would only be gaining bar when everyone's gaining bar. That's probably the easiest way to explain it. Everyone's gaining their ATB bar, or nobody is. So it kind of sets like an even playing field in that regard. And yeah, if you were to do that fight on active ATB, it'd be way harder.
Yeah, and longer.
Yeah, longer too. And he also saved a decent amount of grenades as well.
Yeah, I did use fire once just so I didn't have to use a grenade.
Yeah, I hope it did okay at sort of explaining the concept of ATB waiting.
That was good.
Enemy skill materia, another one of the GOAT materials for the speedrun.
Yeah. So we're going to put ATB back into active. You generally see when we're in a section with random encounters that we do put it back into active as well, because you get more, you are constantly getting checks for your escapes when you're trying to run away.
Yeah.
Now in this context we have a preemptive. When you get a preemptive, you're guaranteed an immediate escape.
Basically, if it was to be still on wait, if the enemy does like a spell or something, then the game won't even let you try and escape during that whole thing. And some enemies in this game actually has a lot of really weird, wacky enemies with a lot of really long...
Yeah.
This game's actually kind of weird in that sense. Like, a lot of the enemies are... Like, there's a bloke who's floating on a spinning playing card. And he, like, throws the cards out at you, right? And they, like, swing in from the sides. It takes so long.
There's even 2 versions of that enemy.
I'm glad you know what I'm talking about. I thought I explained it like a...
Yeah, no, moron. Like the one you're thinking of is probably around the Gold Saucer area.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, there's also...
I'll point him out if I see
him.
There's
a reskin version of that enemy that's in Northern Cave, rather.
And like even the house that the roof pops off and it shoots missiles at you out the roof. Like this game has so many weird enemies, almost like Earthbound style.
I hope I'm not spoiling this for you, but that was the best thing about Remake. Everyone before Remake Part 1 came out was saying they're not going to put Hell House into the game.
They did?
It's too insane.
Awesome.
I will tell you they put Hell House into the game. As
someone who is colorblind, I hard disagree.
I will say there is Hell House in the game. I will not say any more because that would be spoiled.
Okay. I look forward to it. Actually, very important question. Who's the best member of the Turks?
Who's the best member of?
Of the Turks.
Of the Turks?
Rude?
Yeah.
I'm a Reno.
I don't know the
I'm a Reno man myself.
Turks, so I'll say Rude.
I do like. I think her name's Elaine.
Rude.
I think her name's Elaine, the blonde one, just because she accidentally doxes like their whole plan. I think in like disc 2, she just accidentally tells the party like exactly what they're planning to do. I think Sang slaps her. There's a lot of slapping in this game, actually. Some of it from the music, because the music certainly slaps.
Okay, so you have 3 options for conversation here, but you only actually need to talk to Aerith in order to progress the game. It's always a bit frustrating when you accidentally don't hit Aerith in the dialogue option though, because it's like it's a big time loss.
Yeah, I think the Barrett conversation is because when we're talking about who's faster to take on the date night.
Yeah, Barrett is the fastest date, but the amount of setup that it takes is ridiculous.
Yeah, and a lot of the stuff that you need to get him to be your date for that night, we skip it anyway. So I was talking with J-Rod and a couple other people for the no major skips category particularly, how viable it is to take Barrett to save that minute or so on the date. It's something that you can do, but basically we're thinking that even if you do all of it, you may only save 5 to 10 seconds. Yeah. So it's, that still is 5 to 10 seconds, but a lot of it is dialogue options, and if you miss one, then you've committed all that time to just go and then get Aerith or Tifa or something.
Yeah, I doubt it would even be faster.
Yeah, it's something interesting. I'd be interested in looking into it, but I'm too lazy to put in the work, so I'll let someone else do it.
With any percent, because there's so many sequence breaks, you miss a lot of the opportunities to increase their affection score.
We'll go into the date later, I guess. But
I wonder if I get this skip. There is a skip you can get here, but it only saves about 5 seconds. No, I didn't get it. It only saves about 5 seconds. You can like kind of glitch talking to Barrett here and just cut off.
is that like a paralysis?
Yeah.
What's it called?
It's kind of weird. I'm not actually sure how it works. I think you kind of like hit Barrett and talk to him at the same time or something.
Ooh, spooky.
Yes. Also, there's a lot of jam on the floor.
Yeah, I'm actually like really scared right now. I'm sorry.
So I'll pick up the poison now. I'm picking up the poison now just because it's in a slightly better... It puts it in a slightly better position in the materia menu if you pick it up late.
Because, yeah, you could have picked it up like 3 times by now, but...
Yeah, there's 3 opportunities to pick it up, but it's best to pick it up on the last with the menu that I do.
Yeah, little stuff like that is... they're optimizations. So you'll notice as well, when Diesel's running away, he'll change rows with his party members. It's got a little bit of an animation. It's not a huge animation, but in some cases enough to just give you enough time to get that escape, the numbers for an escape to line up and let your party escape.
Yeah, you do have to be careful sometimes because when you get to the later parts of the run, you can accidentally end up killing one of your party members.
Oh, by changing?
Yeah.
That's funny.
Matt Nibble's pretty bad for that.
That's one thing I kind of like about FF9, that running away is so useless that you just don't bother. You just wait and flee.
Yeah.
It's like, screw this. Running stops being an option after like disc 1.
In Final Fantasy VIII, though, you can actually leave them. You can open the menu.
Yeah.
So that the ATB freezes, but you can still do those encounter
Yeah.
checks.
So one of the boys, Tinkos, big shout out to Tinkos. He's not a speedrunner, but I swear to God, this guy knows more about Final Fantasy speedrunning than me, because he's just like a king of lurking.
Yeah.
And he does a lot of the challenge modes, so the FF7 Ragnarok mod and the a new threat or whatever, and FF8 Ragnarok or whatever. And he was like, thank God that I know or have watched your speedruns, because otherwise I would have died to so many random encounters, because he would just go to the item menu and run. So it's so funny.
Yeah. So storyline wise, President Shinra is dead. He's being found impaled with Sephiroth's sword, which is kind of a big question, because where did Sephiroth's sword come from, etc., etc. We'll ignore that. And so now they say Shinra is a company, but I'm pretty sure it's a monarchy, because the person taking over for this company is Shinra's son, Rufus. And you have the board of directors like Heidegger and Scarlet and Palmer and Reeve, who are basically the advisors. And there's only one entity in control of everything.
Yeah, Heidegger seemed more like a 2IC than... Yeah, maybe it is a bit of a dynasty.
He's basically the head of military.
I will say in the remake they do refer to Rufus as vice president.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, they refer to vice president, but
there might have been like a throwaway line in the game or something like that.
Functionally, Shinra acts like a monarchy.
Yeah. I mean, it's not the worst thing they've done.
True.
They did drop a plate.
Yeah, they killed
killed
so many innocent people and didn't even get half the guys that they were targeting.
To kill 7 people?
Yep. A whole 1/8 of the town.
I'll move Barrett to the front.
So this is just another grenade boss fight. Oh yeah, that's another a byproduct of that skip from earlier, the guard skip where you wiggled between the 2 guards. We didn't get a chance to rename Aerith.
Yeah, so those of you who argue whether or not it should be Aerith or Eris,
there's your proof.
Because when we skip naming Eris, it goes to Aerith. Why? Don't know. But it's pretty funny. Alright, so I've got Barrett's Limit. I can use it now, but it's actually better to save it.
Because of the priority?
Not quite. The next enemy that I fight in this, because there are 2 bosses in this fight.
Yep. The second phase.
You can... the second enemy has 2 phases, and if you can push him into the second phase earlier than what you would if you were just throwing grenades, it's a bit faster because the animations are shorter on his end.
Gotcha, gotcha.
So now I'm going to queue up the big shot, and assuming he doesn't put anyone to sleep, and he's targeting Barrett. Okay, good.
Oh, thank goodness.
There is still one more chance that he can put someone to sleep, though.
In a practice run, my whole party got put to sleep here.
Yeah.
He just took them out one by one, and they all had a snooze.
That is painful on a PB attempt because you just watch time.
I was just praying that he would shoot one of them and they would wake up and I'd be able to actually like do something now. Yeah. I think he ended up hitting Aerith too, which is just...
After Aerith's grenade, he's going to go into his second phase, and so if we didn't get the big shot off earlier, he would still be in his first phase, and he goes into the flying drill, which is much faster animation than his other attacks.
Oh, very nice.
And 18 grenades, I've got plenty, which is good. So we go from this fight straight into Rufus. Now Rufus, I'm taking this safe and putting Cloud in the back row because Rufus does have a tendency to crit, and he does 50 damage normally. That goes up to 100 with a crit.
Jesus.
So with if Cloud is in the front row, so I'm putting him in the back row for marathon safety.
Is it would be faster to do that just in the battle, hey? Rather than go to the menu?
Yeah, it's faster to put Cloud in the back row after sample. See, there's a crit there.
Damn.
God.
Damn. So he under damaged by on Dark Nation by
bolt.
that must
This
have been like
is
3
concerning.
damage.
Oop. Better finish that.
Very nice.
And one more grenade. That's Rufus. Unfortunately, there is a slight chance that you can roll 139 or 138, but that's even rarer. More rare? Dark Nation has 140 HP.
Dark Nation being the dog
Yes.
to the side, yeah.
So normally I'll do a menu here, but I'm actually going to do it later.
Risky.
Because Motorball is also 99% of the time he's fine, but if he starts landing crits with his arm attacks, things can get hairy. So I'm going to leave that menu so that I can put everyone into the front row.
Oh, right. Yeah. I see what you mean, yep.
And when you start the Motorball fight, it's actually a back attack, so everyone's rows get reversed.
Yeah, it's scripted to be it, but that's what I did casually as well.
Yeah.
I put everyone in the back row, so when I get the preemptor or the pre-planned back attack, it put me in the front row, and I was like, aha, I've outsmarted you. And then I died.
All right. But for those of you in Twitch chat, let's see your jams.
This is rude. Didn't have to smash the glass. One thing I love about this minigame is based on the damage that you take in this minigame, that actually determines your like health going into Motorball.
Yeah.
Like you actually take real damage from this, which is kind of funny.
Yeah.
Yeah, this game has a ton of minigames. Like FF8 has your card game and your
And it has
the
others,
Red
but
Dragon
they're generally
thing.
pretty bad.
Yeah, and the what is it? The one where you're fighting on the parachute or whatever. And like FF9's got your stupid card game, and red light, green light. But this has like 6 or 7 mini games. This one, This being the first major one.
Yeah. So I put Restore, Ice Bolt, and Poison on. And onto Cloud and put everyone into the row, like I said before. I'm going to leave this bike to hit Tifa and Barrett a little bit because I want Cloud to get attacked in the fight with Motorball. The way Motorball works is his first 2 attacks, called Arm Attack, they always target the character with the highest current HP in the party. And I want those attacks to go on Cloud so he can start getting closer towards his Braver.
So there's bikes as well. You've got the orange ones that will just go really aggro and try and hit the car as much as possible. And then the red ones are cowards, and they will stay back as long as Cloud is swinging. So ideally, you want to try and get 3 red bikes on screen, and then just keep swinging, and they'll be too scared to do anything about it.
Although, that said, it's really just a matter of comfort because this section of road is completely scripted. It's always the same amount of time. It's just nice to be able to sit there and hold circle.
Nothing will happen. Until Motorball actually rocks up.
Yeah. But you don't do anything with him anyway.
Yeah, we don't know about Motorball yet. Is there like an enemy that's going to come up or something?
Sorry?
Is there like some kind of enemy that's going to come up, or?
Yeah.
Perhaps like some kind of motorized sphere.
Yeah, like Motorball does show up at the end of the minigame. But you can't damage him. He can damage Cloud, though, if you collide with him.
Oh, right. I actually didn't know that about the driving section.
Yeah. He's on screen for so little time, you can only do like 5 HP of damage to Cloud.
Right.
That's him there.
There he is.
Okay, so 3 Bravers, but I've got a low level Cloud for Genova, so as long as Genova doesn't completely troll me, I should be okay.
Name bat. Actually, Barrett's got the highest health there.
Yeah, Barrett usually has the highest HP.
Ah, okay.
Okay, and it is also variable as to whether or not he does 1 or 2 arm attacks per turn.
Right.
So there's a 50% chance that he does it twice. There we go. I'm going to get 1 there. 220 is the first, 224.
Nice roll on the bolt.
Yeah, I'm going to do an ice. It is possible to do too much damage the way this fight works.
Yep.
Because there is a script when he drops below a certain amount of HP that you actually reset his turns. We want to do that in a very specific point in the fight though, because we end up not getting an advantage if we do it too early. Yeah, I definitely needed to do that ice. Alright. So now we just sit here and wait.
Seven grenades
And
as well.
now that's enough time.
Very clean.
Yeah. It will take both grenades to kill him though with that ice. No reason not to. There we go.
Yep. Nice backup.
133 flat, so I'm looking at 133.43.
I'll get this ready for you.
Thanks.
It's for your
For the Motorball time, so it's these pages.
Yep.
I'm looking for times about 133.45.
133.52.
133.50. What's that?
Left 0, menu 1.
Yeah, hopefully I can make that.
Right. If not, then it's
Yeah. Just pop the page there.
Oh yeah, sorry.
That'll be easier.
There you are.
Thank you.
So Diesel's got his paper notes. A lot of JRPG runners were cheaters with laptops and notes and Twitch chat.
Yep. So we're going to do another one of those paralysis dodge skips. This time by talking with Barrett. And we've got...
Very nice.
And do a heal up as well. And I almost forgot. I wonder if that counted.
So yeah, basically that skipped the deciding whether we should go and pursue this adventure to save the planet or select the party and everything. It skipped a lot of stuff.
Yeah, got it. Sweet. So now step count isn't live on world map, but there is a controllable mechanic for the RNG. It's mostly based on what the in-game time is when you load the world map, and then after that it's based on your movement. So we have some setups where we can minimize the number of random encounters that we get. Where here I should be getting one random encounter between Midgar and the Chocobo farm.
Yep. So
Normally
typically we'd go to Calm, but we're skipping Calm.
Normally you would get 2 or 3 if you just didn't do...
Yeah, if you just YOLO'd it.
But yeah, we're not going to Calm because it's long, it's boring, everyone talks too much, and Cloud's version of what happened at Nibelheim is, quite frankly, fake news. So I'm going to go pet the Chocobos.
I think the Calm skip saves somewhere like 12 or 14 minutes. So what we're effectively going to do with this while Diesel sets all this up is, while Cloud was running around on the overworld just then, the game will basically allow him to walk anywhere in a range of 6 triangles. So the world map is divided up into like about 200 squares, each with a couple hundred triangles. And Cloud will be able to walk anywhere within about 6 or 7 of them. However, when he gets on the Chocobo, the game actually stops tracking where he last was. So what we're going to basically do is, because out of those 100 or so areas that the game will load at any one time, it'll only load 30 or 32 of them. So we're going to get a Chocobo, we're going to put Cloud in a very specific spot near the Mithril Mine, and then we're going to basically deload that from the map and load it back in a specific position. And then that basically will let Cloud walk a little bit through the mountain. And then we're going to put some more triangles down on the other side of the mountain, get back on the Chocobo, deload him again, come back in. And what we've effectively built by doing this is a bridge straight through the Mithril Mine without leaving the overworld. You do have to watch out for the Midgar Zolom.
Before we do all that, though, we do have to go into...
Yep, so we do have to... Yeah, this is where we first plant Cloud. So what we've done there is we've set down a bunch of triangles there that the game will let Cloud move in.
Yeah. But we do have to go into the cave.
Yeah, I've given a very, very basic version. Carl Jobst, Ace Zephyr, and a couple other people have really, really good videos that go far more detail. The problem is the skip is so fast, but the explanation and the history of the skip is so long, you really don't have time to go through all the detail that's actually like put into it. So we've got another force encounter here, very nice.
We're also forcing an encounter in this specific spot because we have another preemptive setup coming up.
Yes.
Come on. Bit of a long fight there.
I'm going up here to grab long range. Yep. Which basically negates the negative effects of the back row while keeping the positive effects. So less physical damage, but you still deal the same damage with your own physical attacks. Alright, so now Diesel's going to jump back on that Chocobo.
Yeah. Before I do that though, we are going to save.
Yes, we are going to save. Because this is a very, very temperamental skip.
Yes.
It's a very precise skip. So yeah, little things can go wrong. If you happen to get a random encounter or a like overworld encounter while you're walking through the mountain, goodbye run. So yeah, we've planted those triangles for Cloud. Now we're going to Yeah, he's moving around to put that area out of range. And then we're loading it back in now.
Whoa.
Careful. Yeah, sorry. We're loading it back in now in sort of specific spots in the game's memory. So now you'll see, he gets up, it looks a little funky. And we're going to walk about halfway through this mountain. And bonk, bonk down is good. And so now we've put some triangles on the other side of that mountain now. But there's not quite enough for us to actually like walk fully through the mountain yet. That Zolom is making me mad nervous, by the way.
Yeah, no, it's fine now.
Okay. And now I've done correctly.
It's done correctly.
Straight through the mountain. Very nicely done.
Okay, now we're fine.
Very nicely done. Yeah, that is a very, very tough skip. And truly like a marvel of the community as well. It's got a really great story behind it, that skip.
It took a long time to figure out what
Like,
was going
honestly,
on.
the way that it was found by Kuma.
Yeah.
Yeah. Kuma was like the main player in finding that skip. Again, Carl Jobst and Ace Zephyr are the two videos that come to mind that are just like fantastic at explaining the history and the more technical aspects of it. But that's truly a marvel of one, how broken this game is, and two, yeah, just like it's a great story behind it. And also it saves 14 minutes, so... I remember the day that skip was like made to be really consistent. I think J-Rod did a any % slots run and just like one shot at the world record.
Yeah,
just in one go, just got it.
Yeah, I did. I just did like I didn't do any routing or anything when I first attempted it, and I got like the first attempt I did with Calm Skip, I actually got it, and that was an older version. It wasn't the version you saw now. It's a lot more inconsistent because in the old version you had to actually get into an encounter with Midgar Zolom, and that's kind of scary on its own.
Yeah, and because the Zolom could just kill you too.
Yeah.
So yeah, super interesting skip, and also like again a really great story of how it sort of came to be. Definitely look up Ace Zephyr and Carl Jobst's videos if you want like a more detailed explanation than what I gave. Because yeah, I tried to give a really straightforward version of what happened, but there's a lot more going on. It's a fantastic skip.
Yeah. I will do a save again before Bottom's Law because
Yes, because this boss is a bit of a see you next Tuesday. This is the boss that I'm practicing at the moment that I'm like really trying to perfect because, yeah, I hate it. This is one of those bosses that you can poison as well, which is good and bad.
Yeah, it's good in the sense that it creates a nice way to kill him. Unfortunately, that's a coin flip.
It just doesn't always work.
We also buy some potions and top up our grenades as well.
Yes,
we're going to need
absolutely.
potions later on in the run for several reasons. Obviously, they're healing, but we're not always healing ourselves.
So yeah, basically the main sort of logic order is Cloud's going to throw out these bios, Barrett and Tifa are going to toss grenades. We're going to try and poison them as quick as possible, ideally within the first 4 casts of bio, and a first try. Very nice, very nice.
Right,
so this is
we got first try.
Pretty much setting up the ideal fight right now.
Yeah. Because we got first try, we're going to have everyone throwing grenades for this round.
Yep.
And I'm going to queue up Barrett's big shot on top of this.
He's got this move where he basically puts one of your party members in a bubble and they're just having their life drained and they can't act. So this is actually a fight that you want to take kind of slow because as he's doing it, you can defend with them, with that party member, and they'll take a little bit less damage, which just increases their likelihood of surviving.
Yeah, we're going to push him into his second phase of attacks with this, but also with that poison adding up over time.
Yep, and there's Cloud getting bubbled.
Yep. And this should be fine. He will only use Tidal Wave once, which will be his death.
Yeah, when he dies.
And dead. Sweet.
That should be it. Very nice. At least the party member in the bubble doesn't take damage. Oh, never mind.
No, they do take damage. That's why you defend with them
That's fake news.
before they get bubbled. So they only take half damage.
I
from
must
the
have just
tidal
been getting
wave.
really lucky because it usually misses when I
Yeah,
just thought it was a byproduct
it's
of
not
the
a
bubble.
very high miss rate.
Okay.
Yeah.
That was fake news from me, sorry.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now we get our most exciting mini game ever.
Oh, yes. Any of you spent $300 on those gamer chairs at home, mate, you've wasted your money because for this this mini game, you'll just be using the edge. I'm sorry. Alright, so we're going to perform CPR.
So it requires 41 points of breath, so we can just do 1 breath to start off with, and then 4 lots of 10. There's not much to say about this, it's pretty slow.
This also should go without saying, but do not use this game as a guide on how to perform CPR in real life. It doesn't work like this.
This is not very
It does. It
accurate.
takes a little more than just 41 breaths in someone's mouth to resuscitate them if they've been attacked by a giant fish.
Also, chest compressions, chest compressions, chest compressions.
Yes, yeah. Just find someone who's got like a first aid certificate or something, maybe a doctor or... There is actually a frame perfect trick in this to get an 11th breath.
There is, yeah.
It doesn't save a huge amount of time compared to what you lose if you muck it up.
Yeah.
So it's typically not worth it.
If you miss it, I mean, if you do it too early, you only do 10 breaths. If you do it too late, the bar completely depletes.
And Cloud shakes his head like that, and
Yeah.
you have to start all over
And
again.
you have to start the whole breath all over
So
again.
yeah, it's one of those like we don't need to do that yet. It's going to be a long time before runners are forced to go for the 11th breath to save time.
Yeah.
We saved her though. Oh my god,
Yep, it
Priscilla,
worked
she's saved.
somehow.
Yeah.
We probably hemorrhaged her lungs, but it worked.
Hemorrhaged her lungs. Oh, poor girl. And then she has the gold to reward us for it later with a Shiva materia. Hey, thanks for irreversible damage to my lungs. Here's the Queen of Ice. Oh my goodness. So yeah, another favor that we get for saving Priscilla is her grandma, I believe. Lets us rest.
Yeah. And we get some dialogue between Cloud and a voice. We actually skipped the first time this happens because of guard skip. But this voice, for the longest time, I thought it was Zach.
Is it not?
No. It's Cloud. It's Cloud's inner voice.
Oh, okay.
It's his actual,
Ooh.
like, accurate form of himself.
Oh, wow.
Without giving out too much story.
That's crazy.
You can actually soft lock on these steps if you actually run into a very specific spot.
Oh, really?
I've never done it, but I always take a wide line to the right.
Yeah.
Because it's on the, like that inside left corner.
No, I do the same thing with like that the FF9 dialogue where Steiner nods his head.
Yep.
I take so long to do that. I will gladly give up 2-3 seconds if it means that I don't even risk it.
At least that's the only soft lock in the game. I think.
I think on Black Label there's one more.
Okay.
And then there's also some like uncontrollable battle soft locks
Okay.
on the Black Label copy.
Yep.
So you pretty much have to run on Greatest Hits. This game has no difference, does it? For Greatest Hits and Black Label?
No.
Yeah.
No, not for the US versions. The only version differences is between Japanese 1.0 and Japanese International.
Yeah.
The International is basically the American version, just in Japanese.
Yeah. It's funny, if you look at the back of the box, they have all these, like, all the stuff that we would see in this version of the game as, like, a given, like, just standard features. They're like, this is an amazing version. It's updated with new this and new that and new that. It's like, no, that's not new. That's how it should be. Yeah, Japanese 1.0. I could talk about Japanese 1.0 differences all day. I find it so fascinating. It's got a completely different step count. There's way more encounters.
Yeah. Bosses are different.
Yeah. There's actually a lot of dialogue differences too.
Really?
Yeah, so the game was actually like, it blows my mind with like how basically, because all the changes between Japanese 1.0 and Japanese International is like strictly better.
Okay.
It blows my mind that like people enjoyed 1.0 considering like all the stuff that they missed out on.
But we're in Jhelum now.
Yes.
We rode a dolphin to climb a highly electrically charged pillar to sneak to the top floor.
Yep.
We could have paid the guard 10 gil apparently, but no, we're not going to do that.
No, of course not. I mean, you only had 3 gil before. We're tight on gil as it is.
True.
I'm going to go and play some FF9 in a bit.
Alright. So, for some inexplicable reason, this Shinra captain thinks that Cloud is in Shinra. Don't know why I'd think that, considering he's wearing an ex-soldier uniform still. A soldier uniform still. So he gets dressed into his military, and we're going to do 2 mini games pretty much back to back. The first is marching, which is horribly explained.
Yeah, I biffed that casually so bad. Basically, there's going to be like a bunch of we end up being late for the march because of what we're doing here, and then we have to basically sneak in and integrate our walk cycle to match those that are walking around us. And based on how well you do it, the TV ratings will improve, and you get a reward based on that. Does your route work with 6 ethers?
Yes.
Okay.
I just have to buy some. I just have to reduce my shops a little bit.
Yeah. So the pretty much the 2 rewards that you need to get, one of the 2 rewards, if you get 41 to 50% ratings, you'll get 6 ethers. 51% and above, you'll get 5,000 gil.
Yeah. This is a bit of a random question.
Sure.
Have you ever noticed that like guys that buy big guns, they might be compensating for something?
Not at all. I have several large guns.
Oh.
No, carry on. I have 2 guns right here. Actually, there's one. I got one.
Oh.
Thank God they put us on this time slot.
That was atrocious movement on that screen, but I still managed.
Yeah, so there you can see the TV ratings down there. Pretty much anything less than 41%, I think the reward is like a potion.
It's a grenade.
Thank God, we don't have enough. So you pretty much need to get at least 41.
Yeah. Getting 41 is fairly...
Yeah.
It's basically guaranteed.
So basically we want to slip into that back left slot when the guy goes charge.
Yeah. And I've got a very good rating. So this will be a cinch.
Can I sneak in?
Yeah, there we go. And runs fine. Oh, look at him go. Ah, very nice. Very nice. So yeah, 5,000 gil for that.
You can go ahead now.
We have a $10 from Chokochi again, saying, very nice, calm skip. Keep up the great work, Diesel. Let's go.
Very nice. She's right there, by the way.
Hello.
I kind of figured. The audience needs to know as well.
Yeah,
The
that's
one
my
who-
sister. Speaking of Final Fantasy runs, she'll be doing 10-2 JP.
Yes.
Which is another game where I could talk about the differences between JP and NA all day. Super interesting, that game. That's at 12:30 tomorrow night. Check the schedule. Exclamation point schedule or something, I believe it is.
Yeah, if you check the schedule, it's a Horaro, so it'll display it in your time zone as well, which is nice and convenient.
Yeah, so it'll put it in your local time. Basically, it's it would have been about an hour before Diesel's run started in 2 days. For the most complicated way to bring it up. Oh, is this where we play Final Fantasy IX?
Sorry?
Are we about to play Final Fantasy IX Nobles?
Oh, yay. Nobles is actually harder.
Nobles is actually hard, you're right. So yeah, basically, it's just DDR in it.
Yeah, basically.
Does this ever have like the same string of inputs or something?
Yeah, it's always the
Because this
same.
looks... Oh, it's always the same.
Oh, this section is the actual...
Ah,
minigame
okay,
isn't it?
gotcha. I was
No.
going to say, because I was like, that looks oddly familiar to what I had in my practice.
Yeah.
Oh, you don't have to do it?
Yeah,
That's
it's literally
legendary.
just circle, triangle, square, X, left, right.
Yeah.
Oh my...
Oh! No, Diesel, you didn't understand it yet. You clearly hadn't understood it yet. Thank God they're explaining it to us again.
I'm having too much fun. I'm not concentrating. Let's try that again. Yay!
Ah, got it. Tutorial skip. Third tutorial skip.
Double train, double dance, dance revolution.
Hell yeah. I do like this shot. It's very cinematic with Rude walking
Yeah.
towards the thing. This is nice.
Alright. So before we go to the cargo ship, we do need to make a couple of stops. One is
Yes,
to do
this
a
is
shop.
another one that killed one of my practice runs because I
Yeah.
forgot to shop and got to the cargo ship. Mate, look at him go. You'd almost think he's a speedrunner.
And I've had runs die to this before as well, forgetting to pick up the enemy skill down in the basement here.
Oh, that's where it is.
Yep.
Nice. A lot of the practice that I've done is off the save states that you sent me. So
yeah.
some of this stuff, like I'm not 100% on.
Yeah.
I know what to do when I get from point A to point B, but getting from point A to point B is not always, I don't always know how to do it.
Yeah, but that's done. We do need to make sure we get at least 100 points in this
Yes,
minigame.
yeah. So yeah,
Because-
much like the TV ratings, there's rewards based on how well you do in this next minigame too. I wonder, that sailor looks oddly familiar, by the way.
Nah, you're imagining.
I might be crazy or something. I'm hallucinating.
Yes. But yeah, with 100 points we get the Force Stealer, and that's a nice damage boost with Cloud.
Yep. Alright, it's time to impress Queen Rufus, sorry. Man, you get like a year and a half to do these.
I told you it's easier.
I could like go and make some tea and then come back and hit the button after he tells me what it is.
Okay.
My God.
We've got our 100 points. You can't lose points in
You
this.
can't lose points?
No, you can't lose points.
Why isn't Nobles like this?
But you can stack overflow the President's mood gauge. It maxes at 255, so if you get 260 points, it goes to 4.
That's awesome. I'm a huge fan
And then you
of
get
that.
nothing.
You lose, you get nothing. Good day, sir.
Yep. The number of instructions is also random.
Oh, really?
Yep. And this actually...
Okay,
appears to be-
maybe Nobles is not so bad then.
Yeah. This one actually looked pretty bad. And this is a thing that bugs me with other runners. They don't stand at ease, because you can stand in different positions.
Yeah. No, it reminds me of little stuff like the... Again, FF9 is pretty much most of what I'm going to reference for these. But when you get on the ship with Vivi, when you first meet the Black Mages, and when he's down the end, he has 3 positions he can load into, and he'll either walk or run back to the party, and he'll sometimes be right down the back of that corridor and walk, and you're just screaming, run! Come on!
Yeah, the other two don't cause much time loss, but
that
walk is
one, like
really
when you
bad.
see him down the back of the hallway, you're like, please run, please, I'm begging you. I will go and pick you up by the head and bring you back over. I'll go and do it myself. So you did get the force stealer, very nice.
Yes. And so we've been dismissed, but we haven't left, so naturally the captain is quite peeved at that. And he's telling us that we have to do chores, so no. This is a good opportunity for any announcements or donos as well.
Just like to let everyone know that we are being sponsored by HyperX. They are our major sponsor for this event, and it is terrific to have them on board to support the Game on Cancer initiative. HyperX makes fantastic headsets, microphones, keyboards, mice, and plenty more products. So no matter what you play, if you're into gaming, they have something for you. I am currently using their headset and mic that they have lended us, and they are fantastic products. On a side note, I would also like to shout out this game's soundtrack. Absolutely amazing, can never be overstated.
Absolute pounders.
Oh, there we go. Alright, so we actually go upstairs. We need to talk to Tifa and Red.
What do you mean? I thought we were talking to Shinra soldiers.
Nope, they're in disguise. I know it's hard to tell with Red.
I was just about to say his disguise is amazing.
The reason you come up here first is because you have to talk to these two before Aerith's second dialogue unlocks. And only until you talk to Aerith the second time can you progress the story further. So we just go upstairs.
Did you grab
first.
the materia?
I don't grab all of them.
You don't get it? Okay.
No.
That's another thing I love about these games. Like, no two routes are the same in a lot of instances. Like, two runners may play the game, like, completely differently.
So now this guard is out of the way, and we can talk to Barrett.
Oh, I knew I recognized
And he's
him.
contemplating committing a double homicide at this point.
I mean, isn't Barrett doing that 24/7?
Pretty much.
He's so cute. in
The
that little
number is
sailor-
variable, but yes.
He looks so cute in his little sailor uniform. I love him.
Oh, I was meant to save there. Whoops.
I just want to pinch his cheeks.
Alright, so we're going to take Tifa and Red into Genova. Mostly, well, we want Tifa to earn XP as well, but they also have the fastest throwing animations.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Very nice. Did
not
not know there
all
was a
characters
difference.
throw at the same rate.
I'm going to tag out for a bit. You handle this boss fight. I believe in you.
Yeah, no worries. Alright, so save is done. We're going to finish up our preemptive setup as well once we load into the next screen. And go down, 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 and that's it. And assuming I did everything right, once we start this fight, Genova will be looking the wrong way. And this fight is going to start pretty much the same way as what we did with Apps. We're going to queue up 3 grenades to take advantage of the instant ATB that we get, and then we'll queue up Braver, and that Braver will also do the double damage from the back attack bonus as well, because even though it does appear that back attack is cancelled by throwing the first grenade, it doesn't actually count because it's not a physical attack type, it's a physical item type, and that doesn't proc the double damage. I didn't menu. This is going to be interesting. So this fight's going horribly. Actually. Whoops.
How'd you go, Turbo?
I forgot to menu.
Didn't you save?
I did, but I won't be able to get preemptive if I reload the save, so I'm going to see how this goes. No, I could get preemptive.
Is it gonna like muck you up later in the run though?
I could actually get preemptive. It's just whether or not I get an encounter or not.
I'm sorry that I wasn't here to remind you. It's all my fault.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll take the risk, see if I get a...
Clutch Grenade himself?
I'm going to try and reload the save. I can't soft reset inside a battle.
Ah, right. Gotcha.
So
Gotcha.
I got to kill myself. So let's try that again.
Yep. It happens. This is everyone's lost a run to forgetting to menu at some point.
Ooh, yeah. Alright.
Right, very nice.
Okay.
Yeah, there's very little that we have to do again, actually. It's not bad. Hey, don't forget to menu, by the way.
Yeah. Alright. But the problem is, by reloading the save, I have a higher danger level here. But if I don't get an encounter before I'm supposed to, which is looking good, I can keep step count.
Good. You should be fine. You'll be fine. I believe in you.
So I actually equipped the Force Stealer this time.
Yes.
Instead of keeping the Braver, the Buster Sword. I also put Cloud into Fury mode, which means he's going to earn triple the amount of limit
Nice
when he gets attacked. And characters in Sadness are going to take 30% less damage.
Ooh, very nice.
680. He's got a good strength stat.
Man, the way the levels in this game work now are reminding me of like Pokemon. You ever watch like Pokemon speedruns and they'll just like reset over and over for like a good starter? Just because the stats are like really random.
Yeah.
I got so much respect for Pokemon runners. Like that game looks like hell.
I guess that Cloud is level 12 here. Yeah.
That's sort of the like double-edged sword of being able to control so much of your game
Yeah.
that like you start having to. That sometimes I like that about FF9. Nothing's in your control.
Yeah.
It's like, well,
Well, let's see what happens here.
that's just how it is.
Okay, I'm keeping Cloud at the front so I can keep taking advantage of that limit priority.
Yep.
And I am also going to have Cloud heal here because if he gets attacked, which he does,
Oh yeah,
he's getting a bit low.
Oh no, barely missed out on his limit.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think Cloud is level 12 here, so one hit isn't enough for him to earn his limit.
Yeah. I also, that's another like great thing about this game. I'm going to say that phrase heaps, just because there's so much that I appreciate about this game, having not really run it a huge amount myself. I feel like that meme of Squidward looking out of the window, looking at everyone like having fun, and I'm there playing FF9. There's just a lot about this run that I find really, really interesting. One of those things is like intentionally inflicting some of these what would be seen as sometimes negative statuses on yourself.
Yeah, the downside to Fury is that you have reduced physical accuracy,
Yeah.
but that doesn't really negatively affect us.
Especially with grenades, right? Because they can't miss.
No, and the downside to Sadness is that you earn less towards your limit break, but that's usually also better as well because I keep going to Split. I had a muscle memory. But that's also better because sometimes it's better to just have access to their physical attack instead of their limit.
Yeah, because that's the only downside to limit really is it takes over the slot of your attack. So yeah, this game's like a too much to explain. So that dialogue option's funny. It's like pretty much they quite literally say like, should we sort of catch up on what's happened so far, just like give a refresh of the player? And Cloud just goes, no. I cannot be bothered. I think that's that dialogue option for the materia tutorial is so funny as well because Barrett goes, hey Cloud, I don't really know how to use materia, do you mind teaching me? And the dialogue option to decline that tutorial, Cloud says something to the effect of you wouldn't understand it anyway.
Yeah.
It's so rude.
And it goes into that trope as well, you know, the being rude is usually the faster option.
Yeah.
I mean, with the way Barrett was treating Cloud earlier, he kind of deserved it.
Yeah. I mean, he kind of deserves it. You're right. Oh, another banger song.
Okay, I gotta remember something.
Helipad.
Yes. You got to keep your eye on that helipad shortly.
I remember when I was playing this casually, I got a mate who, he at the end of the day, shout out to Tom Scott, he's always supportive of me, but he will just like crap on all the JRPG speedrunning because he just doesn't quite get it. And I was playing this game casually, he goes, oh, that's the helipad. I was wondering where that was or something like that. He's like, nice Comic Sans. It's like completely crapping all over it when I was playing.
So
That's all love, though.
During this cutscene, that guy in the red suit on the helipad, keep an eye on him.
You jerk.
Because if you don't know what I'm talking about, definitely keep an eye on him.
I'm looking.
Bye.
Oh!
You don't notice that?
I've never seen that. Whoa! What happened to him?
He flew away.
Oh my god, he got yoked. Poor guy. I was like, oh, is that like one of the Shinra heads or something, like spying on us, or like something that I didn't notice? Or no, he just dies. Poor guy.
So Rufus pretty much slams Heidegger and tells him he's going to get fired if he doesn't stop screwing up because there are like 6 people on the ship supposedly that Shinra wants to kill. He then decides to dock.
That's the exact course of action that you should have taken. I'm surprised that he didn't just follow suit with the same kind of plan as the Sector 7 plate and just self-destruct the ship.
Yeah. We also pick up the power soul, not the power soul, the power source, motor drive and fire ring here. We're going to keep 2 of those. We're going to sell the motor drive though, that's useless. But no reason to stay in Costa del Sol despite the nice music.
Yep. And also getting to see Hojo still in his nice science. He's still full suited up. He's just on the beach though. Not in any sort of comfort clothing or anything. And he's just got 2 babes next to him like fanning him down. It's quite funny.
I got 3, so I'm on 6. I need 2 limits. 2 more bravers.
Also, Barrett is just hanging out in the bathroom, just checking himself out in his sailor's outfit.
Oh yeah,
Yep.
that's funny.
Sweet. Just the one encounter, so.
Does the remake have unlockable costumes or anything?
And yeah. Yes! I'm still on steps.
Very nice.
Yeah, it does have costumes, and I think some DLC costumes, the dresses specifically.
Sweet. Because that was one thing I loved about FF15 is you get those like you get like the unlockable costumes. I definitely had the the ramen noodles, the cup noodle costumes for Noctis and everything.
So one of the things in steps that I was so concerned about is something called encounter ID. It's part of how we route step route. Basically, there's a number in the game that decides what formation you go into separately, like on its own. It is linked to step count, but that number increases over time, and keeping control of that number is very important for getting specific encounters because we need to learn some enemy skills later on.
Yeah. So that was the Diesel was saying that like, oh, I'm going here to pick up enemy skill. It's a materia that basically if you're familiar with other Final Fantasy games, it's usually blue magic or like Kimari's Lancet overdrives.
Did you see that?
Did I see what?
I phased through the save point.
Is that not normal?
It didn't stop me, no.
Oh, you're right. I just realized, yeah, you're meant to stop and do the text boxes.
I've never seen that before.
Time save. Gold split. But yeah, usually it's like blue magic or Quistis's sort of limits or whatever. It basically, you sort of absorb enemy skills. The big one that we're going to get is Big Guard. Is it Big Guard or Mighty Guard? Big Guard.
Big Guard.
Yeah,
One, yeah,
which just gives you like a little defensive buff.
Along with haste.
And
yep.
sorry?
And along with haste as well.
Yes, yeah.
Because even in fights where we don't need the physical and magic barriers,
Haste.
we still cast it just for the haste.
Yeah. Yeah, enemy skills are really fun materia, even casually.
Yeah, I abused it a lot in my casual playthroughs of this game. Just White Wind, Big Guard.
Yeah. We don't get White Wind.
I'm not surprised about that, though.
Yeah.
Damn, I didn't even notice you phase through the save point, because I'm so used to that not being a thing in like any other game. Very nice.
They've got some long animations, those enemies, so getting the quick escape is nice there. And we've got one encounter coming up where we're going to try and steal an item.
Oh.
I'm not going to hang around for it.
Literally FF9.
Yep. But I'll give it one attempt. It's about a 1 in 16 chance of happening.
You know what that means? That means you'll hit it once in your PB and then never again.
Yeah, pretty much.
Oh.
But we'll get a bomb fight on the bridge on the next screen. You can steal a right arm, and you can use that right arm to...
Oh, yep.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. You can use the right arm to one-shot Dine when you fight him.
Sorry, I don't know who that is yet. Spoilers. Unfortunate.
Because the steal chance is so low, it's not worth hanging around for, because you could be there for ages.
Isn't it meant to be Barrett's actual right arm? Or is that a joke?
I don't know, but it is Barrett's right arm that's missing. So it makes it really funny when it's also fighting Dine and you throw a right arm at him.
Imagine fighting someone in the street and they just pulled out their own. Just beat you with their own arm.
All right. So Barrett seems to be having some emotional turmoil that he doesn't want to talk about. We're going to shop. We're through with buying copious amounts of grenades at this point in the run. We just bought 21 Molotovs.
Yep. Grenades
Instead.
are...
Yep. We are
Friendship
now
with
moving
grenades
over-
ended. Molotovs are my new best friend.
Yeah, we are moving from explosives to flammable liquids.
It's very responsible.
But we are going to get a bit of Barrett's backstory here in the town that he's from, Corel. It was a nice town. It was a coal mining town, very poor. But Shinra came along and built a Marco reactor in it, promising prosperity. Until one day they decided to show up and kill everyone in the village.
You can tell Barrett's younger because he's got a singlet on. He's got his singlet out.
Yeah, this is young Barrett.
Yep.
Got any announcements or donations though? We got a bit of time.
I would just like to let everyone know that we do have some prizes for this event. If you donate at least $10, you'll be eligible to win one of 8 Landfall game bundles, compiling 3 of their greatest hits: Cluster Truck, Totally Accurate Battle Simulator, and Nightfall. And for those within Australia, if you donate $20 or more, you'll go into the running to win a pair of HyperX Cloud earbuds. And if you donate $40 or more, you'll also be in the running to win one of 2 HyperX Cloud 2 gaming headsets, which, if I am correct, is the headset I am currently wearing. A very nice, comfortable headset.
Okay.
They are very comfy. I used to play a lot of like competitive fighting games, and there was a couple of events that were sponsored by HyperX as well. Always made my ears feel quite good.
There's a bit of an oxymoron in this dialogue. You actually choose to not go on the gondola and then immediately go on the gondola after you've said that. But it does skip a bit of dialogue. It saves about 20 seconds actually to do that.
I would just like to say that this scene, this like entire bit here, the bit before the gold saucer, and the bit after it, is like the thing I'm most excited to see in Remake Part 2.
Oh, the gold sauce is awesome. Tune too. What a song. I think part of what makes these games easier to speedrun despite their length is just having killer soundtracks.
Yeah, the soundtrack definitely helps.
I couldn't imagine playing a game this long and not having a soundtrack that I just adore.
Yeah, I don't think you can do it, eh? Okay. So this is one, like, there's not much going on here in terms of the speedrun, but it's actually somewhere where routing is very important to make sure you don't spend too much gil. Because you can get here, and if you don't have 3,000 gil, you can't progress the story.
Oh, true. Yeah, you have to go back and get more.
So you got to make sure your shops are accurate.
So you don't get the lifetime pass. It wouldn't be worth it, hey?
Nah.
Because you're only here like twice.
You only come here twice in the story.
Yeah, okay.
Plus, there's no way we could get 30 grand at this point.
Yeah, that's a good point, yeah. I remember I bought the lifetime pass in my casual playthrough and it just grinded for a bit. Now you can see that because Barrett's older, he's more comfortable exposing his chest.
Yeah, he took his shirt off.
It's the mark of age. It's just you just care less and get this off.
As one of the older people in my circle of friends, definitely true.
All right, so people try and figure out why Barrett is so moody, so he runs off. We're going to take Tifa with us because she's basically the one standing closest to us. That's basically the only reason.
Oh, hello, who's this?
And this is the hacker of the game.
This is the cheetah character.
Yeah, the cheetah character.
Our little Scottish king.
Yep.
He's Scottish. Is it Irish or Scottish?
Gaelic, so.
That's the one.
Yeah.
The completely unpronounceable one.
Yeah, so I think the Japanese pronunciation is Ketchi.
Oh, okay. That's interesting.
The Gaelic...
I feel extra white now having called him
Yeah.
Kate Sith this whole time.
Yeah, like the Gaelic pronunciation, I think, is Ketsi or something like that. It's based off of a folk tale.
Okay.
There's a cat of luck in Gaelic mythology.
Whoa, that's crazy because like he's a cat,
Yeah. Yeah,
and
that's
all of
what
his
it's based on.
limits are based on like slots and dice.
Yeah.
It's almost like it was planned out.
Yeah.
Possible Gaelic folklore reference?
Final Fantasy does that a lot.
Yeah.
Like pulling from European mythologies for their characters.
Well, I mean, even all the like the summons and that are based
Yeah,
on.
summons are based on like gods and
Yeah.
deities. Yeah. All right, so it's a bit unusual to find a Shinra guard dead in a theme park, so we decided to investigate. And it turns out there's more than one, and not just Shinra guards.
That's
as
at
well.
least 2.
Yeah, and not just Shinra guards as well. It seems to be indiscriminate killings, and they've been shot.
Oh, so
Nice.
it's definitely not Sephiroth because he doesn't have guns. He doesn't know how to use them. Now that's a unit.
And we've been found at the scene of the crime, so we run away.
Well, because that's what an innocent person does, right?
Force of habit, I guess.
So even though, I guess like one thing that's interesting is because we talked a lot about how like in any percent you just Ketchi or Kate Sith will just carry you through the whole run. I'm gonna keep saying Kate Sith out of habit.
Yeah.
Like Kate Sith will just sort of carry you through the run with the slots limit. He still actually does get a lot of use in no slots.
Yes, he does.
The dice limit is still really good.
Yep.
And just he as a character he's a good character still. There's nothing like it's not like he's only useful because of game over. He's still a great character.
Yeah. He's just a bit inconsistent.
Yeah. Yeah, the dice is I mean it's dice, isn't it? It's literally a dice roll.
Yeah. So we've been thrown into prison,
Understandably so.
otherwise known as Australia.
This is actually, if you go about 30k north, I think you'll actually go, you'll actually find this joint.
And we get the encounter straight away. This encounter, thankfully, these bouncing heads, two faces I think they're called, they don't do anything. And despite that, it takes ages to actually get the escape. Oh,
Oh,
that's okay. The steps is really...
you're gonna lose step count now, man.
Nah, steps is really lenient here.
Who's this bloke following us?
I'll show you. I have to force the encounter.
What's his game? What's he doing?
The guy that
He made me so uncomfortable when I was playing casually.
Oh,
Because admittedly, I'd had a little bit of some beverages.
The most
some
annoying
adult
thing is that
beverages.
he has collision detection turned on, so you can't run through him.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah, that'd muck up your steps every now and again, wouldn't it?
He doesn't, as long as you're constantly moving in the right direction. But there's a guy that can walk in front of your path as well.
Oh, that's annoying. Yeah, he made me so uncomfortable. I think Choco was on Discord at the time, and I was just like, what is this guy doing? Am I, like, is he just, like, naturally, like, is he just coincidentally moving behind me, or is he following me?
He's following you.
Guys, help. What's going on?
Okay. So we get Barrett's story. Barrett's account of what happened at Corel when it was sacked. He was out of town with Dine at the time. And him and Dine end up getting ambushed by Shinra guards, and he and Dine are both wounded together, which is why Barrett has a gun for an arm instead of a robotic hand.
Barrett's pretty upset again. Should we just go shopping more so that we can...
So we find out that Dine is actually the homicidal maniac that's killing people indiscriminately, not Barrett. And so we're going to take Barrett to face Dine.
I think it would be easily believable that it was Barrett.
What a twist. But we are going to swap Tifa for Kate and do a menu. Yep, I remember.
So without right arm, because I've only seen that fight go with right arm, what's the sort of strategy that you'll go into with Dine not having right arm?
I'm going to throw 4 Molotovs at his face.
Okay, so it's pretty much the same thing, just a bit longer.
Yeah. I'm also going to keep a very close watch on my HP in case he starts critting me.
Yep.
Because you can die to Dine. And I've got to force an encounter here. Because this screen and the next screen have different rates of danger increase. Got to make sure that I increase it the right amount. And hopefully I don't have anything stolen. Thank you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
This part of the game stumped me for so long.
Yeah.
I think this was the first part during my casual playthrough that I had to look up a walkthrough.
And on this screen, we're going to learn our first enemy skill. Okay.
Nice.
Okay. And there's a bit of a glitch. The Braver will end the manip. Oh, right, I threw a Molotov at him. Yeah, I forgot about that. Ha ha. Okay, yeah, still need one more Braver.
So the manip is just to make sure that it uses the correct ability on you, yeah? So that you're not leaving it up to RNG.
Yeah, the laser has to go onto Cloud, so one, you would have to get the laser, and them using laser is actually a fairly low chance to begin with, but there's also...
And then as you're adding a 1 in 3 on top of it by hoping it hits
that.
the correct character.
Yeah. It is nice when they just laser Cloud, and you don't have to...
And yeah, then you can just run away.
Yeah. But it's not very common, unfortunately. Okay. So we get the confrontation between Dine. Dine has basically lost his mind from grief because his mother and what he thinks his daughter is also dead. His daughter is Marlene, which Barrett adopted, but Barrett tells him that Marlene's still alive, so Dine comes to the conclusion that Marlene has to be reunited with her mother.
Oh. Well, that's just natural, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's just a natural response to finding out that your long-lost daughter is still alive.
I mean, he's just following Sephiroth's lead.
Basically, yeah. First turn would be nice. Sweet.
Very nice, very nice.
That makes this fight much safer.
No crits yet as well.
Yeah. Yeah, this is safe. With that miss, I pretty much can't die.
This reminds me a bit of like
I would need... Nah, I can't die at this point. I don't think. Nah.
It reminds me a bit of the Kimari fight in 10.
I do get a counter, though. This counters a 1 in 2, I think. Although I am actually starting to question that with how much I get it.
That's what you call player-specific RNG.
Yeah. But he does give us the silver armlet as well, which is quite useful.
That's nice of him. Too bad he's a jerk. You can't really thank him for it. We had to take it from him because he was threatening to kill all these people.
Right. Yeah. So, if we got any announcements or donos?
Just like to let everyone know that all revenue that the Twitch stream makes, whether it be bits, subscriptions, it is all going to the charity. I do have a question for our two runners, or runner and co-comment. Is there anything in FF7 Remake Part 2 you're particularly looking forward to?
Gold Saucer, for sure.
Yeah.
Gold, like, I really hope they keep the wackiness of the mini games.
So do I. I want the scissor paper rock fighting.
I hope Chocobo Racing is actually a fun mini game too.
Yeah, same. If they ruin Chocobo Racing, I'm going to be very disappointed. I spent far too long getting a gold Chocobo for that.
I hope the game gets that far. Cosmo Canyon.
Oh, Cosmo Canyon. Yeah, Cosmo Canyon would be really good remade with the whole, like, the big astrology thing from Bugenhagen or whatever his name is.
Yeah. And
that,
just the music of Cosmo Canyon, it's one of my favorites.
Yeah. It's a shame we skipped the entire thing.
We do visit it in Disc 2 for like 2 minutes.
It's like, it's a shame that some of the most a couple of really cool sections like that are just skipped.
Also, if you can't defeat the Cosmo Canyon boss with an elixir, revive, Phoenix Down, whatever, I will also be very disappointed.
Yeah, I've always loved that tradition in Final Fantasy games. There's always that one boss that you can just kill with an elixir. Like
in FF8, there's 2.
Yeah, there's 2 in FF8. You've got the dummy president and the Abaddon. FF9, you've got the Soul Cage.
Yep.
FF10, you've got the zombie Evray. I don't think there's one in 10-2. It might be a extra boss or something that goes like that.
Yeah, I don't know anything.
I looked at Choco, she shrugged at me, so I think it's if she doesn't know, then it probably doesn't exist.
Yeah, if it ended with 10-2, then it must have been a Squaresoft thing, not a Square Enix. They didn't carry it over when they became Square Enix.
Yeah, because I can't think of a single boss after 10 that you kill with an elixir.
I haven't played much of the 12, 13, or 15.
12 is a speedrun that makes me nervous. That game as a speedrun is like one of those like methods of like torture that is banned by the Geneva Convention.
Yeah, I think the remaster version is a lot nicer, but
it is. But it's still got the
PS2 version is pretty.
The big fundamental issue of speedrunning FF12 is chest RNG.
Yeah,
you can pick up the same chest in different playthroughs, and you can get a range of gil or 2 different items or something like that. So, could you imagine going up to pick up that chest that had your enemy skill materia, and it just wasn't there? You needed to just that would be hell. I can't believe I've nothing but respect for people that run it, but I couldn't do it.
No, I couldn't even beat the game.
Dude, you speedrun a game that has death guys in it.
Okay, but at the very least, if I go to pick up Excalibur 2 before Death Guys, I will always get Excalibur 2.
We got our Chocobo race because in order to be released from prison, we have to win a race.
I got my bet on number 4 coming second place.
Actually, I just realized, is there like a serious case of match fixing going on here?
What do you mean?
Well, we're being put in a race which gets gambled on in order to be, as a trade, to be broken out of prison. Why?
So that the rich can get richer.
Yep.
Yeah.
Match fixing.
I mean, I don't think there's any shortage of moral corruption in the universe of FF7. Who's coming second? Oh, my boy came last!
Nah.
Nah, he heard me. He heard me talking and intentionally tanked the match so that I would feel terrible about myself.
Okay, so things get interesting once we get back to the world map.
And to be fair, they've been interesting the whole time.
Well, they get even more interesting.
But we're coming up on Cosmo Skip, yeah.
We got one thing to
Another
do.
super interesting skip that took a lot to perfect.
Yeah. There's actually been 2 versions of this.
Yeah, yeah. So pretty much what we're doing now is we're going to put the cart into a pixel perfect position on the world map, and it genuinely is pixel perfect.
It's beyond pixel perfect. It's astonishingly precise.
And then we're going to ride over to Cosmo Canyon without pressing any diagonals on the D-pad. That is serious. If you muck up and hit a diagonal, you will tank this skip. It will no longer work. And then we're going to be put into a second pixel perfect position, a third pixel perfect position, and then we're going to move 1 pixel left, 1 pixel up, and then we can just drive straight past Cosmo Canyon without the buggy breaking down.
Yeah.
And what Diesel's doing here as well is if you get out of the buggy and get back in, you basically reduce your threat level back to 0. So you can theoretically never get an encounter when you're in the buggy, as long as you're doing this.
Yeah. Technically, it actually doesn't reduce the threat level back to 0, but it resets the minimum amount of distance that you can travel without getting an encounter.
Gotcha.
That's what it is. So you do have a threat level that continues to increase, but as long as you're getting... it actually won't increase as long as you're getting in and out.
Gotcha.
Again. Oh, nice.
So yeah, this is a hell of a skip here. It's effectively 5 pixel perfect sequences. So that's why I took a safety save earlier. We're gonna grab Big Guard now as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, the old version of this skip required manipulating the in-game clock, which in some cases was like one thing that was fun about it was if you had to wait like a minute or so, you could change the color of the menus and everything and muck around like that. Even get a bathroom break if you really needed it.
One important thing to know about E-skill fights, though, is that we do have to win the fight in order to learn the enemy skill. We can't just run away once it's being used.
Alright, so we're coming up on the canyon now. There's one little bit in here that you'll be really tempted to use diagonals here, but you just have to make these tiny little movements. Don't ask me why it works. I don't know enough about why it works. I just know that pressing diagonal equals no more skip. So yeah, taking another save here, which is good.
Yeah, I can explain it a bit more once I do this.
Yeah. I was going to like let you focus on actually doing it while I gave a poor man's explanation.
Cool.
Very nice. Very nice.
Yep. So
that was really clean.
that trigger, there's a trigger that causes the buggy to break down. Now there is a incredibly small position where you can go onto the trigger, but doesn't not onto the trigger, but kind of sitting next to it. And if you get out of the buggy and get back into it, the game actually thinks that you're on the other side of that trigger instead. I don't understand fully why, but that is how you're able to do that skip, and why you have to get in and out of the buggy at that specific point. That point is 1 X coordinate wide by 27 coordinates tall, and as a frame of reference, when you move 1 frame in the buggy, you travel 90 coordinates. That's how small it is.
Yeah, it's insanely precise. That the fact that you got it first try then, that's like extremely impressive.
Which is why we have to be so careful with our movement on the approach.
Because the thing is, if you muck that up, that's like 10 minutes of going into Cosmo, maybe even more.
Yeah, it'd be like 15.
Yeah, that's a long punishment for a mistake.
Which is exactly why I said before, because if I messed it up, I was just
Yeah.
Soft
So that
resetting and
required
talking again.
the first little thing where he was sort of rubbing against the beach, and then moving all the way there with no diagonals, and then landing those like 4 super precise movements. So, yeah, very, very impressive stuff. If you read that all together, by the way, it says name cat.
Name cat.
Just thought that might be something that is worth noting.
Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
You can get to 12?
Yeah. I had to take a shoe off though.
I can't count higher than like 8.
Are you missing 2 fingers? Alright. So we're going to pick up a pretty important item here.
Yes.
It's called the Power Soul. It's going to come up a little bit later, but just remember that one. And
Menu. Okay. Sorry.
No, that's fair. And got to do a number of things. 36, wow. Oh.
So we're checking for very specific stat values because there's a mechanic in this game called Lucky Sevens, where if a boss has exactly 7,777 health remaining, you will deal that damage to it and kill it. So basically what we're going to do in this fight is, because its default health is very close to that value, we're going to inflict Mini on Cloud so that his physical attacks will deal 1 damage. And we're going to look for specific damage rolls as Tifa. If we need to, we'll heal the boss back up and try again. But we're going to basically punch it with Tifa. And if we're 1 or 2 damage off, we'll make that up with Cloud. While poison is ticking on the boss. So when it's on that value, the poison tick will actually just kill the boss by dealing 7,000 damage.
Oh, first turn.
So this is looking like a really good setup for it. We're going to big guard for safety, I believe. Yeah.
Oh, it's basically necessary. We also use Big Guard because I can get 2 turns off per Materia Keeper turn with the haste benefit.
And then, yeah, Mini on Cloud. It can miss, so you do have to check for it.
Yeah.
But that looks good.
Yep.
And he's a baby. Look at him. So we're going to cast Bio, try and get that poison. Not quite yet. So potion to heal him back up. Yep. Because again, he's so close to the 7,777 threshold that we can basically just keep trying and healing to...
Yeah, this is actually the only boss that it could even hypothetically work on.
So
and
82.
That might be a problem. With...
82 and 17, so 99.
Yeah. 1... 2...
And this third tick should kill, I believe. And there it goes. What a fight.
I was worried the 82 roll was going to be too high.
Very
Tifa
clean.
could have rolled 18.
Yeah, it's a really clever way to kill that boss.
Yep.
Yeah, it requires a lot of like checking, like cross-referencing a lot of stats and whatnot to make sure that you can hit the right damage values. It's a really hard fight to learn. But yeah, I think that's like so funny. I wish Lucky Sevens worked like that in 9, man. Very jealous.
Yeah, don't say that.
Sorry, I just saw something on Diesel's notes that everyone's got these in their notes when you make a mistake and it kills your run, and you've just got this big red underlined bold text. Do not make that mistake again.
Yeah. I'll cut out the expletive, but it says swap the manip materia. So you have to swap Kate's manip materia with enemy skill. I made the mistake of forgetting to do that.
That is just such a staple of JRPG running. Like,
and I accidentally sold the E skill and killed my run in the next shot.
oh, yeah, that hurts.
My notes tend to have things like that as well, but they always, instead of expletives, they end with big exclamation marks of "you idiot."
I've got there's one for Final Fantasy IX that I mucked up where I did not front row Zidane for the Necron fight, which is a very, very specific fight, and it cost me my whole 9 hours. And now that's forever ingrained in a big red underlined, crimson background, arrows pointing to it. I'm begging you, front row Zidane.
So we do a shop. It's basically supplies. We need tranks, we need hypers, we need potions, we need high potions, we need Phoenix Downs. So we just stock up on all of those for the run. Hopefully that lasts us for the rest of the run. And then we talk to this old gentleman, and he gives us a Yoshiyuki. And Yoshiyuki's one of those weapons that has an interesting mechanic attached to it. Its power is kind of meh on its own, but it has a modifier to it. When a character, other than who's using it obviously, is dead in the fight, then it increases, it applies a multiplier to the damage. So if one character is dead, the damage doubles, and if two characters are dead, the damage triples. So we're going to take advantage of that later on in the run. But
I'm going to meet someone here soon as well.
yeah, we have to go and find someone else who's later going to become in our party. Okay, 250, not too bad.
What if you just realized you're on world record pace right here?
No, I'm not.
That'd be insane.
Nah, definitely not. Not with the Genova birth.
Me, Choco, and Damos were watching a blindfolded Super Mario run yesterday, and we just found it really interesting how, like, blindfolded runs, of course, extremely, extremely impressive and whatnot, but you just have no idea what your pace is.
Yeah.
Like, that's something that like I'd never even considered. And like he was like 3 minutes ahead. He landed like all these gold splits, just still cool as a cucumber. Still had like no idea that he was like so far ahead.
Oh, wow.
Like anyone else would be like, "Oh my god, I'm so far ahead, I'm killing it." But he's just like, "This is going okay, I guess."
I had to get, with some of my runs, I had to get to the point where my splits weren't visible to me. Otherwise, I'd focus too heavily on them and I would mess up.
I have the same problem. I spiral when I see red.
I need to start doing that with my disc 1 for my PB, because I had a really good disc 1 and my disc 2 just completely fell apart.
To be fair though, disc 1 for FF7's half the game.
Yeah, it is, and it's also like, it's got all the most complex parts to it.
Yeah.
As well. So having a good disc 1 is like a really big milestone.
Out of 7, 8, and 9, like 8 and 9 are like pretty standard. Like the discs will be about 2 hours each.
Yeah,
maybe 2.5, and then your last disc is a bit shorter because it's got all the ending FMVs and everything. FF7's a complete, like, it's all over the place. Your first disc is like, in the speedrun, your first disc is like 4 hours long.
Yeah, just
and the second disc
quite,
is
yeah.
the second disc is like 2.5, and your last disc is like 20 minutes.
Yep.
It's all over the place.
Can I get them some donations?
Yep.
Yeah, this is a really good time, actually.
Cool. We have $50 from Merplot. That says Cat Jam Chocobo Racing Cat Jam. And we have $10 from Draguya. That says, this runner and commentator duo, though, keep up the great work, guys. It's been really entertaining. Also, shout-outs to the tech staff for their awesome work.
Yeah, I'm currently in this like perfect blend of fatigue and madness. Which
Would you like an
proving to
iced
be
coffee,
very
my man?
entertaining. No, I'm good actually. The water is actually enough,
Excellent.
at least for the moment.
Shout out to Meplop as well. He's one of the boys.
Yeah.
He's actually a pretty funny guy. Like he was so anti JRPG, he just didn't really mesh with him. But we bullied him into playing a JRPG, and he picked 15, and he just ended up playing like 3 or 4 different Final Fantasy games. He just got so hooked on him, he got the bug. He's all into it now.
Nice.
He's a good lad.
15 is probably the good one to choose because designed for new and old players. So
Yeah.
it's a good entry point for people.
Yeah.
I like 15. I think 15 had a really rough start not in terms of like the actual start of the story, but the when it released, it was unfinished.
I'm not going anywhere. I just need to get up and stretch.
It
Yeah.
was also so vastly different from what came before it that didn't put it on a good starting foot with older fans. Or at least that's what it felt like to me when I played it.
So, oh, that's inappropriate. Whoa! Oh, the screen went black. The audio cut out, man. My heart dropped.
It's a 30-second auto scroll followed by.
It's like no, our last save was Cosmo Cat. Oh no.
Oh no, I saved before and after MK as well.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, I watched that whole stream. Diesel's got backup saves. We're all good.
Yeah. Plus, yeah, I got like 15 slots of backup slaves.
Whoa!
Whoa, you can't have those.
You said backup
Just
slaves.
Slaves. Saves.
Yeah, I got 15 boys in the back all playing Final Fantasy VII to make sure that my marathon run finishes.
That clip is going to haunt me for years.
Oh,
we're not even at
my
3 hours.
goodness.
Oh, God.
Yeah, still on disc 1, by the way. Quick story catch up, I guess. So we met Sid. Sid wanted to go to the moon or something, or to space, and he was being funded by Shinra, and he had an assistant who was a little too picky, making sure that everything was perfect. And she was taking so long to make sure that the rocket ship was perfect that she
decided to start the ignition.
delayed the launch because she was inside the engine as the ship was taking off. And Sid goes, he's like, I hate you. Oh, they're like, damn it, stop the launch, make sure she doesn't die. God damn it. And then, the launch was delayed for so long that Shinra cut their funding.
Meanwhile, Shinra want to borrow the plane, so we're going to take it.
Yeah.
And in order to do so, we have to fight this guy.
And we're going to poison him too.
Yep.
So that was why Diesel went back to active earlier, because basically the big advantage of active is, again, because all those ATB flows, all those ATB bars are flowing, that includes poison ticks. Poison ticks will not wait. So all through his long animations, he's taking poison ticks. Did he just die? Oh, wow.
Yeah. I was too slow on the high potion.
Yeah, that's all right. So yeah, even though he's got like all these really long animations and whatnot, he's gonna be taking those poison ticks.
Get on him.
There's a great clip that Diesel posted recently as well, where how many times did you bio this guy? It must have been like...
It was...
8 or something.
No, it was 8 failed bios. I got him on the 9th.
Yeah, so you just saw him get it first try then. But yeah, it was like this astronomically low percentage of like... I don't know, imagine flipping a coin like 10 times and it went heads every single time. It was insane. And you like did the math and everything and like compiled all the math and it came out, this insanely low percentage of likelihood on that fight. That's a great clip.
Cool.
Is that it? Is he
Yep.
good?
So I did lose.
Is he Fortnite default dancing on us?
Hey?
Did he just do a Fortnite default dance?
I haven't played.
That was
Fortnite,
I haven't
couldn't
played
tell
Fortnite
you.
either. I just know the default dance is funny. I forgot about
Always gets me.
I forgot about that. Oh no! Wouldn't it be great if that came up with a damage number? The truck game.
Palmer isn't seen much, but he is just a running gag.
Oh,
Yeah.
I completely forgot about that. Alright, so we've stolen Sid's plane.
Also, here's one for you. Where did the truck come from?
Yeah, where did the truck come from? We'll never know. That truck was truly the MVP.
So we have the plane. We're going to pick up Sid on the way.
The plane, rather, In terms of how it functions on the world map, unfortunately, as you can see, it's getting shot down.
Yeah.
So we don't actually get to use it to fly around just yet. It's effectively a shallow water boat. So we can ride along the outskirts of continents, and that's about it. It's not quite a plane just yet. Should you be mashing this, or is this auto scroll?
This is auto.
Oh, okay. I mean, I don't know why I question you. You're the one that runs this game.
This is kind of like the most annoying part of the run, because like you get to kind of breaks, but
They're not quite long
they're
enough.
separated from each other, and they're not long enough to really like get away from the PlayStation 2 for very long.
Yeah, you can't like go to the bathroom or anything.
Yeah. But at least it does give you the opportunity to like stand up and stretch. So.
Yeah. That's another like pretty decent thing about the Final Fantasy games in particular that I've noticed is they do have like nice breaks to go to the bathroom. Like you're not like harming yourself by like holding it in for too long.
Yeah. As long as you're quick.
Yeah, even shorter ones like Final Fantasy II Pixel Remaster. I was learning that for a little while, and that's got like a 2 or 3 minute break at one point. It's only like a 2-hour run.
Oh wow.
FF10-2 has a couple of nice little breaks, like 1,000 words. It's like a 4-minute break. It's got some good stuff like that. So yeah, all these games in particular are like quite generous with like letting you go to the bathroom. Not that was like a decision by the devs. Unless you're a true gamer, then you just let it go in your gamer chair.
Real gamers use
real gamers don't get up.
I can tell I'm tired. I was about to say something very that I shouldn't.
Especially in these winter months. Just pee your pants. It makes it warm.
And then cold.
Yeah. Please don't pee your pants. Go to the bathroom, just please. Nothing's worth it.
Just one encounter? Nice.
Very nice.
2 is the average.
Well, Diesel, I guess you're above average. Or below average. Yeah.
What do you mean?
Yes, back to Gold Saucer.
Yep.
And so the date night's coming up, hey?
Yes. I get to boast about my discovery.
But the value is there. Why don't you get the lifetime? Because then you can come back.
I don't want to come back.
You don't want to play more voluntary chocobo
Where am I
racing?
going? Battle Square.
Actually, not memeing anymore. I changed my mind. In the hundo, do you buy the lifetime ticket? In the 100% run? Surely you've got to come back here more than 10 times.
I'm not sure if it's a key item or not. If it's a key item, they would have to.
Yeah.
So, not sure.
Yeah, 'cause if it's a key item, then you have no choice. So it's just like worth it.
Alright, so we've got a quest which we never really get told to do, but yeah, go and do it. We have to find a keystone, which unlocks the Temple of the Ancients, something that we need to find because we found out that Sephiroth is trying to go there.
Yep.
It turns out Dio, the person who wrongfully imprisoned us.
This is another one that I had to look up a walkthrough for. Because I was like, where do I go? What do I do? I was going to like every town.
Yeah. You can just run away instantly from this fight. And
Oh, really? That's sick. He still gives it to you.
And he still gives you the keystone.
That's awesome.
It's actually really funny. It's even funnier if Cloud dies on the way to...
Oh, you just start
on the way to
dead.
Gold Saucer. Yeah, you just start dead and instantly fails you.
Is that quicker?
Yes. Slots tends to do that. No Slots doesn't because we try to preserve Cloud's limit break. Actually, that's something I need to check. I'm pretty sure I've got cross slash. No, I don't.
Do you need it yet?
Yes.
Uh-oh.
Um,
Can you potentially make it without cross slash?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm gonna have to farm it.
That's okay.
Yeah. Which is the best way to do it, though.
Shouldn't have run away from that that fighting thing.
Oh, but I don't have Manip.
You don't what?
I don't have Manip anymore. I sold it.
Does it matter?
Oh,
Oh, yeah, because then you can't target you. Can't make the
Yeah.
enemy target you. Yeah, you're right. Right, there's quite a conundrum here.
I'll see if I get it on the way. I'll hyper cloud immediately when I leave. If I get his limit on the way to the tiny Bronco, then I can get a beach plug fight and use it there.
You just had a brain, baby. That was incredible. You just created a backup strat on the spot.
Yeah.
You just birthed a backup strat. So this is the date scene, yeah?
Yes.
So for this one, we get Aerith by default, pretty much.
Yeah.
You can get Barrett. I had a theory recently where, because with Barrett, you skip the play. Because you walk in and they go, you're our 100th couple. You should be in the play when you walk in. But if you walk in with Barrett, which, very judgmental of them, might I say, they assume that you're not a couple. And then you don't get to go on the play. So it skips about a minute, or it saves about a minute rather. But again, yeah, as Diesel was saying earlier, like the setup, everything required to get Barrett is either skipped by some of the major skips that we do, or it's just not worth doing.
Yeah.
So I think in no major skips, yeah, potentially there's a way to make it work, but probably not.
Even so, you have to go through a lot of extra dialogue in order to do
Yeah, and you're sometimes picking the slower option for dialogue as well.
Yeah.
It's probably not going to end up being quicker. But yeah, all of this it just doesn't happen.
So my grand contribution to the community for speedrunning, I found a way that saves 0.3 seconds in this cutscene.
That's huge.
Yeah.
Hey, one day that might be the difference.
Yeah, and basically it was always assumed that talking to the knight was faster because he has slightly shorter dialogue, but it actually turns out that talking to the wizard is faster because Aerith's animations going to and from Cloud and the Dragon are a bit shorter.
Oh, wow.
It saves about 10 frames.
That's insane. Like, when people... I don't know, when people
that's
talk about, like,
everything, yeah.
little tiny time saves like that, I always think back to the point for FF8 PC when the top 3 runs were all within a single second of each other.
Yeah.
It was Soph with a 7:28:54.
That's going a
Oh,
while.
I'm going to have to think of the names. I'm forgetting the names. It was Bodcap, I think, in second with a 7:28:55.2, and then Windows with a 7:28:55.7 or something like that. Like, that 10 frames could have genuinely been the difference in a different timeline. But now, I think currently it's Awesome Waves with a killer, like, 7:24 or something. Like,
Wow.
he's like several minutes ahead. No. 7:21 or something. He's like several minutes ahead. But yeah, it's like seriously, like the top 3 runs are all within a second of each other in a 7.5 hour run. Like, you know, those little 2-second time saves, they matter. Look, name.
No, that's an that's an FMV out the window. I don't want to look at it.
Oh my god, I snorted. Did not mean to do that.
So if you actually look out the window when Aerith tells you,
Oh, does it actually lose time?
you actually get extra FMVs. If not, I can do Red Dragon with Braver. It's just a bit messy.
I reckon you'll be fine. I believe in you.
Alright, so we're going back from our day, and
Yep.
Kate Sith happens to be wandering around.
What's he doing?
I don't know, maybe he's just going for a walk. With the keystone.
The keystone! Get him. Wait, what are you doing?
I'm going to Chocobo Square.
Are you just gonna wait for him? Oh, you can like skip ahead.
Yeah, you can actually.
Chase this man. Get that keystone back. He's double-crossed us.
Do you imagine if Seng didn't catch it?
It just flies off the edge.
It's just lying out in the middle of desert prison.
Oh my god. Then there's a mini game where you have to go and hunt for the keystone in the desert. Just digging through.
They already have that mini game. It's how we get in the ancient forest.
True.
Actually, yeah, there's an excavation mini game in 10.2. There's the Chocobo one in Hot and Cold, Chocobo Hot and Cold in 9. We've already got too many digging mini games. Oh yeah, and the excavation one later in the Bone City as well. Yeah.
Game in this one
There's
too.
far too many digging mini games in Final Fantasy series.
Alright, see if I can find this blind.
I think they're on the windows.
Sort of. Alright. So, we're going to take Kate Sith again.
Even though he's just double-crossed us.
Yeah. Well, we want to keep an eye on him.
Ah, of course, yeah. We want to keep an eye on how useful he is in the next couple of fights.
Just check. Yeah, I am still on Braver.
Probably just some world map grinding, yeah?
If I get hit by like a the flying sickle on the way to the Bronco. Damn, no one in chat is gonna know what the hell is going on.
With his head banging. It's a tune, mate. This song is straight fire. Like this whole soundtrack is it's flames.
I also need to buy Molotovs here as well.
Speaking of flames.
Alright. So I buy as many Molotovs as I can. And I'm actually 3 gil off from buying another one.
Do you know how many Braves you've done? Does it track that for you, or do you just have to manually count?
I spend as much gil as I can here, and the way my item
No, Bravers.
route works. Oh, the Bravers, I just count them.
Okay.
Yeah. That
I
is
thought, like,
something
if you
count
go
by
into the
one.
limit or whatever, it might say, like, this is how many you've done.
That
Yeah,
is
those are
not
the dudes that I was
limit on
talking about flying on the cards when I was
Yeah.
talking about goofy enemies.
one. They can really troll you too. Cause
Yeah,
they
even
miss
casually,
their
they like sit there and do this huge long animation. I'm like, just get it over with.
Screw it.
It's interesting that there's like buggy encounters, but no tiny bronco like encounters. You know?
Yeah, but they don't have like different formations or anything. It's just like you're on the same land.
So are you going to try and actually get the get cross slash, or are you just going to try red dragons with
No,
Braver?
I'm just going to do red dragon with
Yeah,
Braver.
all right. All that means is that if you do it, you're a better gamer than those who did it with cross slash. They're
I've done it
cowards.
before. I've actually gotten to red dragon without cross slash in a PB attempt.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Brag about it.
Sorry for trying to like support my friend.
Because you can't, you do have, like, you can just use basic attacks. It's a little bit more risky, but
Yep. Are we saving?
nah, not here. There's a save point right before.
Ah,
red
okay.
dragon.
Yeah, gotcha.
Although, this better not be, no, it's not. There's one encounter here that's a pincer,
Oh, very nice.
and it's those bugs. So it's absolutely terrifying.
Yeah.
It's like, hey, let's sit here for 2 minutes and find out if you die.
It reminds that's like the geezer's opening door when you haven't menued yet. And you get the hornets that buzz you.
Yep.
So stupid.
Yeah.
What time is it? I don't know it's 5 in the morning, but crank the speakers at home. Tunes.
Alright. You can skip past that body just by like holding upright as you climb the stairs. And then just
Nice.
continue to hold up once you've like bonked into the side.
I was going to ask. Oh, you picked up Deathblow materia. Now, why is
Yes.
that significant?
Deathblow is quite an interesting piece of materia. When you use it, it has a fairly low chance of hitting, but if it does, it's a guaranteed critical hit.
It's 1/3 of your current accuracy.
Yeah. something
Yeah,
like that.
I was looking it up on the wiki. But yeah, it's one. So whatever your current accuracy is, so it's not just a 1/3 chance. It's 1/3 of your current accuracy.
Yes.
So, be a guaranteed crit for it. So, there's a way to make it permanently hit. Is that by paralysis or a different thing?
Paralysis is one way.
Yep.
Another way is by having an armor equipped which has really high evasion, because one of the factors that contributes to your accuracy is your evasion stat,
Oh, nice.
which is a bit weird. That's why the missile guarantees Deathblow landing, because it gives you 255 evasion.
Yeah. So yeah, Deathblow's because you were talking about Tifa being a big carrier, a big Boeing 747 in this run.
Yeah.
Yeah, Deathblow, Power Soul, and whatever the other piece of armor was. Those together, I think she ends up dealing like 8 times her normal damage. Something unreal like that.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, I'll get into the formulas a bit later.
Yeah. But I think for the most part, we've pretty much got everything that we need to make Tifa the absolute unit that she is.
Almost. We need one more thing, which is why we don't take
The armor.
Yeah.
Yep, that's right.
Not just the armor, we also need Death Sentence.
That's right, yeah, Death Sentence. Yep. Which we'll get to. This part, man, 'cause I was talking about like how JP doesn't have these arrows. I don't know how anyone got past this section. Like without these arrows, like genuinely how?
I hate this bloody screen. Yeah.
You on step count still, or
Hey?
is that still step count, or?
Yeah, it's a little bit behind, but further ahead I have to force it anyway, so.
Right. That's one thing I like about FF8 step count. If you ever muck it up, you just open the menu, close the menu,
Yeah.
and it basically gets to take a few steps without it counting towards your counter, so you can sort of catch up like that. But I don't think it works like that in this game. What on earth?
3, 4, 5, 6. I actually forgot that happens, but that happens when you're not holding run.
Oh, another sort of mini game. Now, I may be wrong, but you are getting crushed by these boulders and not It's not actually crushing you.
There we go.
That's some crazy hitbox work.
The good thing is that cross slash only matters for Red Dragon because Demon's Gate is immune to paralysis.
You're using the current strat that you sent me in that video, yeah?
Sorry?
The Demon's Gate strat? You're using the one that you sent me in the video, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
so you're not using, like, yeah, because I just remember, like, there was some updated strat or something with
Yeah.
Fury Ring or something like that. I didn't study up on that,
Yeah,
unfortunately.
I haven't looked into the Fury Ring route yet.
God, this song's so good.
If we've got any announcements, now's a good time.
Yeah, there's a decent amount of time here.
Just a reminder that we are AusSpeedruns, a group doing speedrun events to raise money for charity. For this event, we're raising money for Game on Cancer, a charity which funds early career cancer researchers who are working across all areas of cancer research. If you'd like to donate, you can go to donate.ausspeedruns.com or !donate in the chat. I have a personal question though for this run. Do you pick up either Vincent or Yuffie?
No.
I was pretty sure the answer to that was no. But,
Yeah. I would like to because I like both of those characters.
Yeah.
But they just take too much for what you get out of them.
Yeah.
Vincent's limit is really good, but it's far too slow.
Yeah, and it's also elemental, so that limits it as well. Yuffie has really good stats when she's a high level, but this is most like, I think the highest level we get to is like 43 or something like that.
They surely do it in the hundo though, right? You would need to.
Yeah, they use Yuffie and Vincent in hundo because they both have, like, Yuffie does a lot of damage at high levels. Vincent also has what's called mug glitch, which is an animation skipping bug.
Yeah.
But yeah, getting Vincent takes way too long.
Yeah, it's just something that it's just not like time. How do I say? You don't get enough out of it.
Yeah.
Like there are certain secondary or like optional bosses in other games that you'll kill, such as XATM in Final Fantasy VIII, or for some routes Tantarian in FF9, because they can in some cases net you time gain. XATM more so than Tantarian, but yeah, nothing in this game like that, unfortunately.
Alright, so the solution to this puzzle is always the same.
You can jump down?
Yeah.
This stumped me casually too.
Alright. I will save.
Again, a lot of this is like, how do I say? I've practiced the fights between the movement, not the movement so much. A lot of that is just like going off my casual experience. So I've been having my mind firmly blown.
I need to do a menu as well. Yes. That's what I'm forgetting. Done the hyper. Put the ATB back into wait for this fight.
Yep. This and Demon's Gate are two boss fights that are really sensitive on your ATB weighting.
Yeah, this is where we start to see true ATB weight tricking.
Yeah. Demon's Gate is a huge reset point for FF7 runners, which is funny to think that it's on disc 1, but it's so far into the game, it's like halfway through.
It's pretty close to halfway. could use the elixir here.
Elixir? I haven't even met her.
I have one elixir. Usually I use it later. Much later, in fact. But I can use it now and pick up the backup one.
Sorry, man. Sorry.
Alright. But either way, this fight starts the same way.
Yep.
So yeah, Yoshiyuki's power is going to increase if a character is dead. Now, there is a character where XP going towards that character isn't very beneficial for a particular
Kate
reason.
Sith, yeah.
Yeah. Because they're not allowed to use slots. So we'd rather have it go to Aerith. No.
That's just foreshadowing, isn't it?
Yeah. This whole section of the game is foreshadowing.
I prefer 3 shadowing. I get kicked off the mic at some point for stuff like this.
I mean, if we had anyone else. I mean, we do have someone else.
Yeah. Alright, so here we actually do learn a very critical part about the story. There is a materia called Black Materia, and it can summon an entity called Meteor, which can create a scar on the planet so strong that it would threaten the very life of the planet. That's why Sephiroth wants it, because all the planet's energy would gather to that point. He would absorb that energy and become a god. God of what? I don't know. This is real Lord of the Flies.
I wish it was that easy.
Nice.
So yeah, very careful ATB waiting here by Diesel to make sure that he's... Again, sort of the easiest way to describe it is make sure that everyone's on that even playing field. No one's... Either everyone's gaining ATB or no one's gaining ATB. And Aerith gonna... Honestly, it's just convenient. Just get it done now.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm not sure if he did an attack with the cloud earlier, but you may have noticed he's doing more damage now.
Yeah, I didn't do a basic attack before,
okay.
and Braver doesn't scale because it's based off the weapon stats.
Yeah, it would have been nice to sort of see like the sort of damage increase sort of happen in real time. But yeah, sort of for the, like, this is probably one of the first times in the run that we're using attacks as a main source of damage because we're finally out-damaging Molotovs, and all it required was a dead character and a specific weapon. Yes, he's waiting, and as soon as that bar drops, he hits the limit. So now Kates should get like a second turn before the boss, I believe. Not quite.
Oh, it was still alive. Right, okay. Come on.
You're using that priority as well
Yep.
to effectively get 3 turns between the boss. Very, very clean.
Yeah. So this fight's a bit rough around the edges.
Yeah, especially without cross slash. Because typically what would be happening is the boss would actually be paralyzed. So none of these attacks would whiff, and we'd also be doing more damage with cross slash. Braver is slightly faster. Cross Slash is, the damage is not worth the extra time that it takes. The big player for Cross Slash's viability is that paralysis.
This is a much slower fight to way I should be doing the fight, but
It's just one of those things that sort of happens if, like, when
he
these...
does like going for Cloud.
Very nice. Still got it, though. Still got it. Good work.
And I definitely have Cross Slash now.
Yes, you absolutely have Cross Slash now. What if you just didn't?
Pick up Bahamut?
Yeah, Bahamut Materia. Not everyone does, but Diesel uses that as like a backup strat for one of the things that Demon's Gate will do.
Yeah.
That's a really, really complex fight. I'll do my best to talk through it, but I might not. Yeah. I might get some stuff wrong.
I'm probably going to be concentrating that hard. I'm not going to be able to either.
Yeah, that's fine. I'll do my best for you.
But we're actually going to switch the roles of Cloud and Kate. Cloud is going to go into Sadness state, and Kate is going to go into Fury state because we're going to be using his dice for this fight.
Yeah.
And Cloud is going to be more... Well, he does do damage because of the Yoshiyuki as well. Kate Sith is basically... He's on big guard, then healing priority. Then he'll throw Molotovs. But most importantly, we are going to save.
So pretty much Demon's Gate is going to... I think it starts with around 14,000 health?
10,000.
10,000. It's going to open with one of four things. So Diesel's going to want to look at what happens, like what it opens with, who it targets if it's a single target thing, and react accordingly. And then from there, we basically, every time it takes 2,500 damage, it's going to spend 2 turns doing a Demon Rush. So one turn is it like getting ready, and the next turn is it charging in and doing that damage. It's good because it charges Kate's limits. So Kate can throw out more dice, Cloud can throw out more cross slashes and whatnot. Yeah. So they'll both be doing damage. Basically, you want to just be doing 2,500 damage, and then it does its getting ready, charge. You do another 2,500, getting ready, charge, because then you avoid its more random sort of components to that fight. You can keep it as a really like straightforward fight if you're landing the correct damage to get those things. The reason that Bahamut's important is because one of the options that it can have is to put on like it's like a timer on Cloud's head that when it hits 0, Cloud will turn to stone. Yeah. But because we're on ATB wait, Cloud can summon Bahamut on like 1 second left on that timer and delay it. So Aerith dying there is actually really good. That's a lot of our job done right there.
I forgot to ether in my menu.
That's alright. So... Okay, so let's bring out the big guard so that, because again, we're going to be taking a lot of damage because we sort of want to in this fight to get those limits.
Counter.
Nice counter there, throwing Molotovs. And yeah, Brave is here because Demon's Gate is not susceptible to paralysis. And again, even though Cross Slash does slightly more damage, it takes a lot longer. Is that another counter?
What am I doing?
Alright, so we've got Kate's limit now. And we'll be able to sneak in another turn as well with Kate here with the dice. Very clean. So let's see what kind of damage we get off this.
Nice.
1,200, yep. So now he's getting ready for that. He's getting ready for that Demon's Rush. So we're going to be waiting. Heal up Cloud. And there's the Demon Rush. So yeah, so now we can sort of lock it into a cycle of every time we do 2,500 damage to it, it's going to spend 2 turns doing a little teeny bit of damage to us. And here's the dice again. What do we got? So we're looking for around 1,200 again, maybe? Not great there. 400 is quite...
I actually preferred a lower damage roll there because it's possible to do too much damage. You can skip.
Yeah.
So I let go of ATB there just to make sure the big guard had cleared, because it can be really troll. There can be like the barrier bars can be empty, but they're actually not technically empty.
Yeah.
And
visually they're empty, but in terms of the game, like they're not. I see what you mean. Yeah.
And as a result of that, like you can actually, big guard will miss, and you don't get the barriers back. So that was a very expensive, and big guard costs 56 MP to cast. So
Case has done some dice
That
here. What have we
sucks.
got? Very nice, very nice.
Alright, so I'm actually going to keep Cloud's Limit here. I'm not going to use it again because I do need Cross Slash for later on in the run.
So Diesel's done really, really well in keeping it in that cycle that I was mentioning of... basically, you'll know that you've mucked up the cycle if it starts doing some of the moves that it was doing earlier in the fight. Those are its standard moves. So you'll know that you've mucked up the sort of cycle by if you're seeing that it's doing those standard moves, and he's done it. That's a huge job, that fight. That's a really, really technical fight. So, yeah, Diesel definitely showing off his like experience there by nailing that one.
It was a weird fight too.
Yeah, it was a bit really good that it killed Aerith for you, like right at the start. That's pretty much one of the best openings you can get. Probably the worst opening is Stone on Cloud.
Yeah, Petrify.
Yeah,
on Cloud.
Petrify on Cloud.
On Cloud or K is.
Yeah, it's shocking.
It's basically telling you you're going to die.
Yeah.
You can technically win the fight still, but
it's just such a pain.
You have to get really good damage rolls on dice to have a chance at winning. All right. So this run has been messy.
I mean, it's pretty good still.
One death, which I intentionally did.
Yeah, because you forgot the menu.
Just go back and do it again.
Yeah.
So it's done properly. So, considering that Kate Sith is a toy, they come to the realization that the black materia can't be taken out of the temple. The black materia is the temple. You can reduce the size of the black materia, but you have to solve riddles inside the temple in order to reduce its size, and you have to stay inside the temple as you solve them, which means you would be crushed by the temple. So Kate Sith stays behind to reduce the black materia and sacrifices himself. I'm sure he'll be missed very much.
Not after he double-crossed us. He's a real jerk.
Yeah.
Nah, he's doing a good thing. I'm going to sub out for a bit again.
It is made like... This moment is completely spoiled in like 3 minutes. Because it just shows up again. All right. And he's done it. And we have the black materia. As long as Sephiroth doesn't have this materia, the world will be safe.
And I'm sure he will never get his hands on it.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, that's his music.
Uh-oh. This is when the weird stuff starts getting really weird. Where you've got like child version of Cloud running around and Cloud runs in slow motion for some reason.
Sorry, I know how headphones work. I promise.
And Cloud gave Sephiroth the black materia.
Disappointing.
It's like, and Sephiroth's just straight out of here. It's like, bye, you know where I'm going.
I got what I need.
Yeah.
I'm out. Is he beating up Aerith?
No, he's giving her a foot massage.
Ah, okay, yeah.
Okay.
Should be noted that we are still comfortably in disc 1.
Yeah. We're close to the end, but... $340, so... Interesting.
Is there another in-game time minute coming up?
No, I'm just seeing where I am roughly. I think I'm about 5 minutes behind what I normally am. Considering what's happened in this run, that's pretty good. Alright. So, Aerith reveals that she's going to go to the City of the Ancients. Because she's the only one that can stop Sephiroth. And she decides to tell Cloud this for some reason. Although I think Sephiroth already knows this.
Is the game glitched? Why are you not moving? Is that a glitch? Did we soft lock?
No, it's a metaphor.
Is that a kind of like manipulation? I haven't heard of that. I haven't heard of that that tech before. A metaphor.
It's how we advance the step count without moving.
Ah, okay, that's crazy.
Yep.
There's nothing like that in FF8. No metaphors to be found. I'm gonna end up giving Diesel a heart attack. Or I'm just gonna give him like some kind of brain rot.
Oh, I got plenty of that already.
Yeah. Oh, no, I didn't mean to agree. It's like when someone's like, "Oh, look at my drawing; it's so bad," and you're like, "Yeah."
Grab this X potion because we might need it later. All right.
So yeah, looking back on what was formerly the temple. Oh no, that was the reactor. That's right.
Yes, that is a reactor. So, coming up, I got a quick menu to do, but I'm also going to be doing a IGT. Well, it's not an IGT minute.
That's in-game time for you non-gamers.
But there is an RNG variable called stone that I'm going to be setting to a specific value very soon. This is going to pay off much later.
2 discs later, in fact.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not until just 3 where we actually see the results, but it won't be the last part of this manipulation, but we do need to do this. Basically, stone is a variable which affects how rapidly RNG increases. To put it in a very simple way. And the way this number is set is based on what time you start the Bone Village minigame.
Nothing is truly random in these speedruns.
No.
Or very little. Like, in terms of stuff like that. I just love how, it has to pull RNG from somewhere.
Yep.
So, all you've got to do is figure out where it pulls RNG from and what makes that number change.
Alright, so we're going to take Barrett out of... Whoops. That was a bit rubbish. There we go. Death blow for restore. And 44. Alright.
So, a little weird fact about this section. I did not know that you could climb that ladder, because in this section, if you hit select to bring up those arrows, this is the only section in the game where an arrow will not appear on a ladder, and it's that ladder in this minigame.
Huh.
Or I think just in this area in general, it doesn't bring up an arrow on the ladder. Huh. So I spent so much gil digging around that initial area, looking for the harp and everything, only to look up a walkthrough and it says climb the ladder. Oh, actually, and another thing about that ladder that's stupid, so casually I switched to X confirm just because it was muscle memory. That ladder, regardless of your controls, you climb with circle. You could have square confirm and it'll still make you climb with circle.
Huh.
Very weird quirk about that that mini game. I think it's just the state that it puts you in during the mini game. It like reverts to default controls for a bit or something. It must do something like that.
Just made it.
Really, really weird sort of quirk about that.
Alright, so this is where we learn death sentence. Rather than, we do have to win this fight, but we're just going to bring Bahamut in. It is the fastest way to do this on this particular step we're at. And the bound fats at the back are programmed to counter with death sentence if they've been hit with a magic or a summon.
Nice. So that guarantees you'll get hit by it.
Yep.
Well, using Bahamut in a Final Fantasy speedrun, is this a Final Fantasy X speedrun reference?
So yeah, you notice
Possibly.
that the bound fats haven't died quite yet. They just got to do their final attack. The only annoying thing is that we get the animation 3 times.
Yeah, I was just looking at that. That's a long animation. It is funny that even if death sentence does, or even if you die with death sentence on, it still stays.
I got dazes, which is actually...
Yeah, that's actually really good.
it's very useful for a Disc 2 boss.
Can't remember which one off the top of my head.
Rude.
Ah.
I'll make a save here just before doing the next skip, because I technically can lock the game. If I do it wrong.
Another banger song right here.
And yeah, this is basically this is another paralysis dodge skip. The way this one works, though, is a little different because it's not actually a conversation that we're starting. What we do is go down into this area and we open the chest on the same frame.
Very nice.
There we go. Paris Gigas Armlet.
That's crazy. Very nicely done.
So if you fail to get on that ladder before those two characters load, like you see them pop in, your game logs. What happens is that the game turns the ladder off when that cutscene starts.
But you're on it.
Yeah, like I'm on it, so it's fine. Like it turns the triggers to get on and off the ladder.
Right, right.
But if you're not on the ladder and it turns the ladder off, you can't progress through that cutscene because Cloud isn't in the right position. You're not supposed to have control. So there's no way to advance the story. You're just stuck up on that floor.
So many of these tiny skips, like bar skip can soft lock. That skip is one that can soft lock too. It's crazy, like what you'll risk, or like rather what you need to risk in this game for such little amounts of time. Because this game has had so many like talented runners push it down to, I think Zeal currently has the world record with a 6:33.
Yeah, I think it was 35.
No, it was recent, like the other day.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, he just got a 6:33 recently, with some new Fury Ring strat or something. Yeah, like the kind of stuff that you have to risk now in this game is really, really interesting.
Alright, so we've managed to find Aerith.
I wonder what's going to happen.
I don't know, but this music isn't a good sign.
No, I think this is the music of a woman that's going to live a long and happy life.
Name!
You fool, you've just powered up Cloud's sword. Oh, wait, no, we don't use that weapon
have
anymore.
a lot of time. She could have moved.
Sorry?
She did have a lot of time before Sephiroth got to her. I mean,
She
could have taken
did.
a step to the left.
Yeah,
You two are horrible. This is a very emotional moment.
Not when you've seen it like a dozen plus
Ah.
times, or in your case,
Diesel
100 to
introduced
200
me as
plus
well
times.
to Kate Sith's reaction to this happening.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Do you know about this?
I do not.
So, there's a cutscene coming up where, depending on who you've got in your party, they'll react differently. It's like Barrett will get angry, or Tifa will go on like comfort Cloud or whatever. Kate Sith, his reaction to Aerith's death is to start dancing. This guy straight up default dances on Aerith's like
Cloud.
corpse.
It's
It is my jaw hit the floor when I first saw that like version of the cutscene.
Yeah. So, before we get further into that, we do get our first case example of how powerful Tifa can actually get.
Yes, yep.
Hopefully we don't see a particular move at the start of this, because I've already burned a few. Okay, good. Very good. So we're going to start off with Big Guard like we usually do. A death sentence onto Tifa. and a Molotov to finally put her into critical HP. Queue up a cross slash and holding ATB with Sid.
Got the paralysis, very nice. And then death blow. Huge. Huge. Look, Cloud's doing 59s. Tifa's hitting 3,000.
She's not doing quite enough damage.
Make sure to split.
Yeah. So, the way that we get to that level of damage is Tifa has Power Soul equipped now. The way Power Soul works is that its base stats are fairly low, but it has modifiers to its damage. It doubles her damage if she's in critical HP, and it quadruples her damage if she has death sentence status. So we do both. That increases her damage 8-fold. And then we also put the death blow on her for those attacks to hit critical.
Guaranteed crit.
Yeah, for those guaranteed criticals. And those criticals are guaranteed because Genova Life is paralyzed from the cross slash. That's why we do so much damage.
Even if Genova Life wasn't paralyzed, it would still do all the same damage modifiers. It would just have a 1/3 chance of hitting.
Yeah.
Or a third of its usual chance of hitting. Which is something that you'll have to just deal with in later bosses, unfortunately. Yeah. But yeah, in that little section where the characters were reacting to Aerith's death, yeah, Kate Sith dances. Very, very, like, that was so dark when I saw that. I was shocked. Shocked and appalled.
Were you going to write an angry letter?
No, I just cried. I just broke down in tears.
She's dead. F's in chat. F's in chat. We're going to meme it up.
Oh my god. You heartless man. You evil man.
After the things you two just said, yeah, okay.
Yeah. Alright, good point, good point, good point. I'm no better. Oh my god, are we finally at the end of disc 1?
Yes. We are.
So we're like a third through the run, that means, yeah?
No, we're over halfway.
We're 33.3% through exactly?
Yeah, sure. We are literally over halfway. There is more than half of the game on the first disc in this speedrun.
Yeah, got to save between discs because you never know when a disc might just not load. That's happened to me before. Oh, does Greatest Hits have different pictures?
No, but there is a cycle that they.
Okay. Because I was thinking
they don't
like
always load the same picture.
I could have sworn oh, that is disgusting, Diesel. He just put his disc 1 in the disc 2 slot of his case. That is vile. That is rancid. Give it to me. I'll fix it.
No. No, I was talking about the menu. It's like, no, I'm not supposed to go into equip.
Give me the bloody game. Let me fix it.
Oh,
it's going to annoy me. Thank you. God, you're like the guy who, like, you take one game out and you just put it in the...
I fix it when I'm done with the run. I'm just not going to waste time putting the disc in the right slot.
I'll pop that over there. There you go. God, that made me so angry. Yo, this game has platforming.
Parkour extreme.
You wouldn't believe how long I got stuck on this screen. Because I didn't know that you could walk behind that thing. Perfectly on step count too. That's one that I know.
Yeah. Because you have to force it at a specific point.
Oh, I mean, that makes sense then.
Alright. So we're going to pick up a couple of items on the way up here. The first is the bolt armor.
Look at that climb. That is quite the posture.
Bolt armlet will come in handy for like one boss. And then we'll also get the Mega Elixir on the side here. Cool. Am I going to be eaten? Am I going to run away? Jeez.
Mini doesn't stay, does it?
No,
Yeah.
not between encounters, no.
That's actually like kind of interesting because a lot of other Final Fantasy games, you'll maintain your status effect, despite like even across different encounters.
Yeah.
So if you exit a battle blind, you'll come into the next one blind. This game cures a lot of them. I think that's another difference between JP 1.0, but I'm not 100% sure. I think JP 1.0 you keep your statuses. Again, not 100% sure. But yeah, that's something that makes this game a little bit forgiving to run.
Yeah, the only permanent status effects other than death is sadness and fury.
Yeah, sadness and fury. Could you imagine if they weren't? Like, you use an item that gives you fury, enter a battle, exit the battle, and it's cured. I mean, I guess you'll just use them right before the boss.
Actually, I lied. We used Bolt Armlet for 2 fights.
Screw you, man. Why are you lying to me? What a jerk. Actually, what are those 2 bosses? I'm really curious.
It's not bosses. One of them's Silver.
Oh, okay, right.
Great.
Yeah, so this is a pincer attack. The dreaded pincer attacks that we've been talking about. Yeah, these cannot be escaped from, and you just have to sit here and cop it. And now we hope the Tifa runs. Oh, wow.
Okay.
So yeah, that exact situation is a huge part of why step count is super important, because you will guarantee that you never get a pincer. Yeah, they are really, really dangerous encounters. And again, especially for the any percent category with slots, where because your party doesn't really need to be that strong in terms of damage that they deal, you simply don't get very strong. So you can't really deal with pincers very effectively.
It's been a while since I've had that pincer.
Yeah.
And they were even critting when they were hitting me as well.
Yeah, that was nuts. But yeah, I guess like imagine that situation, but Diesel didn't have the strength or like the stats to actually kill one of those enemies and end up escaping. It would just be a run killer.
Yeah.
So that's why step count's super important in any percent. Not that it's unimportant here, but just that it can break a run.
Yeah. As long as I keep steps, that's the last place that I can get pincered.
Yeah.
Okay. So Eleanor's a little bit upset that her boss is dead. So she tries to fight me. She misses.
Oh, all right. See ya.
And she rolls down the hill.
Oh, she's just dead, isn't she? Surely, right?
No, she lives.
That's a resilient woman. You tumbled down a mountain and lived. All right, coming up on another one. Another really... Thank you for petting the cat.
Yes, always pet the cat.
Another one of those like super goofy mini games that's just like super out of place.
Yeah, Aerith's dead. We're very sad. Snowboarding!
Well, it's the only natural thing to do. Also, the frame rate here is just like really, really good. Or like it looks really smooth.
Yeah.
Like uncannily so. I don't know if that's a word. I don't think it is.
It definitely feels like 60 FPS.
Oh, it's actually 59.94. Oh, Diesel's never going to talk to me again after this. And so yeah, this is actually like a pretty tough mini game to navigate. Every time you bonk something, it's just time loss.
Yeah.
You also, basically, the point of this mini game is that you're trying to get down the mountain. There's a couple of different forks in the road that you can take. Depending on which ones you take, you'll get placed in a certain position in the next sort of dungeon sort of area. So Diesel's going to take a particular route to land himself in a specific area on that in that like next sort of dungeon. So that he, 1, maintains steps, 2, gets out of that area as quick as possible, and that's actually pretty much it. Just maintain step count and get out.
We're also picking up a materia
Yep, that's the one.
as well.
And you're also getting something. Oh, if only there was that what's that Futurama episode where they go to like the snow. It's like, trees down, and all the trees go down. What happens if you take trees up? Goes straight into his face.
I have my own like kind of little setup. I use the balloons,
Yep.
but I overturned.
Ooh, very clean, very clean. There's no way that Diesel is that good at this game.
That was your fault.
I guess Diesel's really bored of my jokes.
Considering there's a hard crash on a 239, it's not too bad.
Yeah, it went quite white. It didn't go wrong.
Yeah.
Don't ice me out like that. Come on. They're not going to let me back next year, man.
Okay. So we've kind of like passed a point of safety in the game. There's no more shops. There's like one shack where you can sleep on the way.
There's still a couple of shops because you got to get like HP increase stuff as well, right?
Yeah,
HP
that's after the Northern Korea.
Oh, right, yeah. So for now, for a little while, yeah. Yeah, this part's like pretty tough this was pretty tough just because like I noticed the safety saves that I have at least just don't have a huge amount of like healing or sort of those backup emergency items.
Did I get death? Oh, shh. Okay. I didn't get added cup.
Is this going to muck up your steps?
Yeah.
That's right.
dead.
We'll make it work. I didn't even see the material.
Yeah, you never see the material. Oh, this is not good. I really should not do this on low sleep.
All right, bit of a detour. We're going back to get Death Blow.
So, okay.
And yes, this will cost us step count, but it also
Yeah.
means that we can beat the game. Probably just means a bit more safety saving. Nothing huge.
So I was supposed to pick it up on the next screen.
Jesus. Yeah, that's hard as to see. It's alright, nobody's perfect.
Yeah. So. Oh dear. Ah, no.
That's alright, it's alright, it's alright.
Not the right one.
Yeah. That's alright. Crit, escape, run. So clutch. So clutch.
Oh, this is going to be interesting.
Yeah, so again, pretty much a nice demonstration of why step count is important when it's an option to you. Not all games have it. In fact, I'd say very few games have it. In Final Fantasy.
What, step count?
Yeah.
Oh, all the old ones do.
At least the sort of way that it works in this game. It's a bit different in the other games. At the very least.
Yeah, like the older ones I think are a bit more frame-based or something.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty much up to 8 where they have some form of steps.
Yeah. 10 sort of has it, but not really the same way. You'll never get you don't get the same encounters. It's more like you'll get an encounter at that time, roughly. It's just a matter of like what you get.
Yeah, so
You're just planning.
give you an idea how tired I am. I flew in today. Well, yesterday. Now.
Oh, here's another mini game. So Cloud's got to give himself little cuddles if his body temperature gets too low. Yeah, I didn't understand how this worked for so long, and then I realized you have to stand still while you mash circle or whatever it is. Square. So you just want to make sure that, I mean, they could have just worn more clothes. However, they have to maintain their anime style, so can't compromise that.
Hopefully this is a Stilva. It is not a Stilva. So hopefully I get it. I'm looking for a Stilva. I don't know what my encounters are going to be at this point because I'm off steps.
So getting the ribbon there is really important. Ribbon's like a traditional sort of Final Fantasy item. Just makes you immune to all status ailments. Sometimes it'll have a really good like magic defense. It sort of depends game to game, but the typical, like, the standard of what it will always do is negate all, if not most, status effects.
Okay. I'm just going to have to wait for him to use Magic Breath, and it's going to take the longest amount of time because he started with Jump Attack. Oh no, did I put...
I'm pretty sure you have
I
enemy skill on.
didn't.
Yeah.
I didn't put Firing on Cloud.
My bad.
Oh yeah, I do.
Wait, I meant to put on firing. Do you have Bolt Armlet and Wizard Bracelet on as well?
Yeah, Bolt Helmet's on too.
Okay, cool.
Oops.
So admittedly, this is now like quite tense. Because there's just a lot, like, not to sort of make you more nervous, but yeah, without having like steps, it's quite
Yeah, especially the outside areas, because I could get a Marlboro out here.
yeah, it's definitely like something that would put any runner like on edge, because you've gone from having something that's completely consistent to now it's random again. But we'll make it through. Yeah, so Cloud's going to give himself a little cuddle. Get back up to 30. Oh, geez, 32. Could you imagine being able to just do that?
Hey?
Now I'm 32 degrees. Nice. Done. Got it. So is there still there's no magic breath still, yeah?
I'm starting to get concerned now if I don't find
Yeah.
a silver. And I'm not going to find one out here.
Yeah, so we're looking for another enemy skill. Luckily it's an AoE, so it doesn't matter who it targets. But yeah, without steps, it's harder to actually get one of them to appear.
Alright, pick up the fire armlet. Dragon armlet. Water ring, ribbon, fire armlet. Gigas armlet, fire ring.
So yeah, these are the icicle fights before the next boss. They're pretty annoying.
Yeah, you can get between 0 and 4 attacks from the bats, which do a fair amount of damage.
Yeah, just like by nature of how many bats there are and that they're relatively quick monsters as well. It can, like, it's just another one of those things where, like, you can just lose time. And it's not something that you can, what are you going to do about it? Do you want, like, a drink or anything from that?
Nah, I'm alright.
You absolutely sure? I'm going to crack into these bickies, I reckon. Am I allowed to eat bickies? Alright, I'm going to have some bickies.
I don't see why not. Just don't make too much of a mess.
I'm definitely not going to, like, chew into the microphone or anything.
So, laser is a gravity-based attack. It always does a percentage-based amount. It's 50%, but icicles are weak to gravity. Who knew? So they do double damage. So half times 2 is 1. And those are all the icicles that we need to fight. We don't have to do the last one. The last
Those
one
bickies are
only
delicious.
unlocks a path to a treasure chest that's not relevant.
Ah, very nice. You don't have to kill the 4th one. I do like the touch that the icicles are weak to gravity.
Yeah.
Should you save?
No, there's a save point right before.
Ah, gotcha, yep.
But I will heal. And that's what I was trying to do.
Back to active.
Pick up the enhanced sword. 'cause we'll be
Enhanced
selling that.
sword.
Yes.
Does that limit let you run away?
Um,
Like you can just hold it on slots and...
yeah, but the ATB's still going, so they'll still get
Ah,
some.
yeah, okay.
Okay. And we're going for our final climb.
Absolutely delicious. You might need to have a cuddle. Or Cloud, rather, not you. He's getting low. He's 28 degrees, almost. There he
I
is.
think you mean name.
Just in case.
Yeah. This fight is a bit complicated. Fighting a dragon with 2 heads.
Just another day in the office.
Yeah.
You don't do that regularly.
Actually, before that starts,
Try and get magic breath.
Gonna force an encounter before this boss fight. I would have been okay, but I didn't know. If you get a random encounter on this screen after the Schizo boss fight,
It's Marlboro, isn't it?
you can't escape it.
Oh, okay. That's weird.
It's a glitch. It's to do with the can't escape flag.
Right.
It gets locked into that after boss fights because it's to do with step ID being turned on and off on the screen.
This is one of the bosses that I don't know a huge amount about, admittedly. But yeah, you basically got a double-headed dragon here. Each head is its own sort of enemy with their own ATBs. So yeah, Big Guard is always going to be a staple in a lot of these boss fights.
Yep. So we use Big Guard, Hero Drink to increase Tifa's strength stat. And we're going to use Laser to get her into critical HP now that Big Guard's up. Actually... Basic attack would be better here.
So a lot of these spells on Sid and Cloud will actually heal them, which is really good.
Yeah. Ah, it helps if you cast Death Sentence. Jesus.
Yeah, so that's the other thing that's kind of crappy about... yeah, you can see it there. Like, this is probably the first... I think this is the first boss where it is a huge risk of actually, like, having that attack whiff. That 1/3 accuracy now is really becoming a factor. Doing okay so far, though, in that regard.
But the problem is both of these heads have a built-in counter mechanic when they get hit. When the right head gets hit 6 times, it uses a quake.
Yeah. Oh, that's right. So it's 6 times on the first one and then 5 times on the second one, and they'll counter, yeah.
And... yeah, he should be dead.
Very nice. So right head's down now.
Tifa's a little close, but I think she'll be okay. Yep.
22 health. Oof. Come on, love.
Ah, come on.
Pretty good.
Is it 1 or 3? It's 3. So you would do this either 1 or 3 times.
Ah, unfortunate. Oh, it's 0. That's right.
Yeah, firing on Tifa so she doesn't take damage.
Jesus. 1/3, by the way.
Yeah. I'll just go for it. Oh, for Pete's sake.
Oh, no. It should be noted as well that the ATBs in this game are like really, really quick. So Diesel is doing really, really well to actually manage like putting in these turns, reacting to whose ATB is going to fill up first, and inputting like the necessary moves accordingly. This is it's more impressive than it seems. It's definitely like a game like FF9 again, for example.
Of course you hit that.
Is much more forgiving in that regard, and FF8 battles are really, really short. So even though you are having to...
Was that 876? That was over damaged by 30. Oh, this is gold.
But yeah, as I was saying, it's definitely like a very tough set of ATBs to manage compared to a lot of other games. So even though this run's been a bit rocky, like this is like definitely still a very impressive showcase of this game
And one thing I did forget to do is to reset Tifa's limit.
Make sure to force that encounter again as well.
Oh no, I have plenty of space and yeah.
Okay, so you'll be fine.
Because I forced the encounter, my danger is then at 0. So.
Oh, even if you soft reset?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Danger is not saved to the file.
Gotcha. Okay, yep. I'm too used to a lot of like anything that I know to do with step count is almost exclusively based on FF8, which is tied to the save file. Oh, man, I'm a little cold. Maybe I should mash square.
Alright, let's try that again.
Can I jump in with a donation?
Yep.
We have $20 from Neo asking if either of you two would like a coffee from the cafe when it opens.
I'm good, thank you.
They appreciate your offer, Neo, but they are good. Your donation has been put towards the Morrowind tutorial, though. Which has $158 left to be complete.
Initiative's going to start pumping out damage now. Very nice.
Wait, did she?
Mm-hmm. Alright, right head down.
Yeah, now she does. I really need sleep.
Join the club.
Yeah. Two.
Please no 3. Ah, there it is.
Ah, shit. She's actually still alive.
Man, every time I know that it does 0 damage, but every time he does the flame on Tifa, my heart sinks a little. Very nice.
Okay, I don't die this time at least.
Oh. That looks like a terrible boss.
Yeah, it's terrible.
I kind of regret not studying up hugely for it. Yeah, that boss looks like a massive pain. Did you ATB wait?
Sorry?
Did you ATB wait?
I was already in active.
Okay,
anyway,
cool.
But I can put it in active. Yeah.
Oh, no, because I was just reading off like your notes.
Oh, actually.
Just trying to make sure it's all the right stuff.
Yeah. I should probably have it in wait for this section of the game. There's quite a few pincers in this area.
Oh.
Alright, go through Schizo. Good God.
Yeah, that's definitely like a really volatile part of the game. as you said as well, like there's no shops. You can't go and buy any backup items.
Yeah.
It's yeah.
But we're going to leave Tifa dead, because it's just a faster setup for the next boss fight.
Yep.
Oh, damn. I thought it was something else. Very similar camera angles to a meme encounter.
Yep.
Okay. So at this point, the game forces Tifa into your party because of what story elements are about to happen. But
Yeah.
we already have her, so it's kind of a redundant.
Stuff like that is really impressive that people have routed around it. It's like, well,
It's actually pretty fortunate because there aren't many points that make things awkward. Like, there's just no points that make things awkward. Like from disc 2 onwards, the only mandatory characters are Tifa and Sid.
yeah. So it's actually like it's quite handy that those are like mandatory. That like those characters in particular are mandatory rather than like
Yeah.
Ico from FF9. Have you ever heard about the FF9 challenge run where you can play the game, you can do whatever you want, but the final hit on Necron has to be an Ico physical? You do not complete the challenge unless the final hit is an Ico physical, and it's so funny to watch people like just whittle his health down so slow with Ico.
Bash its head in with a flute. Alright, so we got the Whirlwind Maze. So, this is basically a timing thing. There are setups for each of these screens. There's a total of 3 of them. And this screen, even though like it does this camera transition, you can start moving straight away.
Oh yeah, look at that. You got like a quarter of the way up.
Yeah, about that.
Oh, maybe not a quarter. That's a bit generous. So what is like the main purpose of leaving Tifa dead here?
So what's the main purpose of...
Leaving Tifa dead.
When we get to the point where we fight Genova Death, we can just put a Phoenix down on her, and she'll be in critical as soon as we start the fight.
Very nice,
and
very nice.
because all of Genova's Death's attacks are fire element, she won't take any damage. And he'll cloud up because he can take damage. If I can get through this screen without an encounter, I will be very happy because this screen has some scary...
I love how you're actually treating random encounters as random now. You're like, oh, it's very lucky.
I've had plenty of practice of treating random encounters as random because of FF9.
Yeah.
But FF9 doesn't have pincers in it.
No, it just has back attacks,
Yeah.
which are sometimes worse. I'd rather just lose a run sometimes. It's always so demoralizing when your first encounter in an FF9 run is a back attack Fang. Can't flee from it, can't kill it in one hit. You lose like 40 to 50 seconds on the first screen the first screen that's random. Bang, there goes almost a minute. Welcome to FF9. Banger song. Okay, so she's done us a nice favor there by healing Sid.
One red light open is actually very good.
And then, yeah, standard setup again. Death sentence on Tifa, big guard on the party. It's a lot of how it all sort of goes. Yeah, cross slash here to one of the few. I guess all the Genovas are like that. Hey, you can paralyze them.
Birth is actually not vulnerable to paralysis.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So yeah, the whiffed attacks that we saw on the previous boss no longer a factor here. We get to effectively just wail on this thing, and
she's not quite dead yet because I missed the first death blow.
It's fine. It's fine though.
You have to get lucky.
This one's going to hit though, so it's fine.
Yeah. There you go.
Told you.
That should be dead. No.
Oh, well, it's alright, because this one's going to hit, so.
And unfortunately, Genova Death actually has more dexterity than Tifa with haste.
Sorry, I lied.
She's that fast.
There we go.
Alright, so Cloud comes to the realization that the Sephiroth that we've been seeing on the way isn't actually Sephiroth, it's Genova. In an illusion form. But Sephiroth is kind of controlling Genova at this point. That's a grey area as to who's controlling who, at least in the OG version. But we're going to give the black materia to Red for safekeeping, because he's literally the closest character standing to us. It doesn't make a difference.
When he said he's the closest character, I was like, oh, that's sweet. Like, he's been with us for so long. Nah, he's just closest in raw proximity. He's right there.
Is it a pincer? That'd be funny if it was. It's not.
Yeah, you would actually just be boned. You might get lucky taking a walking step if that was a pincer attack. Not terrible, I guess.
And pick up this poison ring as well.
Very clean.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And we can put the ATB into active for later on. But we got a big story run, so if we got any donos or announcements for come through, now is a great time.
Just like to remind everybody that we do have some incentives going on. Earlier I mentioned the Elder Scrolls 3 Morrowind tutorial. We also have the Elder Scrolls 5 Skyrim Marriage %, which has 320 left. We also have the Zelda Ocarina of Time name bid war, with name at $10, unfortunately losing to Zelda at $11. We have the Pokemon Heart Gold coming up later in the week, with the rival's name having name winning, and the player's name having name winning. And of course we have the Time Crisis 3 category selection, as it's called here, but I assume that's character select, with Alan currently winning.
That's me. Yeah, the two characters are very slightly different, but there's different strats for certain parts. It's still an interesting distinction.
So, seeing that we did calm skip, this is lacking a bit of context.
Oh, yeah.
We basically, we got an explanation of what happened in Nibelheim 5 years ago with Sephiroth and Cloud. But Cloud's memories are incomplete and inaccurate. Sephiroth starts showing Cloud some of what actually happened. He doesn't show him all of it. And because Cloud is also under the influence of Sephiroth, he kind of freaks out at this point.
And understandably so.
And he does kind of fall back on Tifa because he knows he grew up with Tifa in Nibelheim, but Tifa's been hiding the fact that she never saw Cloud 5 years ago.
Yeah, again, without the scenes in Calm, the 12 minutes of story in Calm.
12, that's an underestimate.
Oh, sorry, it skips like 12, I think. Yeah.
But because you have to do all the chocobo
Yeah.
stuff.
Another thing with Calm Skip that's actually kind of interesting is because when you're walking through parts of that flashback, there's step count. So when that skip first came out, what it also the second part of optimizing that skip was to make a whole new step route, which is a really interesting, yeah, sure, we've got this great skip now, but
yeah, now we have to go back.
Yeah, now we've got to rework the
our
fundamentals
encounters.
of our movement.
Yeah, we have to reroute all our encounters. Actually, come to think of it, it might be somewhat lucky that the game doesn't crash here, considering we've never been through Calm flashback.
What do you mean?
Well, Cloud's character goes through like what he does. Like if he plays the piano, he'll remember that he played the piano.
Oh, right, but because there's nothing for the game to read data on regarding that. Yeah, that'd be a really interesting, or rather that is a really interesting, that the game, even with zero data coming out of Calm, can still read the flashback.
Yeah, I guess it's just using flags as to whether or not they actually happened or not. So none of those.
Yeah, rather than if they were
none
even.
of those flags have been raised. So
Yeah. I think
you did nothing.
I think FF8 is potentially just as broken as this game. It's just a little bit harder to break.
Yeah.
And there's less. You don't have something like the Chocobo.
Yeah.
Nothing like that. You've got the ships, I guess. Some of the cars and the ships, but yeah, no one's really looked into it. FF9, on the other hand, I think that game is built like a rock. I don't think that game's going to get broken for a very long time. No. Not in the same way that something like 7 is. Even 8, did you hear about Laguna Dream 2 skip?
What skip?
Laguna Dream 2.
No.
When you go into the forest and they all have that flashback. Awesome Waves discovered that if you effectively menu buffer through the whole thing, you just walk straight through the forest.
Ah, okay.
It's really hard, and I tried it for about 4 hours and didn't get it once. But it is possible. It's just going to take a little more work. Yeah, stuff like that is. I reckon FF8 could go pretty nuts like this game. It just hasn't yet.
That's the only world map trigger that goes into a field screen, I think.
Probably, yeah.
So that would be a one-off.
I mean, all the games will have minor skips, your Jesse skips and your bar skips and whatnot. I'm here to help you, name. So with red, actually I wanted to ask you about this when it happened at the time, but I forgot. You renamed red down to one character. However, a big part of why you do that is Cosmo Canyon, because they talk about him so much in Cosmo Canyon that it saves, like, the bulk of his time saved from his rename is in Cosmo Canyon. Is that just habit for you, or did you...
Yeah, it's just habit. It'd actually be interesting to measure whether or not cutting down Red's name would be worth it, but it only takes...
I mean, it's less than a second to do it.
Yeah, 2/3 of a second or so.
Yeah.
So...
I just remember someone saying that, like... Maybe it was just the advice was directed at me specifically, because I'm newer and not used to renaming party members, really. So, they might have said it's not worth it, like, without Cosmo Canyon skip. But for someone like yourself that's like more experienced and just a better runner, it's probably worth doing it at that point.
I mean, assuming it takes like 3/4 of a second, that would be like... what's 3/4 of 30?
3/4 of 30?
22.5, I think.
3/4 of 30?
Yeah.
Is that 20? No, it's 2/3.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it's 20. It's 22.5.
Should we be running? Are we too tired?
Yeah,
It's like it's like when you just shouldn't be behind the wheel. That's right. We're behind the wheel of this speedrun. No one's in danger except us. What is going on with Tifa? Oh, I thought Tifa's body was like... I thought she had her like Advent Children outfit on.
Oh.
With like the black... That's a cool outfit though. I like that version of Tifa.
Yeah. So Shinra's here. Hojo explains what Cloud really was. He's a experiment that failed. He tried to prove the reunion theory, which is basically the Genova cells will reunite, and also that you can use these Genova cells to enhance people. But Cloud failed. He meant his mind turned to mush, basically. And weapon is a thing created by the planet.
Yeah. It's basically just Godzilla.
Yeah, pretty much. Kaiju, aren't they?
Yeah.
And Sephiroth has been chilling out here. So
So this is where the real Sephiroth was the whole time.
Yes.
As Diesel said earlier, like what we've been seeing the whole time is effectively like a projection of Sephiroth.
Yeah, using Genova.
So yeah, we get our first sort of glimpse at the weapons. This is me emerging from a hangover. Give me Gatorade!
To get that image out of everyone's head, I would like to let everyone know that Neo has given us $55 asking us to make Worcester's rival named HS Blue.
Very nice.
That would be for the hard gold run.
Alright, what do we got? What are we cooking with here?
Nothing until Medeal.
Oh, hell yeah.
I do the Medeal shop. That's the last shop of the normal route.
Oh, yeah?
So after I've done that and done the Fort Condor section, I can buy some more items.
Do you have like a Pandemonium or Star Shop equivalent?
No,
Not really
that
in this
big.
game?
Not
Yeah.
that big, no. Cloud's Return is about the biggest menu we do, but it's not comparable.
Yeah. Yeah, 'cause some of the other games have these like several minute long strings of buying and equipping and selling and all this other stuff. The one for Final Fantasy VIII, I think it goes for like, what, 7 minutes or something? 5 minutes?
Yeah, sort of, but it's a bit...
Yeah, you're kind of part of it is waiting in a couple battles, but
Yeah.
yeah, I was just curious to see if FF7 had that sort of one of those big, great, spectacular menus.
Yeah, not really.
Probably a good thing it doesn't, considering the fatigue.
Yeah.
Oh, I just sold Emerald Weapon.
Yeah. Like, oh man. Like yesterday, I only flew in yesterday, and I had to wake up at like... Oh no, I didn't wake up at 4. I had to wake up at like 7:30, 8 o'clock in the morning to fly out. I got to the airport. Flight was delayed, so I got in late. I got to the hotel, checked in, came here for a bit, for a couple of hours, but it's like, can't go to sleep now. It's like too late / too early.
Yeah. It's alright, we'll make it through. And then you can have a big sleep.
Yeah, we're through the worst sections.
Yeah. From what I understand, there's a lot of the stuff like from here on out is relatively tame.
Yeah. There's only like carry armor and diamond weapon that I'm worried about.
Carry armor is carry armor's a pain. And diamond weapon as well. I know. Like when I was watching the diamond weapon fight in the tutorial that I was looking at, like that looked painful. That's going to be you in your hotel bed.
Yeah, pretty much.
And I'm going to be Barrett in the back. Huh?
How did you get in?
We were quite lucky with our flights in. Me, Choco, and Damask. We didn't get delayed, but our gate got changed a couple times. So we had to do a couple back and forths across. I think we had to go through security like 3 or 4 times. And of course, I've got the PS2 that you bought off me, plus my PS2, plus the light gun, which I'm surprised didn't get flagged through customs.
Yeah.
Because it came up on the screen, it's a gun-shaped looking thing. And I swear to God, they looked at it for like 4 minutes.
Yeah.
And they're like, okay, let it through. I'm kind of nervous on the way back. There's like all these PS2 cables and everything in there. It looked like a mess. They shouldn't let you see that screen. I just get so nervous when stuff goes through there.
My first 2 flights were cancelled. Getting here. I was supposed to get here on Tuesday.
Oh, Jesus, really?
Yeah.
Oh, gross. Not gross about getting here on Tuesday, gross about getting here on Thursday, when you ended up actually getting here. Oh my God.
The Tuesday flight got cancelled. I got rebooked to Thursday morning to fly out at 7:20 a.m. And then that flight got cancelled and I flew out at 10:40 a.m.
Jesus.
And then I didn't fly out at 10:40 a.m. I flew out at 10 past 11 because it was delayed by 30 minutes.
Shocking. All right, quick story catch up. We're being executed.
Yep. Tifa's been unconscious for a week. Meteor's been summoned. The world's going to end, and Weapon is going around and
There's basically just a bunch of mecha kaijus running around.
destroying stuff.
Yep. Sin from Final Fantasy X is pretty much here, except there's like 5 of them. You've never seen a prisoner so eager to get to his cell.
I missed it.
No Tifa skip. Damn.
Yeah. Come on, I want to do FMV skip.
Oh, there's another sort of mini game coming up. Hey.
Yeah,
I wonder who that big fella on the left is.
The guy with the obvious fake nose, I think. I don't know. I've never been able to make that shape out. It looks so weird.
I just thought it was Mr. Potato Head from Toy Story 1. And don't forget your angry eyes. When Mrs. Potato Head's stuffing the back of him full of different face pieces. What a film.
Although, I am going to perform a magic trick.
In real life?
No, in the game.
Oh, okay. I thought you were going to bring out like a deck of cards or something. I was like, oh. Just wouldn't really translate well to the stream, would it?
Nah.
I really want to count how many slaps there are in this game. Like when people count the amount of times like Zidane scratches his ass in 9 or anytime Vivi falls over. Yeah. I think they've got it like 30 something times Vivi falls over in the speedrun.
So my magic trick is I'm going to make these Shinra guards disappear.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So we're going to a fight with them. I don't kill them.
How's he going to do it, folks?
And they're gone.
By God. It's Who Diesel. The great magician.
So for some reason you can escape that fight. Doesn't make any sense.
You can do the same thing in for FF9 actually with the guards and after the cage swing.
Oh, true.
When you flee from that battle, they're just gone.
Yeah, but you can never flee from that battle.
Yes, you can.
Yeah, I know you can.
Oh.
You just never do.
Yeah.
Because it's FF9, and escape doesn't work.
Escape is it's almost like a carrot dangling in front of you. You'll never catch it, though. Not after disc 1, at least.
There is a skip here as well that I'm going to do.
Oh, hell yeah. I love skips.
It's called FMV skip. Basically, whenever you have screens, clouds, like the character model is always loaded onto it. And if it's not relevant to the screen, then the character model is usually paralyzed. But during one particular screen in this cutscene, the character actually isn't paralyzed. You can move him and you can go into the screen transition, and from that you can actually skip a bunch of FMVs associated with the weapon fight here. So on this screen, I hold down and run, transition to down left.
Skip the FMVs?
Yep.
Very
Skip
clean.
a couple, actually.
Not bad.
And we go back to the room that Barrett is supposed to be in to progress the story further, because if you try and go ahead, it doesn't work. The game kind of crashes.
There is one more skip like that, but I'll save it. We won't spoil it yet.
Yeah. Thankfully, the music fixes itself, because I like this song.
Yeah, this is a really good song. Another sort of interesting story bit. Basically, Kate Sith, of course, having been in that disguise, sort of an insider for us, has gathered some info, knows where Tifa's being held, is just saying, like, trust me, Barrett, like, trust me, I can get all three of us out of here. And Barrett's saying, no, like, you double-crossed us. And Kate Sith is like, just please trust me. And we're taking a chance. We'll see if it pays off.
I would like to know what Kate Sith's plan was, though.
What do you mean?
How the hell was Tifa supposed to get out?
We're going
She only gets out
to make it happen.
She only gets out because the room gets attacked.
He knows that Tifa's an absolute unit. He knows that Tifa's just a bamf and is going to break free.
Alright. You want to do as much movement while the platform's rising because step count actually freezes while it's doing that.
We're going back to Tifa.
Yep. Up. And it's just X twice, triangle, X and triangle, X and square. Oh, for Pete's sake.
Yeah, so basically Tifa's being like poison gassed live on TV, I believe, but I guess they all just watched her escape. Sorry, it's just so like...
Fatality.
That was just so like flaccid. Oh, not flaccid, like he's right there. He's right in the thing's face. And they just shot it. So yeah, Tifa's now escaped by no assistance of Kate Sith, despite Kate Sith having this grand plan. It's a really hard fight coming up as well. It's definitely one of the tougher fights in this game, so we'll let Diesel concentrate during this.
So, normal speedrun strats is you just sit there and take it. That is boring. It's first to 5 wins. And I'm currently tying. There we go.
Man, we should have had a donation incentive for me and you to play this in real life.
There we go.
Just me and you sitting here slapping each other. I wouldn't blame you after some of the terrible jokes I've been laying down. So is it genuinely quicker to just sit there and take the slaps?
Yeah.
Nice.
Oh, it's the same amount of time as if you get 5-0 or 0-5.
Right.
But you can just get 0-5.
Yeah,
like,
it's pretty unlikely to get 5-0.
Yeah, I don't know. Magic breath. Okay.
So another part of the story, I think this has been mentioned, I'm not 100% sure. Cloud is missing. We don't know where Cloud is.
Yes. I'm gonna have to load a backup save
You reckon?
because I don't have magic breath. I need.
Oh,
magic,
true. Yeah.
I need
yeah.
magic breath to get through the training fights.
Everyone just alright. What we're gonna do? Okay. Everyone just pretend that Diesel's not about to load a save, and that we didn't muck up steps, and that we got magic breath.
And I didn't die like 3 times.
What I'll do, I'll pull a real Hojo maneuver, and I'll go to each and every viewer, and I'll construct false memories of the speedrun, and you and I will know, and that'll be all good and well.
Okay.
But yeah, these things happen. Like it's not a. Just thank God you actually have backup saves. So we're pretty much devising a plan to how we're going to find Cloud, where to start looking.
And thankfully, we know exactly where to look.
Yeah, we cheated. We looked up a walkthrough.
We're looking medial, which I think there's a safety save just before.
Actually, I got a question regarding the speedrun. Because your pilot levels up.
Mm-hmm.
Does that matter at all in the speedrun?
I don't think so.
Because I never understood what it meant casually, but I figured maybe a higher level pilot may fly faster or be able to get higher or something like that.
I don't actually know.
Don't save over the one that you're just about to load, please. I beg you.
Any functional purpose, yeah.
Yeah, so pretty much going to pick up where we left off, which is nice because you're not like the viewers aren't missing anything. No one's actually like missing any sort of part of the run functionally. But yeah, I understand the decision fully to load a backup save.
Yeah, I don't have a way to get through the train fights.
Yeah. It's just one of those things. Like step count is so picky like that if little muck-ups like that at home, we could reset and carry on. So yeah, again, everyone just pretend that nothing went wrong.
Alright, so first thing we're going to do is pick up a very wonderful accessory called curse ring. There we go. We need to knock on the door, then go find the beat up
old useless key.
Try and use the key in the door. Tell the truth, that's very important.
Yep.
And as a result, this guy gives you a curse ring. One of the most rare and powerful accessories in the game.
So this one you might have to explain to me. What does a curse ring? What does a curse ring do for us?
So a curse ring basically increases all of your base stats for the price of inflicting death sentence at the start of the fight.
Oh no!
Yeah.
You're joking.
Yep.
Are you sure we should use that? That seems really... I feel like we shouldn't be. That's just like a win-win in the speedrun, though. That's fantastic.
Yeah. We're also going to buy 6 HP plus materials and a destruct materia.
This is another. Oh, sorry, Karen.
We're also going to pat the dog.
Of course, of course. Oh. This is another big point of like deviation as well with the 80% run. Because you would not buy nearly as many HP pluses for any percent.
No, you only need them for one character.
Yeah. Any percent as well. Despite this being a marathon run and like how many safety saves you've done so far, any percent would have more. There would be a lot more safety saving going on. So yeah, we found Cloud. He's been subject to Marco poisoning, which is basically just when you're exposed to far too much Marco. He's a bit... Yeah, he's just sort of like in a coma state, pretty much. And everyone's sad about it. Another thing actually that probably hasn't been considered by a lot of people watching is the fact that you are actually having to put in a decent amount of effort to mash through a lot of this text.
Yeah. It's kind of just autopilot.
Yeah, it's definitely like an autopilot skill, but like it's something that you've like got to consider. You've got to like be taking care of your hands and whatnot.
Yeah, I mean, like you actually watch how I mash. I don't actually use my hands.
Yeah, you're just sort of like moving the controller.
Yeah, I don't know how you mash, but
I just like I kind of set it against my chest and just like it's like
it's basically a rocking motion with my arms.
Yeah.
For me.
But also, I think in this game, mashing is a bit more forgiving. But yeah, it's definitely something to like consider for these longer stretches. I know some people as well who'll just like run their finger back and forth across the button. I think they call it the guitar pick method or something like that. But yeah, it's definitely something to consider like for these runs. That Diesel is actually like making sure that he's not wasting too much time on these text boxes. Little skills like that are, how do I say, like, underappreciated, or maybe just like not really thought of or considered when like optimizing a run.
It's not something that's
like if you think like how do I optimize this run, the first thing you can look for is like strategies and whatnot. But in some cases you may just be losing time on text boxes, and that's like it's such a weird thing to consider, but it is like a factor in these games. Unless you run JP like me, and then you get to use a turbo controller.
Yeah.
And then I don't need to care about mashing. All I have to do is learn part of another language.
Alright, so we take Red and Kate, because taking Barrett is... Well, Barrett's like the most useless party member.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he has like pretty bad stats for speedrunning. Like he's got the worst dex stat, doesn't have good magic stat, which is what's needed for this section. He also has some of the longest dialogue.
Sorry, I just remember watching you make this mistake a couple times. Or not mistake, but struggling with that, but a couple times on your stream the other day.
And ribbon. Skill, MP, turbo, stall, yeah.
Just double checking, the enemy skill that you've got on Sid is the one with only magic breath. Is that?
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah,
cool.
that's how I do it. Because the other two need to have laser.
Okay. Sid definitely as well in this game has like the best run cycle.
Yeah.
The animation, just junk first.
If I can just interrupt for one moment.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, we have a anonymous donation here for $4.49. The person was attempting to make the donation total 9444.44, but I guess they got their math wrong because we are now at 9445.44. But good try, and thank you very much for the donation.
Oops.
Come on, Diesel, get it together. Oh, this is a fantastic mini game here. So this is pretty much like so what we're gonna do is plant down. It's like a tower defense game, and you need to spend gil to plant down, you know, your little party members. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna put down some very specific party members there. And our defenses weren't good enough to hold off the enemy troops, so we're going to have to go in there and get it done ourselves.
Yep.
Oh, did you... Load again.
When was the last time I saved? Not that it matters. We're completely debating.
Yes, that is a fight that is completely fine to lose.
Yeah. Although what is important is to remember to
Yeah.
heal afterwards.
Heal back up. Otherwise, that's actually like really bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's another one of those like weird mini games where it's like, I don't understand this, but it's there. I'm sure someone had a great time with it.
The idea is like you run out of gil. The game detects when you run out of gil and you can't put any more troops down, and if you don't have any troops on the map when you can't put any down, the game just fails.
Is there a minimum that you need to put down?
Sorry?
Is there a minimum that you need to put down? Because you put down like 4 things.
No, but you have to enter the game with 4,000 gil.
Ah, gotcha, yeah, okay. When's our next boss, do you reckon?
I'm actually back on steps.
Huh?
I'm back on steps. I don't know what the formations are going to be, but...
You're back off steps?
On steps.
Oh, on steps. Well, yeah, because you loaded a save.
Yeah, but I don't know what my formations will be. That's the only complication. 10 steps? Yeah.
Alright, I'm going to sub out for a bit again.
Hey, killed the bird. Okay. So I'll get one more encounter on the way through. I wonder if I'll phase through this save again. Nope. Wait. It's meant to be on wait. Okay, so we go through a bunch of scripted fights in this section. The first is just the two guards out the front. They can be taken care of with Red using magic breath. Yeah.
I'm back, baby. Possible future armor reference.
Alright. But we're too late to catch the train that's carrying the huge materia that we're trying to capture.
So yeah, this is probably like a big reason why you should have done that safety, or
Yeah.
like loading up that safety save that you did, because there is active steps on the train, and sometimes yeah, if you get a pincer here, like I can't even imagine this, like
Yeah.
could be pretty shocking.
Well, all these fights are scripted. You always get the same ones.
Oh, okay, yeah, my bad.
But I've got Magic Breath listed 3 times in my setups here. And I don't have Aqua Lung either, so I don't know what the hell I could replace.
Oh, you don't get Aqualung in your route, or?
No, I don't get Aqua Lung
Okay.
at all. The only reason why I'd have Aqua Lung is if Genova Life used it.
Right. Yeah, I was kind of like touching on it before, but it's absolutely like one thing that I sort of love is that like two runners can have completely different opinions on like what's better and like worse strategically, because it's sometimes just like not possible to demonstrate one being quicker than the other, and in some cases one's not quicker than the other. It can depend highly on certain things. So, you know, like how you were mentioning that you use Bahamut as a backup for Demon's Gate, whereas some people don't. They have other backups. I love stuff like that. Sort of get to show off that, like your personality as a runner within your route.
Alright, so this enemy can silence, and he did, so that is why I buy 1 echo screen
What a jerk.
in the route. Next up we have 2 of these things, but we're not going to do a comet again. Instead we're going to use Dragon Fang and Magic Breath from Kate Sith. But Kate Sith can't be silenced in this fight because
Yeah,
he
'cause he's got
has the
ribbon.
ribbon equipped.
You fool.
He tried.
Did you not just hear what Diesel said?
Yeah. Okay. And next is the Wolfmeister. This one is a laser. So that way you can do 5,000 damage, then 2.5. Comet with the MP Turbo.
Oof. My man has a cleaver twice the size of all three of them combined and walked up and punched him. That's Sigma energy.
Alright. And then we got the Eagle Gun. This is 2 lasers with a Magic Breath. Magic Breath does double damage because it does have the Thunder element. It also has Fire and Ice, but Fire and Ice don't make any difference. He also gives us another X potion, which is nice.
How predetermined are your drops in this game?
So for random encounters, usually there's like a 1 in 4 chance of a drop or something like that. That X potion is actually guaranteed.
Right.
Wow,
What about
you
like for
actually got
bosses?
first
They
time.
drop anything. Like I know stuff like Rufus, you'll get the Mithril Armlet and the Power Vest.
Yeah. Boss fight. Boss drops are always guaranteed.
Gotcha. Yep.
Yeah. Generally, it's like a 1 in 8, I think.
Yep. So now it doesn't look like you're actually trying to stop the train.
No, I'm trying to make it go faster. I hate that term.
Well, because surely it's scripted to stop, yeah?
Yeah. We found the emergency brake. I am going to try another skip here.
Oh, okay.
But it may fail if I go too far.
You
but
did get the huge materia, though. That's huge.
Yeah, I missed it. Damn. So there is a way to skip this cutscene, but I moved a little bit too far to the left.
At least it doesn't soft lock.
No. You can soft lock this skip too.
Oh, you can?
Yeah.
I was trying to make a joke.
You actually have to.
God damn it.
You actually have to get this skip. But,
Every skip can soft lock.
If you don't leave the screen fast enough, you can soft lock. Yeah.
God damn. The things FF7 runners will do for a crumb of time save. Oh yeah, I'm just 5.5 hours in, gonna bank this like 8 seconds on a soft lock.
Elemental. So because I took a rest, I have to trank back up.
Yep.
But I only have to trank Sid.
So I think one thing that we didn't really talk about is added cut, the materia.
Mm-hmm.
So we've got Death Blow on Tifa, for example, but you'll notice that she's doing 2 attacks. That's because we've got this materia added cut, which they just do 2 attacks, right? Or it's an attack after every...
It does one attack after you use the paired materia.
Yeah. So we pair it with Death Blow, and then even if the Death Blow happens to whiff, we'll at the very least get a regular attack straight after.
Yeah.
And still get the pumped up damage from all the other nonsense that we've got equipped. Yeah. No, not nonsense, but it's like nonsense in terms of how powerful it is.
Yeah. So we go back to check on Cloud, and trouble seems to be brewing.
Yeah. The worst time for a weapon to show up.
So this is Ultimate Weapon, and Ultimate Weapon doesn't really live up to his name because he usually does 3 turns and then just flies off. That's basically what he does for the whole
Unless
game.
you're in any percent. In any percent, it's actually quicker to slots it.
Yeah, true.
But yeah, so our friend that we've been searching for is in this like comatose state, and this big kaiju rocks up to just destroy the town as they all do. The absolute worst time for this to happen. You do actually have to be a bit careful because you don't want Sid to die. Because as Diesel said, you'll just do the 3 turns, and then he'll fly off. But if those 3 turns do happen to kill Sid, that's very bad.
Yeah.
So we got.
So I do have to heal here because it was an attack, which was a crit. But now he's done his 3rd attack. He just
he'll
flies away.
See you later. That's pretty. I think that's some ultimate weapon behavior, if you ask me.
Yeah.
So another funny thing about like notes, because we were talking about like everyone has their own notes and whatnot, and like their own styles. I've become a big fan lately of the Excel sheet notes. Mainly for FF9 because there's so many variables that you can actually program in. Like I programmed in my notes to change depending on certain tick boxes, and it's just funny. Like you've got like your paper notes here. I'm assuming typically you're on like a computer or something, but everyone's got like their most preferred way to do their notes. The most unique one that I've ever heard of is Morningcraft has his notes in a PowerPoint presentation.
Ah, okay. I use a text file.
Yeah, well, I hate that you use a text file, by the way. How do you have colors and...
I don't.
But his PowerPoint presentation is like actually so... It's kind of smart because the one click down on the scroll wheel will move you to the next page. So scrolling through notes is super quick.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was quite funny. Is that your alarm?
Yeah. I've got my alarm set.
Yeah, just in case you woke up a bit late. You'd only be
it's
5.5 hours late for your run.
Yeah.
But yeah, just another like one of those things that I just remembered then about like how everyone's got like unique things about them. So yeah, Ultimate Weapon destroyed the town. We've just basically fallen into the live stream at this point. Or is it a big Marco thing or is it a live stream thing?
It's a live stream.
Yeah. Are you looking for something or?
Nah, just checking.
Okay.
A couple of notifications. So.
All good. So this section's pretty much just dialogue and walking around a little bit.
Yeah.
So I would just like to remind everyone, we are AusSpeedruns, a group doing speedrun events to raise money for charity. For this event, we're raising money for Game On Cancer, a charity which funds early career cancer researchers who are working across all areas of cancer research. And if you'd like to donate, you can go to donate.ausspeedruns.com.
Absolutely.
Okay, so we're going from the live stream into Cloud's subconscious.
Pretty much, yeah.
Something like that. To try and figure out who he is and what the hell happened in Nibelheim.
And effectively, like, return him to his former self to get him out of, like, the state that he's in. The absolute state. Do you need a break, by the way? You were mentioning you might want a break in this point. You
actually,
good?
yeah, I'm fine.
You all good?
Yeah, like,
Not bad.
Like, it's only a 2-minute break, but yeah.
That's fine, yeah.
Yeah. I'll just get up and stretch.
right now just visiting parts of Cloud's memory that have either been altered or misremembered or otherwise have been damaged throughout his life and what's happened to him with Hojo, trying to restore them and whatnot.
And Tifa finally admits that
She never, she waited
She
for him
never
that day
saw
and he never
Cloud.
arrived.
So, if you can't remember something that happened 5 years ago, go deeper into the memories to find
Yeah,
your
I
identity.
frequently forget what happened 5 years ago, and I go to a place that looks a little bit like this as well. Me and a friend of mine, we just, go back in here and sort of just try and figure it out. Involves a lot of walking and mashing. So I think this is one of the last two big dialogue breaks, as far as I can remember.
Yeah, this is like the longest.
There's like
section.
this one and then the one of Cloud and Tifa again, actually, later on, right?
Oh, yeah, at the end of disc 2.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think those are like the last two big dialogue dumps like this.
Yeah.
All these sections are like fantastic.
Oh,
Casual.
there's a really big story section. Like after Carry Armor, but before Diamond Weapon.
Trying to remember that one. I don't quite remember it.
Sorry, not Carry Armor. Space. After Space.
Oh, yeah, you're right. It's always space. Space can never just be like flat out balls to the wall in a Final Fantasy game.
Nope.
It's got to be like Squall and Renoa just farting around on a spaceship or...
And I'd just like to remind everyone in chat, we also have some prizes you can win for donating during the event. If you donate at least $10, you'll be eligible to win one of 8 Landfall game bundles comprising 3 of their greatest hits, Cluster Truck, Totally Accurate Battle Simulator, and Nightfall. And for those within Australia, if you donate $20 or more, you'll go in the running to win a pair of HyperX Cloud earbuds. And if you donate $40 or more, you'll also be in the running to win one of 2 HyperX Cloud gaming headsets. For more information, you can visit prizes.ausspeedruns.com. And of course, we'd like to thank Landfall and our major sponsors, HyperX, for providing these wonderful prizes.
And now, as fantastic as those headsets are, the name can be quite confusing. We're not referring to Cloud from Final Fantasy VII. That is their own line of fantastic gaming headsets that you can go on the running to win. Been dying to make that joke the whole time. But no, as much as I wish there was like some kind of custom Cloud Strife plating I could get on one of those, I don't think it exists. Do you need a snack or something or a drink? I saw you eyeballing the bag.
No, I was just thinking about something else.
You sure?
Yeah.
Okay. Don't my little man going hungry or is thirsty over there? You need a little iced coffee? I'll bloody go and get you one. Just let me know.
No, that's all right. I'll leave it until after space.
After what?
Space.
Yeah.
Oh, after road, like the space section.
Well, there's definitely space for it.
Yeah. There actually is, because there's like a 3-minute break there.
Yeah. No, that like in terms of breaks, like that one, that section's an absolute star.
Yeah. So, Tifa had actually mostly forgotten about this, but she had her mother pass away when she was a young girl. And she went off to Mount Nibble to try and find her. Cloud saw that she was heading off and tried to stop her from falling from the bridge, but didn't get to her in time. And he was then blamed after they were found. But Cloud has come to a revelation after that memory. And he knows that he wasn't built by Hojo.
And he also knows that we're trying to finish a game as fast as possible. So he knows to stop flapping his gums and start actually cracking on with the job.
Well, speaking of flapping my gums, I'll just take over for a moment. I'd just like to remind everyone we do have a couple of incentives coming up. We have the Simpsons Hit and Run Homer 1 outfit choice, and that applies to both runners, with the chosen one currently in the lead. And we also have later on the Elder Scrolls 3 Morrowind, a live any percent tutorial, which absolutely sounds fantastic, and you should definitely get your donations in for that as well. Thank you.
Yeah, that live tutorial is a fantastic idea. I tried to do a few things like that with like Final Fantasy VIII. We tried to do like a little live tutorial like that for the first hour or so of that game. It's really intimidating. So stuff like that is like a really great resource in terms of like getting people into the scene for various things. Unfortunately, mine wasn't very good. It was good for me, but it wasn't a good one for other people to learn from, unfortunately. But I'm assuming, I think it's Softman doing that run. I'm pretty sure. He's definitely more experienced. If it's him, then I'm like 99% sure. But yeah, whoever's doing it definitely knows their stuff more than I would in making a live tutorial like that.
That is indeed, yes, Softman.
Yes, yeah. Yeah, he'll know what he's doing in that regard. So this would be auto-scroll text again, yeah?
Yeah.
There's a decent amount of that in this game.
Yeah, there's a couple of spots in there. So Cloud has Finally remembered. He's not in Soldier. Never was.
Yeah, so there's a scene in Calm that is basically this, but instead it's like another masked trooper, and Cloud is in place of Zack's model doing the exact animations. It's definitely a bit of a...
There are a couple of not hints, but references to this the first time you go through the
Yeah.
Calm flashback. Like, Sephiroth is never seen talking to Cloud individually when he's talking about his parents. Or his birth town, rather.
Yeah.
Except for one point where he talks to, like, Cloud, but there's also a soldier behind him.
Yeah. It's, like, very cleverly... Like, the models and everything is placed in a very clever way. Loved this scene. When I was playing this casually, like, my hands were firmly on my head. And of course, he's found a fantastic hiding spot for Tifa over there to the side. They'll never see her. I mean, it worked.
Nah, it's actually covered in a letter. Zangan comes and saves her, pulls her out of the Marco reactor first. But
Gotcha.
Shinra then gets the Marco reactor and taking Zack and Cloud.
This is such a gangster moment. I've been stabbed. Truly badass.
And now for the joining of the clouds.
And if I can interrupt one more time, we have a quick donation. We have $20 from Chikachi. I've probably butchered that name, but that's usually what happens. Partially to get Raikon flapping his gums some more, but big props to Diesel and so for doing the hard yards early into the morning. Can you please put this toward the Sonic TAS showcase?
Oh, hell yeah.
Absolutely.
Just FYI, Chikochi is right there. Shout out to Chikochi for watching this whole run. Being here with us. Yeah, so Cloud's finally back. We can use him as a party member again, even.
Yep.
Not yet? No? Did you say no?
Yeah, and then I yawned.
That answer is still not clear.
Oh.
We'll figure it out. Now this joint looks familiar. sleepy boy. It's alright, we're in our last hour or so.
Yeah. What's the time?
7:49.
So I've been up for almost 24 hours.
That's some Sigma male energy.
About 22.
Just as long as you don't muck up the last few fights, you'll be fine.
Yeah. Well,
It's carry armor and diamond weapon.
yeah.
So it's put all your energy into that. Not all of it. I mean, keep a little bit, but then go and get a hard-earned rest. Mate, look at him still tearing through these menus. This guy's become like a speedrunning goblin right now. He's just gone goblin mode. So like your pilot's level 8 now. But what does that mean?
Don't know. His text is slightly different. Wow, that was weird.
Yeah, that was weird looking.
Right. Range.
Very clean.
So we got the party prep now. Teef is our main damage dealer again.
Did you just pay 10 gil to use that elevator?
10 gil, yeah.
You didn't just climb the electricity tower again?
No. Doesn't seem
Can't
worth
be bothered.
it. Doesn't seem worth it this time. Okay. So we're going to head on to the underwater reactor and go and try and get the last huge materia.
Yeah, so in terms of like the huge materia and its significance to the story is basically we're going to use that from memory. I might
We're
be
going
getting
to
this
nuke
wrong.
Meteor.
We're going to what?
Nuke Meteor.
Yeah, pretty much. But we need to like acquire 3 pieces of it, I think. There's like 3 pieces of the huge materia that you need to get or something along those lines to have the power to stop Meteor.
Each... Oh, no, this way. Each huge materia quest can either be failed or succeeded. And how many of them you fail or succeed will affect which master materia you can later get in the
Gotcha.
run. Okay, but yeah, we get a bunch of scripted fights here. It's quite handy, actually, because they give us a bunch of levels.
And also opportunity to put Tifa in crit if you needed to.
And we use Magic Breath to clear them out. And I make Cloud Dance.
I don't know why these goons think they can take us. We were one-shotting them at the start of the game. The first battle, we killed 2 of these blokes in 1 hit each. And they still haven't learned their lesson.
Speaking of no one learning their lesson, we've got another anonymous donation here that for $4.56 that just literally says, I dislike non-round numbers. So if you want to teach that person a lesson at all, feel free to donate non-round numbers and that will agitate them.
Is it the same? Was it the Oh, I mean, we'll not know because it was anonymous, but there was someone earlier who tried to donate like 949949 or something, and it came out like $4.99. There's something along those lines.
Guess we'll never know, but it
We'll
might
never
be the
know.
same person.
It's anonymous.
Okay.
Caution, by the way, just look out.
Yeah. Caution, floor.
I don't know. To be fair, I need some of those warnings sometimes. That's like the most polite laugh I've ever heard. Let's make a stupid joke.
Yeah, no nasty pincers yet.
Not yet, no.
Because I'm not on the right formation number.
So the last huge materia that we're trying to get is it the last one or is the last one Cosmic Canyon?
The last huge materia is space.
Oh, that's right, yeah. So one that we're trying to get right now is in a cavern underwater. That's all we know.
Yeah.
So we're trying to basically hijack a submarine to go and get it. We're not meant to know exactly where it is, but we do. Another thing weird about this game that most people sort of take for granted with like modern RPGs in this style is there's no option to have permanent run on. So in all these movement sections, Diesel is anchoring down the X button to run. And when he wants to like take normal walking steps, he actually releases the button, which is the polar opposite of how most people would play these games. Like most people would expect the standard movement to be running, and you actually have to deliberately walk. So it's, yeah, it just wasn't a standard at that time, unfortunately.
Okay. Almost got Clad's limit too.
Huh?
Almost got Clad's limit too, which is good because I
Very
need
nice.
that diamond weapon.
I think there's only one other game. No. Nice. In FF9 PC any %, you intentionally leave yourself on default walk.
Ah, okay.
That's like the only other game I can think of where you would have that, but it's still an option to have default run. Again, I think this is just before that was sort of considered. Oh, and another difference for JP 1.0. There's no dialogue box of Barrett saying, hold X to run. So I can just imagine people going so many screens walking, going, God, this is so slow.
How am I supposed to get back in 10 minutes?
Yeah, he's just casually strolling through that. Yeah, so in 1.1, they added that Barrett going, make sure to keep up, hold X to run, or something along those lines. So yeah, have fun playing that, by the way. I ended up with 2 copies of JP 1.0 somehow, so I decided to give one to Diesel as a nice little gift for letting me annoy the hell out of him.
So how far are we into the run? 6 hours?
6:02 at the moment.
Yeah. So keeping in mind how deep into the run we are.
Oh, I think our timer froze, actually. We'll figure it out.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, 6 hours is about right.
So this is Kariyama.
Yeah, we're about 6 hours into the run. This boss has a 1 in 12 chance to kill you at the start of the fight. There is no counterplay to this. Welcome to JRPG speedrunning.
Every game has one.
Yeah.
One of those bosses that just has a chance to decimate the run and flush all your hard work down the toilet.
We use the Mega Elixir to stock up, to fully heal and restore our MP before this fight as well.
And that's our antagonist. He doesn't look too scary, but I assure you, he's a pain.
Oh, fantastic start.
So that didn't cast on Cloud, did it? Yeah, it didn't.
Nope.
Awesome.
I'm going to have to go back to that.
At least there's a Climate break. Oh, I just realized it doesn't have a name anymore.
He's going to die, so he's going to lose the limit break.
Yeah, sorry about that, actually. That's something I didn't consider. We lost name. Cloud's name.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I know.
Yeah, sorry about that, everyone. Oof.
Thanks for the crit.
Yeah, so again, Diesel really carefully holding these ATBs.
Man, these fights.
Making sure that everyone's on an even playing field. No one's getting ATBs when, again, either everyone's getting ATBs or no one's getting ATBs. Looking to put Tifa into crit here as well. Yeah, big guards up, so everyone's got some nice defensive stats. Should all be fine at the moment.
Yeah, but Cloud is entranked.
These whiffs are pretty annoying.
Got time for a sneaky donut while this is happening?
Yep. Yeah, go for it.
Absolutely, okay. Well, we've got $30 from Jimmy Boy that says getting in early to round out the total. Been crazy to see the insane amount of raise so far. Donor goes to runner's choice. So do we have a choice there?
Yeah, the casual outfit for hit and run.
Absolutely, and that also brings us to $9,500. So that is absolutely amazing. Thank you, everyone.
I'm very excited to meet Jimmy Boy as well. Yeah, so this is
Oh, for Pete's sake.
And I think that's... Yep.
Yeah.
So yeah, again, this boss is an absolute pain. Very little that you can do if the stars align and it does its thing. Yeah. There's just nothing that can be done.
Let's try it again.
So while we load this one back up, another thing that I learned about this game while looking up region differences, on the NTSC version, if you try and save to a memory card that's full, it will say no memory on this memory card. But on PAL, if you try and save to a full memory card, it says, and this is verbatim, please change this text to memory card full. So someone's just done a bad copy-paste job. And it makes for a very awkward, text. It's very funny looking. Alright, attempt number 2. Yes, hopefully the fight doesn't start as poorly as it did last time. To be fair, it could have started worse.
Yeah.
Double lapis laser is pretty much just game over. There's nothing you can do about it whatsoever.
Yeah. Unfortunately, arm grab with someone who's got the big gut.
Yeah.
His skill is pretty tough.
Okay. Oh, I just realized you can see the carry armor like to the left before it even starts moving. Didn't notice it there before. Alright, come on, you big jerk. Way better start. Right off the bat.
It hasn't finished yet.
Still way better start.
Yeah. And a lapis. Okay.
Alright, now that's not fantastic, but...
Oh. I'm getting spoiled.
Very nice. No?
No, that is very good.
Okay.
It's just like, I get that fight now.
Yeah.
Time.
At least we got God's hand.
Yes. It's useless.
It's it's just Barrett's right arm. But yeah, that's a much better example of that fight. But I guess it just goes to show that there are some fights in this game that just you will die.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, there's just simply not a huge amount that you can do about it. So scimitar, weirdly, I believe, is a Sid weapon, right?
Yeah, it's a Sid weapon.
Yeah, even though he's a spear user.
With triple growth.
Look, I'm no FF7 expert, but I played enough RuneScape to know that a scimitar is not a spear. That is firmly a sword. But I'll pay it.
Alright. I would prefer it if Tifa did not die in this fight.
So this is actually an unavoidable pincer, if I
Yeah.
remember correctly. It's like a scripted pincer, rather. But it doesn't really matter, because it's just like attack and magic breath. Oh, gross. Why couldn't Cloud have just taken one more hit for her?
Ooh.
Very nice, very nice. That's another like example of ATB weighting being used to, again, set that sort of even playing field. So because Tifa had higher speed, she was rewarded by, like, for having that speed by getting her turn in before the guard. Despite the guard having a turn long, in terms of like real time, long before Tifa even was up.
I'm gonna take this guy's prisoner because an extra fight is just not worth it.
Yeah. There's another mini game coming up here. One that it's another one of these that like just lasts like 5 seconds.
Yeah.
You just slam it with missiles and
And we're
they
done.
built all that nice HUD and all these nice little mission complete, you know. And it's over.
Well, it is a mini game in Gold Saucer as well.
Oh, is it actually? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's not a
So
huge,
they didn't
colossal
make it
waste.
just for that.
At least they're reusing part of it.
Yeah. Okay. So now that we've got the sub, we're not going to worry about collecting the huge materia, but we are going to go and collect something else.
So I think we're required to like dock the ship and then go back down. Yeah. Right? Or was that?
The game docks the sub.
Oh,
itself.
right.
Yeah.
I just remember something. Maybe it's a different part. You like have to go and like learn something, or like see a piece of dialogue before something unlocks. I might have gaslit myself into thinking
With
that.
the
though.
submarine? No.
No, maybe not. So yeah, again, we're meant to actually like need to go and look for this. You get some hints about certain things, but of course we already know where this little cavern is, and there it is. That's where our huge materia.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's where our last huge materia is.
Oh, no, this is key to the ancients. This is for...
Yeah, this is where our last key to the ancients is. Why'd you say huge materia? I thought you were supposed to be the one who's like the expert at this game. That's just like so rude.
I just go zoom, dude. Well, most of the time.
From memory as well, underwater is where you can find the emerald weapon optional boss, or like secret boss. He's like floating around underwater.
Yeah, he's got a 20-minute time limit unless you get the underwater materia.
Yeah. But in the 80% runs, we don't typically bother fighting him. He just doesn't give enough back.
Then we probably can't kill him.
Probably can't, yeah. That's another thing. Like, without specific routing at the very least, or without, like, game over.
Yeah. Alright, so now we're going to Rocket Town, and we're going to go to space.
Yep, finally, going to space. Which is kind of like a nice thing as well, because, like, Sid has been wanting to go to space for so long. and now we actually finally get to do it.
So much, yeah, that's it.
Oh, you forgot to heal Tifa.
Hmm?
You forgot to heal Tifa. She's at really low health, man. You should heal.
Oh, didn't I Phoenix down her though? Yeah, no, she's at max. She stays in critical.
Yeah, no, I know.
Yeah.
So this is where... Oh, you might not have it anymore. The stun thing, the dizzy...
No, I
what's
don't
it called?
have
The
dazes
Dazer?
anymore,
Yeah.
no.
So this is where... We got an item earlier from a random drop. We might still get it again on these fights leading up to it.
No, these guys don't drop dazes.
They don't drop it?
No, they don't.
Oh,
drop
I
those
thought this is
mines.
where it drops.
Nah.
But yeah, so we picked up an item earlier from an enemy drop called a Dazer, which just inflicts paralysis as an item. So for an upcoming boss, there's a opportunistic sort of time save where we can use that instead of cross slash to put paralysis on the upcoming boss, and then Tifa can just wail on him with no threat of the death blows missing. But unfortunately, with us having to load that safety save, that's no longer an option. Unfortunate, but again, it happens.
Ew.
Man, that was mad unlucky. Did all three of those get a turn?
Yeah, that was really bad luck with the encounter.
There's so much... It's another thing about these sort of runs, that there's so much little variance like that. Like, in a string of 3 fights in a row, your gold split will have, 0 attacks. 0 enemy attacks. You just wail on them and you've got the
There'd
Daisy.
be a couple, but yeah. It'd be
Yeah,
pretty good.
and then you could just, lose 16 seconds in that split just because the enemies had a couple of turns. It's, yeah.
Time for one quick donation.
Yep.
Okay, we have $3.01 from Dan, donating for 2 reasons. 1, to put Casual ahead of Chosen One for the upcoming Simpsons Hit and Run race. And 2, to annoy the person who likes round numbers. Thank you very much.
All right, and that's rude.
So that's the
Basically,
rude fight,
one
yeah.
kick to the face and he's down.
Diesel has killed his favorite member of the Turks.
Yep.
Which we didn't really explain is effectively like Shinra's Secret Service. And I don't know why this guy's even bothering. We just smoked his main guy. We just smoked his commander, and now he's trying to have a go. I don't know what he's hoping to achieve, but I implore him to reconsider.
Alright. That's the fights for the Rocket Town section. Now we actually go to space.
So yeah, we're getting ready, and Sid's assistant, who earlier we described as being far too picky on little details and trying to make sure everything's tip-top perfect when it doesn't really need to be. And we now find out that she's the one who's doing the final checks on the rocket again. So Sid's reliving his nightmare from last time with the launch getting delayed. Also, surely this would just decimate the town.
Yeah.
This place would be gone.
Actually, maybe not, because the rocket is angled towards the town.
I can't hear you.
All the flames go out.
Your mic's up.
Well, no, because the rocket's leaning towards the town, so the flames would go the other way.
Right, but surely the sheer power needed to send a rocket to outer bloody space is enough to still...
That depends.
It's going to cause a fire or something. That's it. I'm going to build a rocket in your hometown. I'm going to point the rocket slightly towards your hometown. For legal reasons, this is not a serious... I'm not actually claiming that I'm going to potentially burn a city to the ground.
Oh, jeez.
I don't want to get put on a list or something. See like an Amazon purchase of some kind of engine or something, and feds are at my door. We know what you're doing with that. Stay away from Perth, I think. I think it's Perth. You're a Western Australia boy. That's all I know. And look at that. So after all that, Sid giving all that grief to Shira, his assistant, for all that. And it turns out there actually was something wrong with the rocket. So she was right. She should have been that picky all along, and Sid should have been trusting her, and that's I think that's what they in the business they call character development.
Good thing she's still here.
Yeah. And look at that. Brings a tear to my eye. You sure didn't need like a break or anything?
Nah, I'll just keep going to the end now.
Damn. That's true gaming. Is this auto scroll? Oh yeah, it is, yeah.
Usually you can't close auto scroll text box, but those ones you can. But it doesn't make any difference.
Yeah, right. I see what you mean. Yeah. That's like the what's it called? The Baku text boxes in the. Yeah. You can close them, but he's still like.
Yeah.
It's like 2 or 3 seconds per text box or something like that. Something unreal.
Unfortunately, the nuke option didn't work.
Yeah, I think it just made it worse, by the looks of things. Yeah, no, we definitely just we made that worse. I think that means we're like liable for this now. There's some sort of like liability that falls on us now, right?
Yeah, we got one of the huge material.
That's fine. We'll make it work.
Time for one extremely short dono.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course.
We have $6.99 from Anonymous with no text other than a frowny face, bringing that total back up to a clean 510.
I can't wait till 2 people try and even out the donation amount. And then they just end up like mucking it up even more.
So, Sid is giving us a bit of a speech about how to not give up.
But then Barrett asks the most important question, what are we actually going to do? And Sid just scratches his head and sits down. I don't know.
Well, the answer to that is we go to Cosmo Canyon and speak to Bugenhagen, whom we haven't met yet.
Yeah. It's kind of impressive that you really can like learn this game as a speedrunner. And for the most part, the story is still intact because you skip so much of it. I'm just gonna take one last break. Not a huge amount.
Alright. So this is our first visit to Cosmo Canyon at the end of Disc 2.
And just a reminder for anyone who wants to continue annoying the person who loves even numbers, we do have some donation incentives as well that you can contribute to. Currently, the next one coming up is the Simpsons Hit and Run with the Homer 1 outfit choice, leading as casual by 1 cent over the chosen one. And speaking of that, we actually have a donation from Chocochi, which just is $6.69, which has a very evil smiley face in it, so thank you very much.
So you might be a little bit confused as to why I was standing still on that screen for so long. There is actually an RNG manipulation that we can do later on in Disc 3, provided I don't mess it up. And hopefully we can bring that to fruit, so it'll be a nice little time save. Other than that, we're going to speak to Bugenhagen because he knows a lot about the planet. So we're asking him for advice on how to save it. So we just get this little, basically a tutorial on huge materia. You can use huge materia to turn one mastered version of every materia into a master materia. But we're not interested in that. We're going to take Bugenhagen to the City of the Ancients. I'm going to continue this manip. And then we're going to fight Diamond Weapon. So the amount of time you spend on this screen is actually really important. You need to make sure it's accurate because the RNG that affects the number of encounters that you get in the final descent down to the final bosses uses the same RNG as what's used on this screen and a bunch of other screens. It's called the field RNG or list. So we set stone to 49 so that list increases by 49 every time it's called back when we went to Bone Village and did an IGT manipulation. We moved list to a specific value in Cosmo Canyon as we just visited it, and from now on, for any screen that has list incrementing on it, we're going to make sure our movement is exact so that we increase it as little as possible. And hopefully, if all that works, we're going to get no encounters on the way down to Genova Synthesis.
Alright, sorry about that. I'm back for good though. I'm not as much of an epic gamer as you. I need a few more breaks. I'm working on my epic gaming sort of posture that just makes you not need to go to the bathroom at all. It's like a form of meditation, I believe. I always pictured, when I was playing casually, I always pictured Bugenhagen in like a Kathmandu puffy vest.
What?
Look at him. Wait till you see him. Look, he's got a little puffy vest on. He's dripped out, dude. You'll never unsee it now. Come on.
God damn it, dude.
Oh, man. Puffy vest on, green orb, charged by USB-C. It's gaming time.
Holy, can't connect. It's a live stream. Error 404. So this is when I come to the realization. Aerith's prayer for Holy was answered, but it's been blocked by Sephiroth. So we got to go and take care of him in order to save the planet.
Pretty much. And they realize that effectively Aerith gave her life for the planet.
It's actually going to be pretty close to estimate, I think.
Yeah?
Maybe. Yeah.
Why are you mashing, dude?
25 minutes. Probably should leave now.
Just don't think about the time, just finish the run. Then you'll finish on estimate.
I just want to get this one finished. I do not care, honestly, about the time. This is a horrible, horrible run.
Just don't forget Hojo Skip, for the love of God.
No, if I forget Hojo Skip, I'm reloading the save. Things are stirring in Midgar, it seems. The cannon that was attached to Janon has been moved. And it's now powered by Marco.
So yeah, basically they've plugged this big turret into the live stream, and they're basically going to weaponize the live stream, aka the thing that is giving the planet life. They're going to use that as a weapon, which would also then drain the planet of life. So it's a horrible idea. But them as pretty much the villains.
Hey, if it's stupid, but it works.
Yeah. They are like, well, I mean, it solves the meteor problem. It solves the diamond weapon problem. And we'll deal with the rest later. Tell the citizens of Midgar to suck eggs.
Okay, so all the RNG that gets advanced in this City of the Ancients is finished now.
Yep. So we're prepped for Final Descent RNG?
There is one more section that progresses the RNG. It's the screen that you actually fight Hojo on.
Ah, gotcha.
But that's really just mashing. There's no movement on it, so just make sure you mash efficiently.
Yep.
And you should be fine. But I'll also be able to tell, I might be able to tell whether or not I got them in it.
So yeah, here we see the last weapon in the speedrun, I believe.
Yeah,
and when I say weapon, not the kind that you equip, the kind that's coming to kill cities.
Yeah.
Time for one sneaky dono again.
Yep.
Alrighty, we have Anonymous that has donated $3.31, bringing the total back up to a clean 9,520, and
Nice.
it just reads no bad and towards hit and run chosen one outfit.
Okay. So, Diamond Weapon seems to detect that a massive amount of live stream is about to get sucked up and turned into Marco. It's a bit upset. So it's going to go and bomb Midgar. Okay. So, I don't think... Choco's still here. And people on Twitch. If you remember about 5 hours and 15 minutes ago, we did Calm Skip, where we had to catch Chocobo. We need to do this. We got to take care of this. That Chocobo... It's still there. So, be free. Other than that, we just got to sit here and wait for like 2 minutes. So if you want to do a bunch of donos or announcements, please feel free.
Oh look, there's nothing I like more than doing a few announcements. So just to remind everyone, HyperX are our major sponsor for this event, and it's terrific to have them on board to support the Game on Cancer initiative. HyperX make fantastic headsets, microphones, keyboard, mice, and plenty more products. So no matter what you play, if you're into gaming, they have something for you. And I can personally attest, not only am I using this beautiful HyperX microphone, on the commentary desk. I actually have the same one at home as well, so these ones are absolutely fantastic and well worth a look into. And outside of that, of course, we are AusSpeedruns, a group doing speedrun events to raise money for charity. So for this event, like I mentioned before, we're raising money for Game on Cancer, a charity which funds early career cancer researchers who are working across all areas of cancer research. So if you'd like to donate, you can of course go to you can of course type !donate into the chat or go to donate.ausspeedruns.com. Thank you.
Did I use that ether? Yeah, I did. Okay. Oh, and low battle speed.
Did you equip Scimitar?
Sorry?
Did you equip Scimitar?
Yeah, I equipped some
Okay, cool.
back in Rocket Town. And we'll do a save for this fight because it can go wrong.
Very wrong. Although, it is pretty much the last one that can be tragic.
Yeah. Oh. Oh, yeah, right. She died in the,
Yep.
one of the soldier fights. Alright.
And here we go.
So, Diamond Weapon is a little bit trickier than average because he is immune to physical damage at the start of the fight. So, hopefully we see the start of this fight where he... Yeah, we're really hoping for that not to happen. Dude.
Really? Okay. That is nuts.
Alright. Let's just keep this going. Okay, thank you. I can actually make that work.
Alright, what are we cooking with here?
I gotta take a bit of a risk though.
Yeah, so what Diesel's doing there is putting him into his countdown state.
Yep.
Which you... Wait, is that this one? We need 2 summons or 2 limits, or...
Yeah, 2 summons or limits to open his chest, and now he can actually be hit by physical attacks. So we're going to try and get Tifa to hit some
as
of the
many
death
as we
blows.
can.
That would be nice. Thank you.
There we go. Starting to
Need
get a
her
couple
to
of
hit
these.
one more death blow.
Nice.
Okay,
nice.
so it's guaranteed. He's not quite dead yet. But even though that hits her, I don't need to heal her
Yeah,
anymore.
plus big guard equipped
he's
now.
dead. So that's Diamond Weapon.
So it definitely wasn't tragic, but the
It was a rough
focusing
fight,
Tifa, he was very infatuated with Tifa at the start of that battle.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's the last like super scary fight. It's like I think it's the only one in the run where you actually drop your battle speed to
It is, yeah.
make sure it's not going too
Yeah, the reason
crazy.
we drop our battle speed is because the difference between Diamond Weapon's dexterity and Tifa's is so low that they basically hit at the same frame after you take into consideration opening the menu, but because his ATB will also be full, his turn is scheduled immediately. But now we get a sequence of FMVs, which are my personal favourite.
Yeah, because you don't have to mash. And there it goes. The weapon fires off all its live stream juice.
Yeah.
And just falls apart immediately. It can't even handle its own firepower. Do you have a disc 3 start save?
Sorry?
Do you have a disc 3 start save?
Yes.
So I was just thinking, like, because there's all the dialogue with Tifa and Cloud. If we're strapped for time, we boot that up instead or something. To skip that whole dialogue sequence. Just depends if we get, like, really strapped for time or something.
Yeah, it could do that, because it's very dry. Yeah, so kill Hojo, get to that. Oh, wait.
Not to make it, like, change what you're doing in your run.
I'm not sure. I can't remember if I do have a disc 3 save or not, to be honest. I think my mind might be playing tricks on me. No, I'll just keep going.
All good, all good.
Yeah.
Is this Hojo skip coming up?
In a little bit.
In a little bit,
still
yeah.
got,
Or mid-gas skip, rather.
Yeah, we have to do one traversal with the high wind, and then it's mid-gas skip. And a menu before that. Yep, that's fine. Oh.
Okay, we have a donation here from Input Evolution. And the donation message receives, I estimated I jotted down about 21,000 words so far in submitting the previous no slots run to ASM. It'd be really awesome if we could surpass that. Dollars raised on Game on Cancer year. So thank you very much for that.
Awesome. So coming up is the easiest skip in this game. I'm not joking when anyone can do it. So it's a bit similar to the FMV skip from before, but it's a lot easier. All you need to do is hold run and right during the next screen transition. And the visual cue to do this is after Reeve talks to Heidegger like this. You hold run and right. And you can go straight into fighting Hojo. And skips all of the mid-guard mission.
And it's like a lot. It's a big skip there.
Yeah, it's like 20 minutes.
I guess for like perspective on how much of the run we actually skip, the no major skips world record from memory is 7:54, and the no slots world record is 6:33. So there's about an hour 20 that's currently skipped, and that's not even taking into account Kate Sith limit. The any percent world record is like 6:25 or something.
God.
Oh yeah, this is a byproduct
Yeah,
of that
this can
skip.
happen if the spark happens to
That's pretty
be
vile.
playing as when you enter the encounter. It can fix during this encounter. No, maybe not.
That's alright. It's worth the 10 minutes, the 10-15 that you save.
Ah,
Oof. She's still doing alright though.
And put a vaccine onto Tifa so she doesn't get hit by any status effects. Are you kidding? Of course that one hits.
Yep. Nice little troll hit.
That is Kung Fu. This is one of the reasons we put the vaccine on Tifa. Because if it goes on Tifa, yeah, that can be scary. Oh, I wish that audio glitch would fix. Oh.
It's alright. It'll be fine soon. Good song.
Yeah, that's it.
Ooh, very nice. Very nice.
Good last phase, because the last phase has the longest animations.
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
There we go. Also, I hope you like this song. Because it doesn't stop. This is a side effect of doing the Midgard skip glitch.
Yeah.
The music just kind of...
I
vibes
think
out.
it creates a nice upbeat tone for the remainder of the disc.
Yeah. It
Um,
does stop eventually.
But, you know, despite all the tragedy, we at least defeated Hojo, and we can keep that memory with us
Yeah.
through this music. So yeah, basically Cloud here is saying, like, to, you know, his friends and whatnot, you all have loved ones, you all have, like, things that you want to fight for. This may be our last moments on Earth. Go and spend some time with them and then decide if you really want to come and fight for the planet with us. Because the only way that you'll be worth anything in this fight, basically, is if you're willing to put it all on the line. So he's basically saying, in a more polite way, yeah, you have to be prepared to lose everything for this, like, for our final fight here. And so they all go off and do their thing. Tifa says, you know, I'm fine. I'll just party with you.
Yeah. And here we have Vampire Tifa. With red eyes and fangs.
And they're having a nice semi-romantic moment.
Mm. It's definitely a very read between the lines cutscene.
Yeah. Because it's not like the I guess the sort of secondary love story isn't as straightforward as like FF8 or FF9 or 10. There's not really like a full-on, you know, romance story going on. It's a bit more sidelined.
Alright.
So yeah, they're basically just saying like, go and spend some time with them. I think they said they'd come back in like 2 days or something like that.
Yeah. Pretty sure I got the manipulation for Final Descent.
Well, thank God.
I just got to get there.
Yeah. You gonna put the disc in the right slot this time?
Yes, because it is actually available.
Oh, jeez.
I put disc 1 into where disc 2 will go because I just took disc 2 out, and it's like one of those.
I don't care.
binders.
That's not where disc 2 belongs. Disc 1 belongs. That's where disc 2 belongs.
Yeah, I don't care.
You're the kind of guy who would you'd borrow a game off a mate and then you'd return it to him and like he'd open up his copy of like Tomb Raider 1 and there's like a PS1 copy of Crash Bandicoot in there. And your mate's like, how did that happen? Oh, sorry, that's just what I do with my games.
Okay, maybe it's not the same game, but it's an improvement.
That is actually an improvement. Tomb Raider 2 is not good.
Not as good as Crash.
And so yeah, they return to the ship and oh, look at that. Everyone's back. We're all here. And there's even Red. He was off in he was off on the side there. If you have Vincent and Yuffie, they'll also come back here.
Yeah.
That's sort of another aspect of skipping the two of them is that they don't add text boxes to these sections. Because, yeah, we're talking about before, like, why you don't get those secondary characters. And aside from them just, like, not sort of pulling their weight, they just add a lot of dialogue.
Yeah.
Especially in scenes like this where the whole group is talking. And, like, you're already going out of your way to get them. Like, they would have to be awesome from the start. Oh, sleepy boy. So we're coming up on the end of disc 2. Much shorter than disc 1, but has some far more volatile aspects to it.
Okay. And that is the end of disc 2. Time for the last 20 minutes.
That's sick. That picture of Vincent. Imagine playing this game casually and not knowing Vincent existed, and you're just like, what the hell is that? Is that Auron from Final Fantasy X? Summoning scene? That's crazy. They predicted this game like 6 years in the future. Whoa! Get that out of there.
Hey, it's Lady Luck. All right.
So ATB active back for the battles so that we can flee from them easier. So this last disc, this last dungeon actually has a really bizarre mechanic. You pick up an item from the chest on the first screen, which is a save crystal, which lets you drop a save point wherever you want. For safety, I'm assuming you'll actually use it.
Well, you want to pick this up to do a skip as well.
Right.
because picking this up and using it in a specific spot.
You skip a couple of minutes of dialogue, hey?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the same thing happened again.
What?
Tifa now has sadness. 1, 2. You actually don't want sadness on her because now it's going to take 2 attacks for her to kill herself because I want her to be dead before the start of Genova synthesis.
That's just unreasonable.
Well, it's a lot easier to get her into critical HP.
Yeah, of course.
Oh, if that gets her into crit, then it doesn't
Nice.
really matter.
Good stuff. So yeah, Tifa being in crit there helps our standard, sort of standard game plan for a lot of these bosses, which is big guard, death sentence, death blow, death blow, death blow, death blow, pray that it hits. Have we got the armor yet for 100% hit rate?
Sorry? What do we get?
The armor for Tifa's hit rate?
No, not yet.
Not yet? Very
No.
nice.
When you split the party up, you send it to the right. And then she goes and picks it up.
Is that me? What's going on?
Also, it's very quiet because the music is still crap.
Yeah, that it's very tense, but that skip that we did earlier, well, I say we, it was Diesel. I haven't touched the controller all run. That skip that Diesel did earlier, yeah, it just messes with the music for, I believe, the rest of the run.
Yeah, it's...
So it makes for some very tense fights. It's quite thematic, to be honest.
But we do hear some music. Mostly the victory music.
Right. I mean, at least there's that.
So this is where we do our skip with the save crystal glitch.
Yeah.
We go right into the corner next to the ladder.
Yeah, there's another one of those paralysis breaks.
Yeah.
Let me just wait here for a bit.
But we do have to wait, otherwise we end up...
Yep, so we just bring the people that we want.
Yeah. I only bring Barrett for a slight menu optimization here, because he still has the Chocobo Lure materia equipped.
Oh, nice.
If I take him out of my party, then it gets taken off and it makes it a slower menu.
So the final descent minute as well, you'll come up to that or in a bit?
It looked pretty good. Basically, the list values are still advancing. I would like to leave, please.
I would like to... Please let me evacuate.
Northern Crater can get like that sometimes when you're not getting the encounters you normally get. But yeah, like each of these screens that show live stream on them has the RNG advancing. That also affects the what encounters you get for the final descent manipulation.
Yep. So yeah, basically the final descent is referring to, we're going to get to, it's just past this area, and we're going to hop down some stones, and there's a random chance per stone if you'll get a battle on that stone or not. You can flee from it, but of course it's quicker to just not get that. What are we doing here?
Wait, where's the crystal? Okay, whatever.
What are you looking for?
Save crystal.
You used it.
No, you don't use it.
Oh, you don't use it? Okay. So it doesn't actually consume it, I see. Okay.
Yeah. I was going to say for safety, but I don't know, maybe I did use it. No, I couldn't have. That's alright, these fights are pretty simple.
So yeah, as we're hopping down these stones, there's like a random chance of getting an encounter or not. The purposes of all those manipulations that we were doing earlier is for the purpose of getting as few of those as possible.
Yeah.
And so we're all splitting up for our final fight. The 3 of us are heading down, and the 3 to 5 of the other party members are staying up there. So yeah, these are the stones.
Yeah. So normally you get around about like 5 encounters if you just
Play the game.
Yeah.
And so far we've got none. Very clean. Don't forget to go to active or wait or whatever, which one it is.
Yeah. I'll just make sure I got this first.
No. Oh.
Oh, okay. So I was a little bit slow.
That
on the minute.
That was very strong though. Yeah, please go to wait. I'm very scared.
I think that's it.
That should be it.
Magic. Yeah.
Yep. And that's it. The notes are finished. It's all gameplay from here on out, baby boy. So yeah, these last 3 fights, it's very much just the standard that we've been doing.
Yeah.
Just making sure that we don't muck it up.
There's really only one boss you can really die to in this combo anyway.
So yeah, with that Missteal on as well, there's no chance anymore of them whiffing.
Yeah. Yeah, there's no chance of Tifa missing her death blows anymore with that Missteal.
Yeah.
Which is very
So now she just gets 1 crit and 1 normal attack. And she's powered up as hell, so... So yeah, you can see she's getting 2 turns there per boss turn. Because Diesel's nailing the ATB weights. Very nice, there's 1 boss down. 2 to go. It's Bizarro, Sephiroth, Safer.
Yeah. And then the last thing,
Fight.
which isn't a fight.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, wasn't lying. We do get some music. So we'll just do a quick heal up, but there's no menu changes for the next 2 bosses.
Yeah. Is this holy, by the way?
Yes. Except it's a bit concealed.
So yeah, again, the music is a byproduct of that skip that we did about a disc ago.
Kind of ruins this scene a bit.
Yeah, this is meant to be a very, very tense scene, and seems almost like a happy family reunion. I think to a degree it kind of is, for one of the characters here, at least. No, you're good. Alright, so these fights are very much like a boss rush now. So we're right up to the end here. I'll be honest, I still didn't, even after playing this game casually, don't really understand how this boss works. It seems like it has like some turns some things that it can do.
Yeah, so
and sometimes it heals. I couldn't figure out what makes it heal or not heal. I just sort of whacked it until it died.
Every time the core gets a turn, it heals the main body. The core is invulnerable at the start of the fight. In order to damage it, you have to destroy both the arms.
I had this one materia on Cloud that if you attack, it attacks every enemy. So I just abused that a lot.
So we've got Elemental paired with Rama on Tifa, so she doesn't take any damage from lightning.
Very nice.
Just heal up Sid so he can survive Shadow Flare if it targets him.
Yep.
And that's Bizarro.
So there's one boss down. And now the next one's the big one. Very much like a lot of the other Final Fantasy final bosses, it sort of has a very premeditated series of turns that it can do.
Yeah.
What we're looking to do is pick up on where it's at in its cycle and adjust what we're doing accordingly.
It always starts at the same point.
Oh, this one does?
Yeah,
Cool.
He always starts with Warp.
So it's not like Necron.
No. But he kind of has like an on cycle and an alternate cycle, but it won't get that far.
Yeah. Should I do the music? Should I? No, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do the music. I won't put everyone through that.
So.
Right. So this is, pretty much our last real fight. This is our big finale boss fight. Kind of.
I should be right, yeah. No, I am screwed. Okay. Yep. I just realized
What?
there's no D barrier, so this fight might get interesting. But he does have scimitar, which is good. So I was supposed to have D barrier equipped, but because I missed the skip in Corel, I had Ultima.
Who's our Shadow Flare target? Sid, okay. Still alive. Very nervous. Does she have long range on?
Yes.
Okay, good, good, good.
That's it.
Is that it? Did it do it?
That's it.
Oh, last big fight of the run. There's one more. There's one more little fight, but it's kind of scripted. That was actually like a really good adjustment considering that, so the boss opened with barrier. Diesel did not have D barrier. So Tifa was effectively doing half damage. So he had to pay a lot of attention to what the actual, what the boss is doing, who it was targeting, what it's the sort of situations that put him in. He did really well to adjust accordingly.
Why am I mashing? There's no mashing. Old habits. Ugh. Okay. So we just got some cutscenes to go through.
Yeah, it's not long now.
Yeah.
Should we just shout outs and goodbyes sort of now so that we can sort of just...
Yeah. So
Yeah, actually, we've sort of overstayed our welcome just a little bit.
It's been a horrible run.
We had a good time though. No?
Nah, I have. I will enjoy my bed a lot as well, though.
Yep.
Okay.
Man, I just got steezed really hard.
So special thanks to all the staff at ASM who have helped organise this, everyone in the FF7 speedrunning community who have helped me in, thus I have helped them. I don't know what I'm saying anymore. They're a great bunch of people. If you're interested in learning, there is a Discord attached to the speedrun website. Pop your head in there. There's a lot of resources in there about how to learn, like either general categories or specific tricks. Other than that, thank you, Sire, for carrying me through this.
No, mate, it was my pleasure. Maybe next time we can split the work up between the two of us. Maybe I'll be good enough at this game by then.
Yeah.
But yeah, thank you for having me on.
But the last thing, normally in this fight, we usually just do nothing for the most optimal strategy. That isn't a lot of fun, though.
Yeah, finish it with Omni Slash. So time is on the last hit of Omni Slash. It's coming up. This is a big grand finale. And time. You did it. You did it.
Yes, eventually.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.